Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, waking up with you on this Wednesday morning. It is July 3rd, and we do begin this morning with breaking news. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Jamaica as we are following the very latest on Hurricane Beryl. All eyes are on Hurricane Beryl as the powerful storm sets its sights on Jamaica this morning. Fox News correspondent Chanley Painter giving us a closer look at the direct and indirect damage, plus the safety tips forecasters say those in any hurricane-prone region should know.
Hurricane Beryl continues barreling onward, but while forecasters predict it will keep weakening over time, they warn the system is still expected to trigger life-threatening storm surge and winds across Jamaica on Wednesday. On Monday, Beryl was the earliest storm to turn into a Category 5 hurricane in the Atlantic. It clocked in with peak wind speeds of 165 miles per hour on Tuesday. Beryl then weakened into a Category 4 storm as it brought death and destruction across several islands in the Caribbean, like in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
It's in a mess. It's in a mess.
Parts of Venezuela, meanwhile, are also reeling from flooding brought on by heavy rainfall from Beryl.
Everyone here lost everything. Many houses have collapsed. Many children were injured. People are without water, and we have no electricity right now.
Forecasters say Beryl could threaten parts of the Gulf Coast from Texas to Mexico next week.
Tropical storms are forming a lot earlier than it usually does. So because of that, emergency management officials are saying to get ready a lot sooner.
And say it's always critical to make safety preparations before storms get too close.
That includes having an emergency kit, so having medical items and medical tools and medicine that you would need ahead of time, along with having non-perishables, having gas, having water, about a gallon per person and per day for about 7 days.
Safety experts also say if you live in an evacuation zone, you should have an escape plan ready in case you're ordered to leave. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much, giving you a live look at Hurricane Beryl and its path, now approaching the 6 o'clock hour, now 6 o'clock here on the East Coast. And as we work to continue this breaking news alert, we're going to check in now with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Grenada really put into perspective how bad it is. That's the water line. We're talking about unsurvivable storm surge. The top of the home's completely gone. Yesterday was kind of a struggle to get information out of the islands to really know how bad it got.
You think about outages and even cell towers, it would have been tough to get, right, Britta? And also he said 90% of the homes destroyed, 121-mile-per-hour wind gusts were reported there. Here's what it looks like live right now. Cayman Islands, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, a bit of a calm over Jamaica right now. That is going to change in the coming hours and throughout the day. Got this storm that's headed right toward Jamaica, and whether it goes directly over it or just skimming it to the south of there, huge impacts today, including plenty of rain, huge amounts of water that will be moving right up into the island. And you think about the amount of rain falling from the sky and the terrain there, about 7,400 feet in elevation, could easily cause some mudslides, some debris flows. You have to watch this closely. Look at that. Still moving quickly at 20 miles per hour to the west-northwest at this hour.
So there's the latest advisory. Our next one is coming up at 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time. The winds are 145 miles per hour. So this is a formidable Category 4 hurricane. It is disorganized because of that wind shear. But the problem is when big, powerful, mature hurricanes are impacted by wind shear, they can take it easier than weaker storms. And there's a lot of question of how intense this storm is going to be as it gets into the Northwest Caribbean. We know what's happening today. It's going to be a tough day for Jamaica. We have Robert Ray riding the storm out on the island. We'll be checking in with him, so stay with us. But as this storm passes either over Jamaica or directly down to the south, then we have concerns for the Cayman Islands. The Yucatan, Mexico, is going to have their third landfalling system in the past 3 weeks out of this on the Yucatan.
The first three named storms, Alberto, Chris, and now potentially Beryl. Chris, remember, developed quickly just last week, and then a week and a half ago before that, it was Alberto having impacts on Texas. When we look at the big picture of this storm system, it's moving into some pretty strong winds above, also some drier air. But when you mention mentioned it, Britta. A storm this size, compared to a boxer.
It takes a lot.
Yeah, a big, strong boxer that's hefty and gets blow after blow, but it's still standing at the end. Maybe beat down a little bit, but still standing. Not the best-looking storm, and the eye has clouded over, but nonetheless, it's still moving at a good clip. You take a look at the wind speed, or the wingspan, rather, and at one point it was pretty tight knit. We were talking 30 to 35 miles as far as the winds extending from the center of it. Now, as we see this expand a little bit more, those winds expanding a little farther.
Yeah, those tropical storm force winds will be arriving within the next several hours onto the island of Jamaica. Well, we continue to bring you the very latest on Beryl and its trajectory, where we're expecting this to go. The Caribbean is not out of the woods, as Jamaica is going to feel this huge blow today. Then we're concerned about the Gulf of Mexico.
Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez has the very latest on Beryl's impacts as we look live at Jamaica, and they are getting ready as we speak right now. Nicole, even the airport already closing down, Montego Bay, a lot of the island getting ready for the storm.
Yeah, Craig, Britta, good morning. I think that Jamaicans are truly bracing for the already deadly Hurricane Beryl, doing anything they can to prepare themselves. The Prime Minister just yesterday asking those who live on the island to start stocking up on supplies, as he encourages them to try to stay indoors and be as safe as possible here, as they know what could really be just on the horizon in a few matter of hours. Here is what some are doing in Kingston, Jamaica, preparing for that impact. We have seen those getting in line to get gas, make supply runs, and boarding up windows across the island. And the Prime Minister again reminding Jamaicans to stock up on things like food, batteries, candles, and water as they prepare for the potential of power outages, and securing critical documents, removing anything, including trees, that could damage property even further. Now, we also know that two major airports in Jamaica closed as of last night: Norman Manley International Airport as well as Sangster International Airport. So officials there recognizing the need and the potential danger. A similar scene on the Cayman Islands, another area that could soon feel the wrath of Hurricane Beryl, maybe not as directly, but what you see here are those lining up to get groceries, some waiting for hours as Hurricane Beryl is set to approach. Now, what we have seen so far for the islands that have already felt some sort of impact from Beryl are, in one point, strong waves and damaging storm surge. This video taken in the Dominican Republic just yesterday. You'll notice here just how dangerous that surf is, how strong and how large those winds are as they crash ashore as Beryl moved just to the south of the island of the Dominican Republic. But of course, we cannot forget where so much damage has been done, and that really has focused in on Grenada, the island there of Carriacou. You'll see from overhead, the aerial images paint a grim picture of the reality. We know an island-wide blackout was reported, and that's the Prime Minister there surveying some of the damage after he's talked about really just in one quote mentioning how he felt like looking at the damage was looking like Armageddon-like destruction. Now, unfortunately, we do know 6 people have lost their lives due to Hurricane Beryl, several across the Caribbean, but actually 2 in Venezuela. So it gives you an idea, guys, of the scope and the widespread impact here. It's not just these small islands that we're talking about. Some are losing their lives, and a lot of people still missing there too.
Wow, that puts it in perspective. Fox Weather correspondent Nicole Valdez, thank you for the update. Let's talk about the forecast. Where do we go from here? We obviously know that today is a big day for Jamaica. Later tonight, the Cayman Islands come into play. There's a little more space between the storm and the Cayman Islands, but there is going to be an impact felt. We have hurricane warnings in effect across the Cayman Islands. Many Americans are wondering, what does this mean for me? If you are waking up, going on foxweather.com, taking a look at the latest track, It's not out of the question that South Texas could be at play. But there are a ton of questions that need to be answered before we get to that point. And the time frame that we're talking about is Sunday into Monday.
The end of a holiday week.
The end of a holiday week, which is important to note, but also it's really far away when you're talking about forecast for a hurricane. I do want to bring your attention to the intensity of this storm. So the winds are still expected to be at 130 miles per hour this evening. That wind forecast is higher than yesterday's projections. And that is a trend that has continued with Beryl that needs to be respected. This storm every single time has overperformed the intensity of the forecast, and we have underestimated computer model-wise the intensity. So our computer models get in the data, they say, hey, the storm is this strong. Hurricane hunters go in and they verify that it is stronger. When you have that type of a track record, don't turn your back to this storm, because the intensity has been a struggle for computer models to really latch on. So that's when a human needs to come into play, right? The meteorologist looking at that data, communicating to you that this storm is really hard for the computer models to handle. And that means that we have to put our human part of the forecast really forward. So what is the steering here? We have this big ridge of high pressure that's been baking the south. That is moving and weakening and pushing off to the east. And as that happens, Beryl comes through the Northwest Caribbean. Well, hurricanes like to follow the path of least resistance. They want the easy way out. So with that ridge of high pressure starting to lift, and in the upper levels of the atmosphere, we have this trough that is losing its grip. That means that the easy way out is into the Gulf of Mexico. We're going to have a recurve to the north, but how much is that recurve? That depends on the strength of Beryl. Keep in mind, the strength has been questionable. It's been stronger than what the forecast is calling for. So I hope you get the sense of what you need to grasp onto here. There's going to be changes. There's no reason to panic if you live in South Texas, but every bit of a reason to watch this and prepare for tropical storm conditions Sunday into Monday in case they happen. Because the spread is big here.
I was going to say, it opens up like a fan. So many places can be affected depending on how far south it goes across the Yucatan Peninsula. Yes, there is some dry air that it moves into, but guess what? It's still strong and it can still hold. And once it moves over land, maybe lose some energy, but once it moves into the Gulf of Mexico, there's a lot of warm water.
And it's important to note that we're not expecting this to be a Cat 4 in the Gulf of Mexico.
No.
But it will be a tropical system that could be a tropical storm, maybe a weak Category 1 hurricane, and there's questions to where it will be, how far north it's going to be. We'll have a lot more answers tomorrow when we see where it actually emerges into the Gulf of Mexico.
Meantime, as we take a look at travel impacts across the lower 48 through early this morning, we're watching some storms pop up over portions of the Ohio Valley. We'll see some of these as well over portions of Kansas this morning. A lot of them reemerge again later this afternoon through the evening hours, producing some strong winds, some hail, perhaps even some tornadoes. We'll watch it closely as we go through the afternoon. Meantime, nice day across the Northeast and across the West Coast. More on the travel updates throughout the morning here on Fox Weather First. Stay with us.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather, as this is an ever-developing situation. Hurricane Beryl, now a Cat 4, but nevertheless deadly. You heard from Fox Weather correspondent Nicole Valdez during that Fox Weather briefing, with reports of at least 6 people dead due to this storm. I'm going to give you another live look at our XRAD system, and you can see how this storm continues to develop and cause devastation. Right now, we're going to check in with the National Hurricane Center, as you know, they work closely with LiveNOW from Fox to keep you informed with the most up-to-date information.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's just after 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, July 2nd, coming on with an update on the latest on extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Beryl, continuing to move very quickly west-northwestward across the Caribbean Sea. You can see the eye of Beryl on satellite imagery, currently located to the south of the Dominican Republic, about 420 miles to the east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica, moving to the west-northwest at 22 miles per hour. So very quickly moving towards Jamaica. we're seeing rain bands and tropical storm force winds spreading across southern portions of Hispaniola, expecting flooding rainfall there. Very concerned about the potential for a direct landfall or direct impacts from the core of a major hurricane on Jamaica tomorrow, with bringing multiple life-threatening hazards, devastating winds in the core of a major hurricane, life-threatening storm surge, as well as life-threatening flash flooding from heavy rainfall. Beryl is still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of around 155 miles per hour this afternoon. You can still see the eye evident in satellite imagery. The good news is that Beryl has begun weakening a little bit, but those peak winds are only going to come down very slowly over the next couple of days, and we're still expecting Beryl to be a powerful major hurricane when it reaches Jamaica tomorrow. So we have hurricane warnings in place for Jamaica, now hurricane warnings issued for the Cayman Islands, tropical storm warnings for southern portions of Hispaniola, and a hurricane watch for the south coast of Haiti. Beryl is going to continue moving west-northwestward across the northwestern Caribbean, still remaining a hurricane as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico on Thursday night and Friday, and then moving into the southern Gulf of Mexico. And we'll talk a little bit more about the extended range of the forecast out into the weekend and early next week in just a minute. In terms of the timing of arrival of those tropical storm force winds, when you need to be ready by, in Jamaica, it's going to be in the early morning hours tomorrow morning. So this is your last few hours to complete those preparations. Follow any guidance or evacuation orders you've been given by local officials. We could see the potential, obviously, of the core of a major hurricane, Category 3 potentially, or Category 4, moving across Jamaica with the potential for devastating to catastrophic wind damage, widespread damage to homes, roofs, trees, power lines, infrastructure damage. It could bring widespread power outages. And there's the potential for storm surge of 5 to 8 feet above normal tide levels near and along the coast of Jamaica, near and to the right of where the center passes by. So that means in places like Kingston, elsewhere on the south coast, bays and harbors could see not just a storm surge above normal tide levels, but potentially devastating wave action on top of that storm surge, creating a life-threatening situation as well. On the rainfall front, we are looking at the potential for 4 to 8 inches of widespread rainfall across Jamaica, with isolated locations picking up as much as a foot of rain. We could also see a foot of rainfall in isolated locations in portions of southwestern Haiti, and up to 8 to 10 inches in portions of the southern Dominican Republic. So widespread heavy rainfall, especially in mountainous areas, and rainfall flooding has the potential to kill large numbers of people across the Caribbean, especially in those mountainous areas. So again, multiple life-threatening hazards, especially in Jamaica, where we could see the core of the major hurricane move through tomorrow, the life-threatening storm surge and the life-threatening flooding from heavy rainfall. So let's back out and look at a little more of the longer-term forecast. As we mentioned, we expect Beryl to approach the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, Belize perhaps late Thursday night and Friday, and then move across the Yucatan and into the western Gulf of Mexico over the weekend, with a slowing of the forward speed as the steering currents weaken a little bit. There's more uncertainty in the track forecast of Beryl out at this portion of the time period. We could see a more westward motion into northeastern Mexico, more of a northward turn up towards the Texas coast. So everybody in these areas is going to want to watch and see how the forecast evolves over the next few days. We'll also have a better handle on the intensity forecast once we get Beryl past Jamaica, see how much it interacts with the landmass there, see how it interacts with the increasing vertical wind shear and a less favorable atmospheric environment over the northwestern portion of the Caribbean Sea. But we could still be looking at least a strong tropical storm moving into the Gulf of Mexico. If the center moves a little farther north, spends a little less time over the Yucatan, could see a stronger system. So a lot of uncertainty in play here, and a lot of different factors we're going to watch evolve over the next several days. But for looking at the timing of the arrival of those tropical storm force winds farther west in the Cayman Islands, we would be looking at Wednesday night, and then in the Yucatan Peninsula Thursday evening, and then along the western Gulf of Mexico coastline would be Saturday into Saturday evening. So again, the potential for widespread impacts with Beryl, dangerous major hurricane moving across the Caribbean Sea. And again, a reminder, just looking back at the key messages, we're expecting devastating hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge, damaging waves in portions of Jamaica and the Cayman Islands Wednesday into Wednesday night. Residents in these areas should be listening to their local officials and rush any preparations to completion. In Jamaica, you want to be in your safe place by nightfall and be prepared to shelter in place through the day on Wednesday in a safe place where you can ride out the storm. Same thing in the Cayman Islands as we go from Wednesday into Wednesday night and early Thursday and overnight into early Thursday morning. Heavy rain rainfall and life-threatening flash flooding are likely over much of Jamaica and southern Hispaniola through Wednesday. And we could see hurricane watches or tropical storm watches be issued for portions of the Yucatan Peninsula and Belize later today or tonight. And again, uncertainty into exact track and intensity of Beryl as it moves into the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. But interest in those regions should monitor the progress of the system as we go through the week, later into the week and into the weekend. So you can come back to hurricanes.gov for more information on Beryl throughout the event. We'll be back with additional updates as well. Thanks for watching. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
And we appreciate the National Hurricane Center making sure right here on Live Now from Fox we're able to provide the most accurate information to you all, the viewers. Again, this is a deadly and dangerous situation. Fox Weather reporting just moments ago, at least 6 people are reported dead from Hurricane Beryl. Now at 6:18 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, giving you a live look this morning, now at 6:18, there in Washington, D.C., see the White House there in the distance. We'll be heading out to D.C. as President Joe Biden attended a briefing and gave remarks on extreme weather. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, taking you out to Washington, D.C. as President Joe Biden and other officials, they held a briefing on extreme weather around the country. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
We are honored to welcome President Joseph Biden to the district's Emergency Operations Center. We call it the EOC. We just came from a briefing with the president and members of his cabinet on extreme weather. And I want to recognize and thank Secretary Mayorkas, who has been with us here at the EOC when we opened it in 2023. This state-of-the-art facility was built with the president's help with a $7.5 million grant from DHS. I want to thank all of the members of the EOC team that you see behind us, Mr. President. They work daily with partners across the district to keep us safe. We have activated this EOC more than 24 times since opening last year. I've had to declare 34 heat emergencies. And as we know and we've been briefed on today, they're happening earlier and lasting longer. In the middle of a heat emergency, for example, last year, this EOC responded to Canadian wildfires and the impacts of those fires on our city. A month later, we activated again when we had a short but devastating storm in a part of D.C. And we're seeing more and more of the heat. The heat is more extreme. The rain is more severe. And in the winter, we're also seeing swings of one extreme to the other. We are proud, Mr. President, to work with you, and because of your bipartisan infrastructure law, D.C. will receive over $3.5 billion to upgrade our infrastructure so that our city is more resilient. We know that this is the hard work of government. The quality of our lives and our children's lives depend on this work, and our future depends on this work. And we know that with the leadership of the Biden administration, we'll get this right. Ladies and gentlemen, our President, Joe Biden.
Good afternoon. Now, if my father were here, he's looking down, he'd have turn and say, I apologize for my back. Very impolite to talk to my back to you. Thank you very much. You're doing a hell of a job, all of you. Look, Mayor, thanks for that introduction and joining me today at the D.C. Emergency Operations Center. I also want to thank the first responders who risk their lives every single day running into danger to save others while everyone's running away from danger. I'm here to talk about how we're preparing and responding to the dangerous impacts of extreme weather and the climate crisis that's affecting people all around America, all around the country, matter of fact, beyond around America. You know, summer has just started. Already, tens of millions of Americans are under heat warnings from record-shattering temperatures. Last month here in D.C., temperature 100 degrees. In Phoenix, Arizona, 112 degrees. In Las Vegas, 111 degrees. Above normal temperatures also are expected for much of the country in July, especially in central and eastern United States. Extreme heat, this is, I think, going to surprise a lot of people, not you all, but extreme heat is the #1 weather-related killer in the United States. More people die from extreme heat than floods, hurricanes, and tornadoes combined. Say that again, combined. More people die from heat than those 3 other major issues. And look, right now we're also tracking Hurricane Beryl, which is passing through the Caribbean. It's the earliest time ever a dangerous Category 5 hurricane has been recorded in American history. People impacted islands and communities are in our prayers, and we stand by to provide assistance to them. Look, extreme weather events drive home a point that I've been saying for so long. Ignoring climate change is deadly and dangerous and irresponsible. These climate-fueled extreme weather events don't just affect people's lives, they also cost money, they hurt the economy, and they have a significant negative psychological effect on people. Last year, the largest weather-related disasters cost over, get this, $90 billion in damages in America. $90 billion in damages. That's the cost so far, last year. They drove nearly 2.5 million people out of their homes, from Hawaii to Vermont. These events also pose serious threats to our nation's transportation system, to our power grid, farms, fisheries, and forests. In each case, costing lives and costing money. And the impacts we're seeing are only going to get worse, get more frequent, more ferocious, hitting our most vulnerable people in the most hardest-hit communities in the world. Look, you know, we can change all that. It's within our power. That's why today I'm announcing 5 new actions my administration is taking to address extreme weather, including heat and other hazards. The first, the Department of Labor is proposing a new rule that, when finalized, will establish the nation's first ever federal safety standard for excessive heat in the workplace. This includes things like developing response plans to heat illness, training employees and supervisors, implementing rest breaks, access to shade and water. You'd think we'd have to tell people access to shade and water. But, I mean, gradually easing new employees into heat environments. Across the country, workers suffer heat stroke or even die just doing their jobs. This new rule will substantially reduce heat injuries, illnesses, and deaths for over 36 million workers to whom it will apply, from farm workers to construction workers, postal workers, manufacturing workers, and so much more. You know, I want to thank Vice President Harris for the work she has done since she was in the United States Senate that led to this rule. Second, in the coming days, my Federal Emergency Management will also finalize a rule to improve our nation's resilience against flooding. Resilience. FEMA will now factor in the effects of future flooding for any federally funded construction project. That is, you can look at what caused damage, what broke down, and what the best way to repair it is. Not just bring it back to what it was, but prioritize making it better. Prioritize nature-based solutions to reduce risk of floods. Look, third, FEMA is announcing nearly $1 billion in grants for over 650 projects across the country that help communities protect against natural disasters, including extreme heat, storms, and flooding. These grants will also help advance my Justice 40 initiative to deliver at least 40% of overall benefits of clean transit, clean energy, and climate investment to devastated communities, to the poor communities always left behind. Fourth, the Environmental Protection Agency is releasing a new report showing the continued impacts of climate change and the health of the American people and on our environment. This report will help us prepare better, respond faster, and save more lives. And fifth, later this summer, my administration will convene the first ever White House Summer on Extreme Heat, bringing together state, local, tribal, and territorial leaders and international partners who are protecting communities and workers from extreme weather every single solitary day. You know, along with these actions, another reason why we're here today is to get the word out so folks know these resources are available to them and anyone who needs them. I was telling the group who briefed me earlier, my brother has an expression, you got to know how to know. We think everybody understands government. It's complicated. We want the American people to know help is here, how to get that help. Follow the guidance from local leaders and public safety officials. Stay indoors, somewhere cool if you're vulnerable. Be careful on hot pavement. Know the signs of heat stroke like headache, nausea, and dizziness. And always have water with you whenever you're outside this summer. Today's announcements build on historic action my administration has already taken to address extreme heat events. We launched a new website, heat.gov. Let me say it again, heat.gov, that shares life-saving information and links a new heat risk tool to help communities forecast extreme heat. Just enter your zip code and see the heat forecast not only generally, but in your community where you're living. We'll get back to exactly what the heat forecast for your neighborhood is. My Department of Labor also created the first ever national program to protect workers from heat stress. We've invested billions to enhance our power grid, expand energy shortages so that lights, air conditioning, refrigeration, internet stay on during heat waves, storms, and other climate changes. It's building back a different way. All told, we've invested a record more than $50 billion for climate resilience, including against extreme heat and wildfires. But that's not all. My American Rescue Plan is helping states and cities promote energy efficiency, reduce the impacts from flooding, and open cooling centers. People have to know where to go, where they can go in their neighborhood. It's just not automatic. Through the bipartisan infrastructure law, we're delivering over $20 billion to lower your energy costs, upgrading the electric grid to withstand stronger heat waves and storms. And my Inflation Reduction Act, the most significant climate investment ever in the history of the world, anywhere in the world, has already created 300,000 new jobs, building clean energy we need to cut our emissions and to lead the world. Unfortunately, my predecessor and the MAGA Republicans in Congress are trying to undo all this progress. They still deny climate change even exists. They deny climate change even exists. They must be living in a hole somewhere at the expense of health and safety of their own constituents. They deny it exists. Every single congressional Republican voted against the investments which created these jobs and combat climate change. Many of them are trying to repeal those climate provisions and kill those jobs. I quite frankly think it's not only outrageous, it's really stupid. Everyone who willfully denies the impacts of climate change is condemning the American people to a dangerous future, and either is really, really dumb or has some other motive of that. How can you deny there's climate change, for God's sake? Let me close with this. When disaster strikes, there are no red states or blue states. I've demonstrated that. I said no matter whether you vote for him or not, everyone's going to get treated fairly. They're just communities, not red communities, blue communities, they're just communities. Families looking for help. And my administration is going to be there for you every step of the way. We just have to remember who we are, for God's sake. We're the United States of America. The United States of America, there's nothing beyond our capacity if we work together. So God bless you all. We're just getting started here, man. I'm confident we're going to get this done. Now I want to turn it over to Clint Osborne, Director of the Acting Director of D.C. Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency, to tell you what his team's incredible work is doing on the front lines for extreme weather events. Where are you, pal? Right behind you. Hold on. By the way, this guy does everything. I get in the elevator. He's operating the elevator. I tell you, that's what they call full service, man.
Full service white glove emergency management.
Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I'm Clint Osborne, Acting Director of the District of Columbia's Homeland Security and Emergency Management Agency. I'm honored to welcome you, Mr. President, and members of your administration, as well as Mayor Bowser and members of her administration, to the District's Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. Here at HCEMA, we have more than 120 staff members who work every day to ensure the health and safety of our district residents, businesses, and visitors. You'll also see around us partners, hundreds of partners that we have at the state and local and federal level who come to this center to make sure everything works during emergencies. During an emergency or disaster, our team also works to disseminate timely life safety information to help residents make informed decisions for themselves and their families. And I think you've given us new guidance to make it clear, crisp, and to meet people where they are. We've activated, as Mayor Bowser said, our EOC more than 25 times in the last 2 years for emergencies ranging from heat waves and hurricanes to hazardous air quality incidents because of wildfires. Without the support of dozens of district and federal partners, we wouldn't be able to accomplish our mission and serve our community. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. President, to introduce you to just a few of the folks who make up the district EOC team.
Go this way. Go this way. Go this way.
So that press briefing wrapping up there in D.C., President Biden and other officials speaking at that extreme weather briefing, discussing extreme heat. And if you stepped outside, you know exactly what he's speaking of. But that's not the only weather condition we're keeping a close eye on this morning. On the right side of your screen, that top right box, a live look at our XRAD system as Hurricane Beryl targets Jamaica this morning. And if you're wondering, okay, well, what does Jamaica look like right now? You get that in that bottom box as we are getting these live pictures courtesy of our content partners over at Reuters. It's kind of like a slideshow, just showing different conditions across Jamaica, different areas where they have cameras set up. Now 6:35 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to discuss the conflict in the Middle East. Right now, I want to give you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. And my goodness, just as I change to this shot, you can see missile strikes underway. As we know, the Israel-Hamas war rages on. We have some updates as it relates to Israel and Hamas. Also, Israel and Hezbollah. The details with national security expert Ken Gray right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. We are following breaking news at this hour, learning from our content partners that the deputy leader of the Lebanese group Hezbollah has said that attacks on Israel will stop as soon as there's a ceasefire in Gaza. And you can see based on the screen, southern Israel looking into Gaza, that the Israel-Hamas war definitely rages on at this hour. Joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, none other than national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning, Jeanne. Glad to be with you.
So, Ken, a lot of people were surprised with this breaking news alert because, as we know, Hamas, that organization, Hezbollah, the other organization, they both want control of this region. So to learn that they will say they'll stop fighting if a ceasefire happens in Gaza, don't really know if we can rely on that information from them.
Yeah, I would doubt it also. So this was a statement by Sheikh Naim Qassam, deputy commander for Hezbollah, and he was addressing the fact that Hezbollah is in this fight because of Israel's participation there in the Gaza Strip, and that he said that should the IDF have a ceasefire, a total ceasefire, that Hezbollah will stop their attacks, but that if the IDF has a partial ceasefire, that is according to the plan that that Biden had put out of 3 phases. If they should do a partial ceasefire, that the Hezbollah will continue on. It's only a total ceasefire that Hezbollah said that they will definitely cease their operations against Israel. He did say that if it were a partial ceasefire, that it would depend on the details as to whether or not they would stop at that time.
And it makes you wonder if a ceasefire in Gaza would benefit Hezbollah by some chance. And by me saying that, I mean, you know, with Hamas not fighting, it would allow Hezbollah to kind of gain control.
Sure. Hezbollah is not intending to invade Israel to grab territory. Hezbollah has been fighting with Israel for years and years now at a very low intensity level. But they launch missiles periodically into Israel. Israel strikes back into South Lebanon. This has been going on for a long time. But nonetheless, it has become very intense here in the last month or so, enough so that the Israelis were considering invading South Lebanon to push Hezbollah out of that area. And the fighting along that border continues on a daily basis. So Hezbollah may be finding itself coming under the guns of the IDF as they swing from the Gaza Strip, swing north towards South Lebanon. They've already moved a number of assets up there to try to be ready in the event that they do have to open the second front.
And as we discussed this breaking news alert, I don't know how realistic it is to think that the ceasefire will even happen. I changed the picture on the screen for the viewers, Ken, also giving you a live look out in Khan Yunis, that area of Gaza. And we just heard from Israeli military yesterday saying that they are ordering evacuations for Palestinians in that region for a potential invasion that could happen. So if you're telling people to evacuate for an invasion, the likelihood that a ceasefire will happen a day later, kind of not realistic.
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday was talking about the fact that he thought they were approaching the end stages of this war, of this conflict. And yet the fighting is erupting throughout the Gaza Strip, not just down in Rafah, but throughout the Gaza Strip. In fact, there's more intense fighting going on in Gaza City, north of Khan Yunis, than there is right now down in Rafah. But nonetheless, Khan Yunis, the occupants of Khan Yunis were told to evacuate the eastern side of Khan Yunis to go to Muwasi as a safe zone. And then after that occurred, some Palestinians who had evacuated the area come under fire, killing 12 to include 9 members of one family, according to Al Jazeera. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. But nonetheless, we see that there are no safe zones in the Gaza Strip, even when it's designated as such.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure speaking with you for these breaking news alerts. I know with the conflicts in the Middle East, as we're discussing Hamas and Hezbollah, I have to ask you about those Yemen Houthi rebels. Are there any updates on that front?
Yes, the Houthis claim that they launched a winged missile attack against Haifa, and along with the assistance of the Iraqi resistance. They further went on to threaten to sink the Theodore Roosevelt if it enters the Red Sea. You'll recall that the Theodore Roosevelt is being moved from South Korea over to the Red Sea to take the place of the Eisenhower, which was recalled back home, and it is not yet in the Red Sea, but it's in transit to the Red Sea. But the Houthis are making the claim that they will sink the Theodore Roosevelt. Now, the Theodore Roosevelt, once it gets into place there, if it's down in the Red Sea area, the Houthis will come under intense fire from aircraft from the Theodore Roosevelt. So I think that they might be biting off more than they can chew if they try to attack the Theodore Roosevelt.
Definitely conflict from all sides. Ken Gray, truly a pleasure. We appreciate your perspective and expertise on conflict in the Middle East. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to give you all another live look out there. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. You can see the conflict continues as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. And then, of course, another live look, Khan Yunis, a region of Gaza. As you can see, displaced Palestinians are evacuating still in regards to the Israeli Defense Forces telling them to evacuate for a ground invasion. Now at 6:45 on the East Coast, going to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning back to another top story as it relates to Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. We'll be checking in with Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish. As we know, this storm continues to develop, and it's also having an impact on airports. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. At this hour, we continue with breaking news, and our team coverage of Hurricane Beryl continues with Fox 35 Orlando's Morgan Parrish. She joins us live this morning at Orlando International Airport. Morgan, good morning to you. We're learning a lot of flights to the Caribbean are already seeing some changes.
Jeanette, good morning. That's right. Yeah, so flights to Jamaica specifically, they've all been canceled this morning. A 9 o'clock flight, 10:15, 12 o'clock, 1:59, all canceled. And these are all with Southwest and JetBlue. We also saw that several other flights arriving and departing Jamaica later in the day have been canceled as well due to these storms. Now, we know that planes are avoiding the storm path as Hurricane Beryl is expected to hit the island later on today. And we know people with family on the island are concerned. Take a look at some of this damage in St. Lucia. That was when the island was hit pretty hard yesterday. We're learning that power lines are down and there's disrupted water supply. Now, we spoke with one woman who is a part of the Jamaican American Association of Central Florida, and she says this is not sitting well with her.
Very, very concerned. And as the day goes on, I'm becoming even more worried, you know, because it sounds as if it's going to be truly devastating.
Right now, we know that 6 people have already died due to Hurricane Beryl. And again, we're going to be out here at the airport all morning long. We're going to keep an eye on those flights, those cancellations arriving and departing from Jamaica. And of course, keep a close eye on Beryl as it continues to rip through the Caribbean. For now, I'll send it back to you, Janae.
Morgan Parrish there with Fox 35 Orlando. Morgan, we can always rely on you for those breaking news alerts, the most accurate information. Before we let you go, I want to ask you, are there any tips from the airlines? I know when it comes to hurricane season, they usually encourage their patrons to check the apps and, you know, check for any alerts before getting to the airport in case changes have been made.
That's exactly what I was going to say. That's what leaders here are saying. They're just saying make sure you keep an eye on the app, you know, keep checking online because we know everything is ever changing in the morning, right? So we saw as early as 4 a.m. that these flights were canceled. So I think if you know you have a flight later on the day, just check the website, check the app, and you should be able to see if that is on time, delayed, or canceled.
Morgan, thank you again for joining us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. And as we continue to discuss this breaking news alert, we know that a lot of eyes are on Jamaica this morning with Hurricane Beryl heading in that direction. Right now, courtesy of our content partners over at Reuters, I'm giving you a live look. They have several cameras positioned around Jamaica, so you're getting a live look at the conditions. Now it's 6:50 here on the East Coast. It's kind of like a slideshow, so you'll see the cameras change, and right now they're zooming in to give you a closer look. We appreciate them. Maybe they're listening in to us live this morning here on Live Now, but you can see they are zoomed in. Not a lot of vehicles on the roadways this morning. You can see slick conditions. Another camera change there where you can see kind of like the city center area, and you can see not a lot of people out there this morning. Slick conditions, as I just mentioned. So, you know, rain, heavy winds already in that area. You can see a flag there right in front of the storefront. And you can see how it's waving very rapidly, just further showing the wind conditions that Hurricane Beryl is bringing. Now it's 6:51 on the East Coast. We are going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I want to share a quick content reminder for you all as you watch and you try to plan ahead. Make sure you're joining Live Now from Fox Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for fireworks across America as we are looking ahead to the July 4th holiday. This is presented by Gunner Roofing. And I can tell you, if you are one of those people like myself who enjoys a spectacular fireworks show, this is where you want to be. It's not just one camera. We'll have several cameras and several fireworks shows slated across the U.S. to give that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. So a quick reminder for that. But as we are looking ahead to our own July 4th holiday, we know out in Belarus, they are having their own Independence Parade today, a military parade taking place early this morning to mark the country's Independence Day. Let's take a look.
Боевое содружество. На дистанции впервые в составе парадных расчетов самые совершенные зенитные ракетные комплексы большой и средней дальности С-400 «Триумф». Система способна поражать любые средства воздушного нападения и разведки, в том числе выполненные по технологии стелс и летящие по баллистическим траекториям на дальности до 400 километров. Перед трибунами уникальные с передовыми технологиями средства и комплексы войск связи вооруженных сил. Их создали на белорусских предприятиях. Комбинированные радиостанции «Богатырь-2», станции спутниковой связи «Восход», станции радиорелейной связи «Сосна», высокоскоростные тропосферные станции «Горизонт». Именно эти средства способны обеспечить устойчивое управление войсками. На марше современные образцы вооружения, военной и спецтехники тыла и техобеспечения. Новая бронированная медицинская машина на базе БТР-80. Впервые в парадном строю бронированные ремонтно-эвакуационные машины БРМ-АК. Сидельные тягачи производства МЗКТ. Продолжает шествие парадный расчет Государственного военно-промышленного комитета со знаменем ведомства. Перед трибуной линейка новых беспилотников самолетного и вертолетного типа в разведывательном и ударном вариантах. Баражирующая труба и квадро 1400. Разведывательный комплекс «Беркут-3». Беспилотник из состава ударного комплекса «Ловчий». Разведывательно-ударный «Хантер» и самолеты «Камикадзе» «Миротворец». Малогабаритные крылатые ракеты «Аскалон». Беспилотные летательные аппараты из состава ударного комплекса «Чекан-В», БПЛА «Буревестник». ЗРК малой мощности «Осса». Роботизированный огневой комплекс «Берсерк». Комплексная аппаратная связи «Маяк». Реактивная система залпового огня «Флейта». Автомобиль-защитник перевозит спецназ. 2 модификации бронетранспортера В-2 с различными боевыми модулями и на марше автопоезд МЗКТ грузоподъемностью 52 тонны. Отечественная радиолокационная станция «Небосклон». Открывает воздушный парад группа вертолетов Ми-8 МТ-В5. Они несут государственный флаг Республики Беларусь, а также флаги вооруженных сил, ВВС и войск ПВО. Возглавляет группу вертолетов военный летчик-снайпер полковник Александр Адамонис. Высота полета вертолетов 150 метров. Скорость летательных аппаратов 60 километров в час. Модернизированный вертолет Ми-8 является одной из самых высокотехнологичных машин мировой авиации. «Восьмерка» оснащена полноценным цифровым автопилотом, светотехническим оборудованием, позволяющим выполнять задачи ночью и на предельно малых высотах. Воздушные суда в небе над столицей пилотируют лучшие военные летчики Беларуси и России. Скорость полета для самолетов составляет от 350 до 500 км в час, для вертолетов от 60 до 200 км в час. Впервые в воздушном параде принимают участие транспортно-боевые вертолеты Ми-35М. Боевой порядок группы вертолетов «Пеленг». Ведущий группы полковник Владимир Скоркин. В текущем году вооруженные силы пополнятся очередной партией вертолетов Ми-35М. В небе над столицей звено боевых вертолетов Ми-28 Воздушно-космических сил Российской Федерации. Летчики, участвующие в парадном строю авиации на вертолетах Ми-28 и К-52, представляют пилотажную группу «Беркуты» Государственного центра боевого применения и переучивания летного состава армейской авиации. В воздухе звено боевых вертолетов К-52 «Аллигатор» ВКС России в боевом порядке «Пеленг». Вертолет нового поколения способен поражать как воздушные цели, так и бронированную технику. Имеет бронированную кабину экипажа и является...
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, good morning to you. On the left side of your screen, we are in Belarus as the military parade to mark the country's Independence Day happened very early this morning. You can hear the bands playing in the background and you can see the military procession. Unfortunately, it's not in English to where we can understand the translation. But nevertheless, I just wanted to show this to you all as we are looking ahead to our own Independence Day on July 4th. And on the right side of your screen, top stories we are following this Wednesday morning. That top right box, a live look out in Coney Island, Gaza, as we continue to know that evacuations are underway amid that Israeli Defense Forces invasion. And then that bottom box, we are on weather watch this morning as Hurricane Beryl does target Jamaica. Right now, as we continue with those breaking news headlines, I want to give you a live look at our XRAD system right here on your screen as we continue to follow and track Hurricane Beryl, learning that at least 6 people have died from this Category 4 hurricane. Right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather for the very latest information.
Satellite. Couple things to point out. It's almost as if you can draw a line right here. That stark drop off, and eventually Jamaica will get into the core of this. But the reason why we see that feature on satellite, we have dry air that is impacting the northwest side of the storm. At the same time, we have a lot of westerly wind shear that is going against the storm itself, and those strong westerly winds. And you can see it right here, evident in the clouds. I'm just going to circle the cloud formation right there. You see how those wispy clouds go off to the west. As you go up above the water, those winds are increasing in speed, and that is making an impact on the structure of the storm. So this is powerful. It's a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 145 miles per hour, but it is taking a hit with the wind shear and dry air.
Moving out against it.
And the hope is that we can get a little more weakening. But when you're talking about a powerful storm like a Category 4, Category 5, it can take some of these elements on and still hold on to enough strength to give a brutal brunt force. And that's what's going to happen for Jamaica. Let's look at the conditions in Jamaica right now. So there's the cloud cover. I mean, this is Beryl setting in, and conditions are going to dramatically change. We do have Robert Ray on the island, so stay with us today on Fox Weather because we'll give you eyes into the conditions on Jamaica. But we've already seen impacts across the Caribbean.
In fact, Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez has the latest on some of the impacts that we have seen from Beryl. Good morning to you, Nicole.
Craig, Britta, good morning. We know, of course, this storm sadly has already turned deadly, killing at least 6 people on several islands, including the country of Venezuela. So Jamaican officials are not taking that lightly. The Prime Minister now urging Jamaicans to stock up on supplies and get ready for what could be a worst-case scenario here. Let's take you there because we've got some video from Tuesday that shows Jamaicans doing anything they can to try to protect their homes, their businesses, boarding up windows, getting in line to try to buy groceries, food, supplies, anything they might need to ride out the storm here. Officials asking them to make sure they've got batteries, candles, water, as they expect power to go out, among other basic resources here. So thankfully, this shows that people are taking these warnings seriously. They're also filling up on gas, gathering their important documents, and maybe getting rid of any trees that could cause any further damage here. 2 major Jamaican airports also shut down as of last night. So truthfully, we're not really expecting to see any flights to or from the island today, as again, that storm is just hours away. And it's a similar scene over on the Cayman Islands, where some tell us they spent hours in line at the grocery store trying to stock up on supplies to prepare for this Category 4 hurricane. Now, we have to remember what we've already seen play out over the last few days. Let's take a look at the island of Carriacou in Grenada, where that storm made landfall on Monday. This is an aerial view there. You'll notice it's a grim look at the devastation there. The Prime Minister of Grenada touring and surveying the damage yesterday, the hard-hit island of Carriacou, calling this storm one of the fiercest. Listen.
To see this level of destruction, it is almost Armageddon-like, almost total damage or destruction of all buildings, whether they be public buildings, homes, or other private facilities. Complete devastation and destruction of agriculture. Complete and total destruction of the natural environment. There is literally no vegetation left anywhere on the island of Carriacou.
And I'm sure that hearing that is not comforting for those in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands as they prepare here to, again, in just a matter of hours, start to feel the outer bands of Hurricane Beryl. Britta, Craig.
Nicole, not to put you on the spot, but your family went through Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. And I think it's important for people watching this to really get a grasp of the path forward. You know, it's very hard to move forward from a Category 4 or Category 5. Can you give a little perspective, just from your personal experience, of what the days ahead could look for an island nation like Grenada?
Well, yeah, I think looking back at what Puerto Rico went through is a good example, because the one thing I think was clear was that recovery takes longer. It takes that much more time. It's that much more expensive, too, to get the aid to these islands that are, you know, several hours away, either by plane or boat, from a mainland like the U.S. So that is going to be potentially one of the most challenging obstacles they'll face, is where are we going to get our resources and how soon will they arrive? You know, there are thousands of people who live on these islands who rely and need that help as quickly as possible after such a devastating storm. And while officials want to do everything they can to get them that aid, it really is just a matter of distance and time that sometimes really can complicate that situation. So I think it's going to be a very challenging next few days. I don't want to, you know, compare, I don't want to say apples to oranges, because I think that every situation is different. Every island, every nation can be different here, guys. But I cannot imagine that this is going to be an easy recovery. And looking at the images we see today, I think they're going to run into, you know, a really, really painful next few months at the very least.
We'll definitely take some time. Nicole Valdez, thanks for sharing your insight and the update as well. We appreciate it. That's the latest on Beryl's impacts, and we continue to track what's going on with it here as well. Nicole Valdez, thank you so much.
Now we got to talk about the forecast.
Yeah, what's next? Where
do we go?
Right, and when you're talking about Jamaica, their basically in the bullseye for hurricane force winds. You're talking gusts 100 miles per hour and greater. Warnings are up right now for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, and we watch closely as to where it goes beyond that. But for today, already we talked about the airports that have been closed down. Robert Ray is there. He was on one of the last flights to get into Jamaica. We'll get updates from him throughout the day today. You look at the cone here and where it goes. Jamaica right there, right close to it, still a Category 4, and Britta, as it moves closer to the Yucatan Peninsula, over the Cayman Islands, and then the Yucatan Peninsula, kind of opens up. That's the concern. We wonder, where does it go? Does it go a little farther south? If so, maybe it goes south in the Bay of Campeche, big impacts for Mexico. Goes a little farther north, closer to Cancun, away from Belize. Then we're talking about maybe, perhaps, some impacts over portions of South Texas. Nonetheless, forecast models kind of have it everywhere, even as far as Louisiana. This is what we've got with the steering mechanism. We've got an area of high pressure baking and bringing us some hot conditions, heat advisories and excessive heat warnings for the southeast. Starts to break down. Then you got this big dip in the jet. A lot of that wind shear helping to chomp away at the front side of that, which we're seeing on the satellite imagery. But the storm is pretty strong. Once it goes past that and goes into an area where perhaps could be dealing, of course, with some warmer waters, probably not going to be the strength that we're seeing now, but could still hold. Britta, look at all of the models taking it everywhere. Right? Yeah, possible solutions. The consensus takes it very close to Brownsville, Texas. It's in Mexico, but any little wiggle is a concern. You should be watching this no matter what along Texas.
This does mean that Texas and Louisiana are on the right of that track. Think back to Alberto, which made a landfall in Mexico, but all the weather was in Texas. Right. Intensity is going to be a tough one to nail down, and we really have to respect the trend. Trends are very important when you're talking about a forecast. Beryl has overperformed intensity-wise since the beginning. So there's no reason to believe that that's not going to change. And the intensity of this storm as it gets past Jamaica is critical, not only for Yucatan, where we are going to have a landfall, but also how strong that is, how much is left over as it gets into the Gulf of Mexico. This particular model has a more northerly track. If we have that landfall closer to Cancun, that means bigger impacts for Texas. We're going to know a lot more tomorrow once we get to that point. Where does it make landfall in the Yucatan, and where does it reemerge in the Gulf of Mexico?
And getting you set as we go through the weekend, Britta, a lot of people are traveling not only in that part of the world, but across our country as well. As we take a look at what's going on in Los Angeles, they've got some fog. Visibility down to a quarter of a mile at LAX. Could cause some issues if you're flying into the immediate coast. Look at that live shot of LAX right there. You head away from the coast this time of year, just 1 mile, 2 miles, it opens up and it is going to be hot. So once you get there, then you'll be dealing with some hot, sunny conditions. Of course, we'll keep you updated throughout the morning, possibly maybe even seeing some delays out of LAX, a major hub, as we start to go through the morning and into the holiday weekend. We'll be right back. This is Fox Weather First.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather as they're keeping us updated with Hurricane Beryl, a deadly situation. Again, at least 6 people reported dead from this hurricane as we are continuing to learn more about this developing situation. But towards the end of their broadcast right there, they were speaking about July 4th travel and how it is a big travel weekend. And before we go to break, I actually want to show you a live look outside of LaGuardia Airport. After this first 2-minute commercial break of the hour, we'll be checking in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez as she discusses Independence Day travel. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines, giving you a live look outside of LaGuardia Airport. This as AAA predicts several million people will travel by plane this week for Independence Day. But with an air traffic controller shortage plaguing airports nationwide, including in the New York area, it's off to a rough start. We're going to head inside and check in with Fox 5 New York's Lizette Nunez this morning as she's joining us with the very latest. Lizette, good morning to you.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, we have seen pretty big crowds throughout the day, or the morning, I should say, here at LaGuardia Airport. But you hit on something really important. That is the air traffic controller shortage that is specifically right now at Newark Liberty International Airport. And that is top of mind as we head into the holiday.
I took the flight from San Francisco to Newark, New Jersey, and my flight got canceled 5 times.
For the second time this week, flights out of Newark Liberty International Airport have been impacted. This amid an air traffic controller shortage.
According to at least the pilot, they're saying they're actually having staffing issues. So with the lack of people, I guess, on the dealing with the planes and stuff.
Yesterday, the FAA says arrivals were briefly paused out of Newark due to air traffic controller staffing issues. According to the Air Traffic Controllers Union, the FAA is reducing the number of controllers covering Newark's airspace from 33 to 24 and relocating them to handle airspace in Philly.
It's 30% less of our workforce. We need to staff the midnight shifts. We need to staff day shifts and the evening shift as well. So, you know, when you reduce down from 33 to 24, there's going to be a tremendous impact.
Joe Segreto, the president of the union representing air traffic controllers in our area, worries about what kind of effect this shift will have in the long term, given the ongoing air traffic controller shortage, an issue that has been felt nationwide. This also couldn't come at a worse time when air traffic has been on high demand. TSA predicts 32 million passengers are expected to be screened during the busy 4th of July holiday stretch. And to add some context here, the union president adding that within the last 4 years, they have certified 61 air traffic controllers. But he says it's going to take some time to be fully staffed. We're talking 3 to 4 years, and that's because it takes some time to have them go through the proper training. That's the latest here from LaGuardia Airport. We'll send things back inside.
Lizette Nunez there with Fox 5 New York. Lizette, thank you so much for joining us for this news alert. You enjoy the rest of your day. Again, giving you another live look outside of LaGuardia Airport. And as Lizette was saying, you know, this is a very big traffic holiday as several million people are predicted to travel by plane this week for Independence Day. And speaking of Independence Day, a quick content reminder for you this Wednesday morning. As we are looking ahead, be sure to join Live Now from Fox Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for fireworks across America presented by Gunner Roofing. We know July 4th holiday represents a lot of things for people, and camaraderie is one of those things. So as you're coming together with the family to take a live look at all of those fireworks shows across America, make sure you're doing so right here on Live Now from Fox. The time now 7:18 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines. Right now, I want to take you out to Brussels, Belgium for the Wednesday morning European Commission briefing. They discussed several topics. I can tell you yesterday they were discussing the humanitarian crisis as it relates to several places, including Syria. They also gave an update on Hurricane Beryl. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some information of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
Leah will explain.
Hello, so thank you for your question. So I would just like to recall that in May last year, we have put on the table a customs reform for a simple, smarter and safer customs union. And in that reform, we have indeed suggested that the current threshold, whereby the goods valued at less than 150 euros are exempt from customs duty. We have decided to do so because this provision was heavily exploited by fraudsters. And we also noted that up to 65% of such parcels which are supposed to be below 150 euros were actually undervalued. So they were really, this was really being taken advantage of just to avoid the custom duties.
So we're not clear what is new that would have led to the reporting in the esteemed publication that you mentioned. If you allow me a pun, I would say that somebody has been trying to shine based on old news. Any other questions on this? No? Thank you very much. We can now move on. Oh, Lisa, you have a follow-up. Lisa, go ahead.
Sorry, Leah, you said that goods under 150 euros are exempt from customs duties. Could you just explain, did you mean that, or did you mean that you're confirming that you're looking at duties on goods under 150?
No, so what we have on the table now and what we proposed in May last year is to scrap this rule. So what we have proposed now is that there is no exemption anymore for packages valued below 150 euros.
But this is not new news. This is something which was in a proposal tabled already in May of last year. So there is no specific new element that we can report on. All right. On this? Sorry, I have two hands raised. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, Matthew Newman from MLEX. Could you just remind us about the whole timeline for this particular proposal? And we're reaching the end of this current mandate, and is it likely that it could possibly be passed, or is it for the next commission?
No. It's not for the next commission.
Yeah,
the commission has tabled a proposal in May 2023.
Yeah.
So now it's with the co-legislators, and therefore when it comes to timelines for the adoption of proposals, you have to ask the co-legislators, obviously. We're in a very specific phase at the moment, as you know, from an institutional point of view. But basically, it is now for the two institutions to define their positions, then come to a trilogue, etc., etc. Any further question on this? I see one hand raised in the chat, but please only keep your hand raised if you have a question on this. Caroline? No? Okay. So we have no further questions on this. Thank you very much. We come to you.
I am Natalie McNeilis from MLEX, and my questions are about the Commission's approval of Lufthansa's takeover of ITA. This is a case that we've followed carefully as the Commission has gone through a very intense, in-depth investigation where it identified serious competition problems, a myriad of serious competition problems. I see the press release today, and I have to say I feel disappointed and I'd like you to make me feel better. I know that this has been discussed as a political stitch-up where Lufthansa and Italy pushed it through, and I'd like you to make me not think that that's true, because looking at what I see in the press release, I don't feel very comfortable. And I'd like to know, especially when it comes to long haul, how this interlining and some slot swaps solves the problems that you identified on 5 transatlantic routes, and whether they even have addressed things like Tokyo, and so I just would like to a little bit more detail to make me feel that these are real remedies. Thank you.
Well, that's very nice. We feel sorry that you are disappointed by the decision from the Commission, but of course the Commission has gone through all due process before coming to its decision, and of course Leah can provide you with some details.
Yes, indeed. So I will try to make you feel better. So as you very well know, we have identified in our statement of objections, let's say, 3 groups of concerns. Short-haul, problematic short-haul routes, which was also linked to slots at the Milan-Linate airport, and the long-haul routes. So for the short-haul problematic routes, I can assure you that the remedies submitted will now address all of these routes, and unfortunately I cannot go now into the number of these routes or the exact connections. So these would be connections between Italy and destinations in Central Europe. So we would have, in the conditional clearance decision, it is now set out that we would have an entrant, so a remedy taker, one or several on each of these routes, which would then operate these flights for at least 3 years. We have also, let's say, linked to this, the remedy taker would also get additional slots at the Milan-Linate airport, which, as you know, it's a very attractive airport to be present at. And these additional slots would then also allow the remedy taker to kind of build his hub at the airport and make his flights viable. Then, when it comes to the long-haul routes, similarly, we will have either a new direct entrant, let's say, taking over or mimicking the flights that ITA is currently having between Italy and US and Canada, or we would have 2 new or existing improved indirect connections. When I say improved indirect connections, it means that you wouldn't have a very long layover when you change your flights, but it would be a flight that you could kind of compare to a direct flight to the destinations. Also, this kind of the frequency of these flights would also need to be comparable with what exists today. So, for example, if you would have 5 weekly flights currently from, I don't know, Rome to New York, you couldn't go to 1 flight per week. Of course, that would need to remain similar. Now, as for the next steps, and as you know, the parties now need to come to us, to the European Commission, with a proposal for a concrete remedy taker, and then we would assess the suitability, the viability of this remedy taker in the context of a separate buyer approval procedure, as we would usually do in merger procedures.
You have a follow-up?
So, okay, when you talk about a new direct, I assume that's what you mean when you mention slot swaps. Is that what that would be a direct? They would give a direct slot, trade it for something else?
Yes, it could be. It could be. I mean, as I said, I think we need to. It depends on which route we're talking about. But indeed, there would there would be kind of agreements which would then improve the existing offers, and as I said, make the indirect flights more attractive. Or we would have really a new entrant on a direct route.
And is this for all the routes that you identified as problematic?
Yes, so we have addressed all problematic routes. At this point in time, I cannot tell you, let's say from 10, I'm just using this as an example, from the 10 problematic routes that we have identified on long haul, I cannot now tell you 5 will have a direct, a remedy taker offering a direct flight, and 5 will have indirect. But these are the 2 possible solutions which will then address these problematic routes.
Yeah. If you allow me, I have other journalists who have questions on the subject as well. So I will now go to David Carreta.
Yes, thank you, Eric. I kindly ask you if you can organize a technical briefing on this, because there are a lot of important issues in this decision, and I feel bad not for the decision itself, but for the communication, which is not very clear from your side on all the technicalities. And I have a question on one of the points of the press release. You say that the Italian finance ministry have an interest to compete with Lufthansa. And for me, it's quite difficult to understand this reasoning from a competition point of view. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, we're trying to provide you with clarity here on the podium. So if there's a point that you would like clarity on, please ask your question. In the limits of what we can reveal at this particular stage of the process, because remember that this is a conditional clearance. Therefore, we are not at the end of the entire process, since the parties now have to come forward with a remedy taker, right? So that is a very, very specific case that we are in. On the specific question you had to ask,
maybe indeed, just to add, I mean, of course, the remedies have been designed by the parties, submitted to us. What was our task was really to analyze them and to see if they address all of our competition concerns, but really on the details of the remedies. We have some constraints when it comes to confidentiality, and we would first need to clear these confidentiality issues with the parties now, not to come out with some information which contains a business secret. To come to your second question, so the press release says that the ITA would still have an incentive to compete against Lufthansa's joint venture partners in North America, which are United Airlines and Air Canada. So not with Lufthansa, but the joint venture partners, because at this stage is not, we don't have clarity yet on when ITA would join this joint venture.
Thank you. Leah, any other question on this? David, you have a follow-up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Eric. I'm wondering for how long Lufthansa should stay as a minority shareholders of ITA when the Lufthansa will be allowed to buy all the company as the Italian authority would like to do. Thank you.
I would not have any information on that. I'm not sure this is something we could disclose, but I'm happy to double check.
Thank you. Yeah, another question. Go ahead.
I would also really like to second David's point that it would be really useful for us to have a technical briefing, because I realize I have a lot of questions, and I know that you don't have the time and patience to handle them all. It would be better if we could have a technical briefing. One question you said about the short-haul routes, you said that it addresses all the short-haul routes. Does it address the Milan-Stuttgart route?
Go ahead.
As I said, I cannot be specific at this point on the number of routes and on the exact origin and destination of these routes until we clear the confidentiality issues with the parties.
Again, sorry, again, I understand that you have lots of questions, but we are at a specific stage in the process where the information that we can make available, be it here or through other means, is constrained. Hence the type of communication that is surrounding this decision, which is somewhat different from when you have a prohibition, right, where we systematically or almost systematically come down to explain the decision, because there the decision is basically final in its form. Here you still have subsequent steps that involve business decisions having to be made, which basically implies that we are constrained in what we can say. Tommaso.
Yes, many thanks. Tommaso Gallavotti, Edin Kronos, Italy. It's just a follow-up to the questions asked by my colleagues. May you tell us when you will be able to provide some more detail about the conditions? Because we have, read everything in the newspapers, but we haven't any official confirmation about the number of slots, the routes, and so on. Thank you.
Well, as I said, we need to clear the confidentiality issues with the parties. Then we will be able to publish a non-confidential version of today's decision. Now, if you ask me on timing, it's a little bit difficult to project that. I think it will take a little bit of time because it's quite a long decision covering lots of markets, and as soon as I will have a more precise indication on the timing, I'm happy to communicate this.
That's a big commitment, in competition cases. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe just to add, of course, if the parties themselves would like to say more about the package that they offered to the Commission, that's of course completely fine with us, and because it's them, let's say, in the driving seat for the commitments they had offered. But for us, it would be really difficult now to venture into this and risk revealing business secrets.
Okay, I see no further questions on this. Any other questions on competition for Leah? Yeah. Henry.
Thanks. Henry Foy, Financial Times. I want to come back to the previous topic, excuse me. Old news is better than fake news. We don't say in the story that this is a new proposal. We say it's being sped up in response to the rapid expansion of Chinese retailers using this loophole. You talked about fraudsters. Can you tell me whether or not the enormous rise in Chinese retailers using this loophole has pushed the Commission to redouble efforts on this proposal? Thank you.
Sorry, but what the article says is that the Commission is drawing up plans to impose customs duties on cheap goods bought from. So perhaps we are misunderstanding what you wrote, but the only thing that we wanted to make clear is that we have a proposal on the table, and we've had it since May 2023. Perhaps there's something new, in which case we're very happy for you to tell us what it is. And hold on. Just let me finish, and then I'll be happy to give you the floor back. But we just wanted to make clear that our understanding of the question which was being asked, which is about whether it is true that we wanted to abolish this threshold, can be answered by saying we have put a proposal on the table already in May 2023. And we did not understand from the article anything else than the fact that we would be currently drawing up new plans, which we have nothing to say on, because we already have a goal. But perhaps we've misunderstood the article. Since you're here, you'll be able to help us. On your specific question, which I have forgotten in the meantime, sorry, but perhaps Leah was more attentive.
Yes, no, I haven't forgotten. You asked whether this was prompted by the influx of Chinese goods. That I would need to check. I mean, every proposal we make, of course, we explain why we put it on the table. But as I'm covering for a colleague today, I'm happy to double check what was behind.
Yeah, we had a press release in May 2023 that explained the underlying rationale of the reform of customs duties, which also covered this threshold. So indeed we're covering, so we'll come back to that. Now, Henry.
Forget it. It's fine. We've wasted everyone's time long enough. Thanks, Eric.
Well, we're just trying to make sure things are clear. Okay. any other questions for Leah? That is not the case. Thanks a lot. Anything else for us today? Mose.
Thanks, Eric. I would like to ask an enlargement question, also related to a press release yesterday, I think, about the meeting between Commission President von der Leyen and Montenegro's president. It was quite upbeat, I think, in saying that after Montenegro obviously has closed two judiciary chapters, 23 and 24, it could become the first next new member state. I would like to know, what is that based on? I mean, besides those two chapters, have the other chapters or components of the fundamentals cluster also been, let's say, closed or agreed with Montenegro? And I also wonder if there are any outstanding bilateral issues between Montenegro and its neighboring countries. Thank you.
Anna.
Thanks a lot, dear Mose. I'm not sure that you followed maybe in that great detail the IGC that was held with Montenegro a couple of weeks ago, no, last week. Sorry, time flies when you're here. But I think that, I mean, the chapters 23 and 24 have not been closed. What has been met are the interim benchmarks. For 23 and 24, you might recall that with the enhanced methodology, it was set in stone, if I may say so like that of course the clusters on rule of law would be closed last in the process of the negotiations. However, this milestone that has been reached by Montenegro will clearly help now the country to move to the next milestone in the process, which is to start further being able to close chapters on the negotiating during the negotiating process. So they have already closed 3 chapters. As regards the dates, I mean, I think that you know that our position is extremely clear. I mean, we you know, the enlargement process is not defined by a calendar. It is clearly you know the partner countries' objective progress in further aligning to the EU acquis and meeting all the criteria for accession that basically defines the pace of the negotiations. So this is what we can say on this issue.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on enlargement for Anna? No. Any other issues for us today? No. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
So that Wednesday morning European Commission briefing wrapping up there in Brussels, Belgium on the left side of your screen. Top stories we're following this Wednesday morning. That top one, Hezbollah vowing to halt attacks if Israel signs that Gaza ceasefire with Hamas. Also, at least 6 deaths reported for that devastating Hurricane Beryl. And speaking of Hurricane Beryl, looking ahead to the 11 o'clock hour, we know that Barbados is expected to give an update on their Beryl preparations. Now it's 7:44 on the East Coast, about to go to our 3rd break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look out there in Detroit. Beautiful conditions this morning. A little windy, too, as you can see the American flag there on your screen. We'll be checking in with none other than Fox 2 Detroit Scott Wolchek, as he has all things 4th of July travel that you need to know so you can be prepared before you get to the airport or even the train station. The details right after this break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. Our next story taking us out to Detroit. Right now, you're getting a live look downtown Detroit. As we know, airports, freeways, even train and bus stations are filling up with people getting ready to travel for the 4th of July. We're being told it's expected to be a record-breaking travel day. Fox 2 Detroit's Scott Wolchek joining us live this morning from the Detroit Metro Airport. Scott, good morning to you. Doesn't look too busy at the moment, but as we all know, things can change.
Good morning, Jeanne. Absolutely. You know, anytime you're kind of camped out here at the airport, you really see how things flow. And a lot of times these lines, they get super big, and sometimes you just get lucky, like right now where that line is moving pretty lightning quick. Now, one thing to keep in mind, so many people are out traveling for this holiday week. You know, the TSA is expecting to have to screen about 32 million people. And obviously, if you're here in Detroit, now's a good time to get on out here and get your screening done. AAA also expecting probably about 55 million Americans are going to travel more than 50 miles on the roads to get on out and visit some family, eat some hot dogs, and have a blast. I actually caught up with a family that was flying out of here, heading over to Tampa, and they said their big plan was to party.
Planes are full.
What?
No seating, you know, no extra seats.
What do you think about the line?
I think it's pretty big, but I'm glad we're doing it this early in the morning because we've been here at noon too, and it'll be 3 times this big.
And that couple right there, they were flying out a little earlier this morning, maybe around 6 when the line was really pushing out over here. But they have a nice little tradition. Every time that the 4th of July comes around, they celebrate an anniversary as well. So they were going down there to eat some seafood. Of course, over here in Michigan as well, you know, people hitting the roads. They have some good news because they're kind of relieving some of these construction projects just to help with the traffic. So MDOT is moving it out so that 60% of their construction projects are going to kind of be off to the side. That way traffic is going to flow, probably like these lines at the airport. Things are going pretty smoothly so far, and we wish everybody a happy, safe Independence Day. For now, reporting live out of Romulus, Michigan, Scott Wolchek, Fox 2 News. Back to you, Jeanne.
Well, Scott, truly a pleasure having you here on Live Now from Fox this morning. And we know out there with Michigan and the Great Lakes, some of the viewers wanting to know why would anyone want to leave with some of the spectacular fireworks shows you all are going to have, and then, of course, the great food. I'm from Memphis, so I'm a little biased about the food, but, Scott, we do know that D-Town does have some good food.
Yes, you know, we've got the Detroit-style pizza, and you're seeing that across the nation now. People are starting to pick up. They're going, you know what? This is the stuff. I don't know if you've ever had it. It's sort of deep dish, but, you know, we do kind of a special cooking method where, like, the, you know, it's square shaped. It's got that kind of melty, burnt cheese at the end. It's super good. If I leave Michigan, I gotta have it somewhere. But, you know, one thing that we do up here is we all go up north. So lots of our freeways, like I-75, you're seeing lots of people heading up north, out to the lakes, going camping, enjoying the time because, you know, our weather here in the Midwest, it's a little volatile, but this is really nice. Perfect to get out on the lake.
Scott, thank you so much again for joining us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. And I'm sure you have myself and everyone else hungry now after speaking about that delicious pizza. Thank you so much. You enjoy the rest of your day. And I know you told us to have a safe and wonderful 4th of July holiday. You do the same.
Awesome. Thank you so much. You too. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Giving you another live look now at 7:50 on the East Coast, downtown Detroit. And look, Scott doing an excellent job out there keeping the viewers informed and safe. And right here on Live Now from Fox, you know, we were discussing those fireworks shows. We do have a quick content alert for you as we are working to look ahead. Don't forget to be sure to join Live Now from Fox Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time for Fireworks Across America presented by Gunner Roofing. We know there are cameras there in Detroit, cameras across America, and you can get all of those spectacular fireworks shows right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:51 here on the East Coast, going to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A few minutes shy of the top of the 8 o'clock hour now, 7:53 here on the East Coast, and we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines, turning to breaking news at this hour as we are learning Hurricane Beryl responsible for at least 6 deaths. And right now, I actually want to take you out to St. George, Grenada, where a press briefing was held with the Prime Minister and the coordinator of Grenada's National Disaster Management Agency. They're sharing what they are doing for emergency preparedness in that area. Of course, I'll also pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Wednesday morning.
Winds and rainfall. We already experienced from the beginning of the weekend a tropical wave into Hurricane Beryl yesterday, and we know that we got a lot of rain from that system, and in expecting this system to cross us, we will get some more rain. So the forecast for Wednesday, as we are expecting this wave to start affecting us, is partly cloudy to cloudy and windy, with light to moderate showers and a low chance of lightning and thunder. Winds are expected to come from the east-northeast to east-southeast at 14 to 24 miles per hour, with some gusts at times. Seas are expected to be moderate to rough, with waves of 6 to 8 feet in easterly swells. Now the Met Office has advisories out. There is a low chance of flooding and landslides. As I said, we already received a lot of water from Beryl and that tropical wave that passed earlier in the weekend. A marine advisory and a high surf advisory also remains in effect as this wave approaches. Now, with this approaching wave, it is expected that the most intense rainfall and gusty winds will affect the islands towards the north of Grenada, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Martinique, right? However, we are not going to be unaffected. We are still in the path of some rainfall and some gusty winds, so please be cautious. And as it is passing closer to the north, we are expecting our brothers and sisters on the sister isles to feel more of the effects of this tropical wave as it crosses the Windward Islands. So please remain cautious and heed the warnings. There is still a low chance of flooding and landslides, and marine and high surf advisory remains in effect for the Tri-Island states. Back to you, Presec.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for that update on the weather. And again, she's reminding us to remain cautious. We still have something coming, some rain coming, so you still need to be very cautious. All right, at this time, we want to turn over to the Minister for Education. He has an update on school and the closure of school for this week. Minister.
Thank you very much, Presec. Good evening, good night, Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and everyone following this broadcast. I first want to echo gratitude to God for his goodness and his mercy to Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Notwithstanding what we have been faced with, we have been spared what could have been a lot worse, and so I register my thanks to God for his keeping mercy on all of us. We empathize with those who have had tragedies, the families of the few persons who we heard have lost lives. We empathize with all of you, and we pray that God gives you the grace and the strength that you need to cope and to manage amidst the disaster and to have personal loss. It's probably an additional tragedy for you, but we do empathize with you, and we pray that God gives you all of the strength you need. In relation to education, we advise that schools will remain closed for students for the rest of the term. Schools were ordinarily going to be closed officially at the ending of this week. But given the circumstances, we have moved in the interest of safety of all concerned to have schools remain closed for students to the end of the term. We are expecting that teachers will report as far as is possible to schools, because we know that teachers will have end of term activities to complete. It might have to do with report cards. It might have to do with just packing away stuff for the end of term. So for teachers, we anticipate that you will report to work since the official state of emergency has been recalled. We know that your graduation ceremonies will be affected. Some of the schools, your graduation ceremonies will be affected since your dates may have been planned. But we advise that you are free to reschedule for some later time when it's safer to do so. So be guided accordingly. But we anticipate that you won't be able to have those activities within the rest of this week. We are also aware that you will need to present students with their report cards. And so you are free to arrange with your various groups of students the days when the students themselves or their parents can come to the schools to collect their report cards. It does not have to be this week. It could be sometime next week when we are in a safer place to do so. So be advised that we anticipate that you will make those report cards available, but probably not within the next day or two. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience this causes, because we know quite a lot of preparation goes into many of these activities, but we do believe it's necessary to preserve the safety and well-being of our traveling population. There are still many fallen trees. There are some students who live in homes that have lost their roofs, and in the case of the Sister Isle, many of the school buildings themselves have been affected. And so, all being considered, we still think that it's in the best interest of our nation's children and population at whole to close school at this point for the rest of the term. We continue to advise that you be very mindful and be safe in all that you do, since there will be still threats and risk factors somewhere in the public domain. So we advise all to be very cautious. Be guided accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister David Andrew, for that. And at this time, we want to hear from Dr. Terence Walters, coordinator at NADMA. Dr. Terence Walters visited Carriacou and Petite Martinique earlier today, and we want to hear just some updates from him and some updates on the shelter and relief efforts for Carriacou and Petite Martinique.
All right, thank you very much, Press Secretary, and good night to everyone. Today, July 2nd, the team visited Carriacou and Petite Martinique to conduct assessments. The team included NADMA, Royal Grenada Police Force, the Ministry of Health, NAWASA, Grenada Digicel, Flow, and the assessments, the initial assessments were conducted, and work will continue, or assessments will continue, and work will continue toward restoring services. Now, from the look of things in Carriacou, it's very devastating, and the conditions, all right, the conditions on the ground are what we have seen. It's that approximately 98% of structures in Carriacou and Petite Martinique either damaged or destroyed. All right, so that's, again, let me just repeat that, approximately 98% of structures in Carriacou and Petite Martinique either damaged or destroyed. The roof of the Princess Royal Hospital in Carriacou, it was damaged, and the Chief Medical Officer was on hand today to conduct the assessment, and he will work towards ensuring that the facility is restored quickly and can be ready for use by the population in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. There are fallen trees, fallen utility poles and lines that are down. There's no electricity or water, no mobile services. The main request we had from Carriacou and PT Martinique, food, water, tarpaulin, cots, and what we will do is that we will update the needs list. We will update the needs list and share it with the general population and the wider public, so that in the event you want to make any contribution towards the relief efforts in Carriacou and PT Martinique, you will be guided by the needs list. And I want to repeat this: we will update and publish the needs list for the population and the wider public. In the event that you want to make any contribution toward the relief effort, we ask you to please be guided by the needs list. And I want to further state that sometimes we go outside of the needs list and provide items that are not necessarily needed. But we have done the assessment, we have visited the islands, we have spoken to the people, we have spoken to the district committees, including the minister and the permanent secretary. We have updated the needs list, and we will share it, and we ask that you please be guided by the needs list if you want to contribute to the relief efforts for Carriacou and PT Martinique. We have deployed 2 officers to Carriacou and PT Martinique in the persons of Mr. Sylvan McIntyre. He's a former National Disaster Coordinator, and Ms. Beryl Clarkson from the Statistics Department. She's trained in damage assessment and other disaster management areas. We have deployed these 2 officers to Carriacou, and they will provide services at the Emergency Operations Center for both Carriacou and PT Martinique. CDEMA, that's the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, will deploy 2 officers to Carriacou to provide operational support to both Carriacou and PT Martinique. And they have indicated that those 2 officers can be available as of tomorrow. The islands will continue to be provided with relief, and that will be a coordinated effort. We want to ensure that the relief effort is coordinated, it is orderly, and that we provide to Carriacou and PT Martinique the things that they need, and the things that they request, and the things that they ask us for, and not things that we just believe that they need. But again, the needs list will be shared, and we ask you to be guided by that. So NADMA will continue also with the shelters. There are some shelters that still remain open, and we will continue to provide services to those who need those services, and hope that we can ask or get the shelteries back to their normal lives as quickly as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Walters, for those updates. And now we want to hear from Prime Minister, the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, and also he's the Minister for Disaster Management, Infrastructure, Public Utilities, and National Security. Prime Minister. It's been a long day.
Good afternoon. Yes, it has been a long couple of days. Pleasant good night to the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique, our citizens in the diaspora, our well-wishers and supporters regionally and internationally. I want to continue to express my gratitude for the tremendous expressions of support, of empathy, for the actual actions of persons who have already galvanized relief efforts, financing, logistical support in helping Grenada, Carriacou, and PT Martinique throughout this difficult time. on behalf of the people of Grenada, I express our profound appreciation for the solidarity shown to us and for standing with us throughout this difficult period. I want to start off by indicating that at 10 a.m. this morning, the Honorable Attorney General, Claudia Joseph, would have indicated to the public that the state of emergency, which had previously been declared, had come to an end except for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. So I want to repeat, the state of emergency for the mainland Grenada came to an end at 10 a.m. today, except for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, which remains in effect. It therefore means that all establishments, if they did not open today, we expect them to be open tomorrow. It means work resumes fully tomorrow, as was indicated by the Minister for Education. Students' holidays essentially have commenced, but teachers are expected to report to work until the official period for holiday is to commence, which would be on Friday. So students' holidays have commenced, but teachers and other administrators and support staff for schools, you're expected to return to work. We do appreciate that some schools are still being used as shelters, and so we expect that there would have to be some navigation there, but obviously the administrative offices and so on are not being used as shelters within the school, and so there should be no disruption to principals and teachers and staff being able to carry out their functions. We want to thank the principals and the teachers for the support during this period and for facilitating the use of schools as shelters. We still have, as I said, citizens in shelters. NADMA is continuing to provide support to them, and relief supplies are likely to continue in the coming days in instances where persons are not able to return to their homes, either because they have no homes or because the homes have been damaged. We will continue to provide the necessary support for citizens in these circumstances until such time as we are able to find more permanent solutions to the challenge of housing caused by the destruction wrought by Hurricane Beryl. We are aware that St. Patrick, St. Andrew, St. Mark, and St. John suffered much more damage than St. George. St. David suffered some damage as well, but not significant when compared to St. Patrick, for example. It is clear that agriculture has taken quite a battering. It is clear that many persons have lost their roofs. It is clear in some instances many people have lost their entire homes. But the destruction in Grenada, even in St. Patrick, which is extensive, is of almost no significance compared to the total destruction that Hurricane Beryl has brought to the islands of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I had the displeasure of flying over Carriacou today, and I want to take the opportunity to thank the Prime Minister of St. Lucia for facilitating the use of a helicopter from St. Lucia, which granted me access for the first time to Carriacou. That helicopter is still in Grenada, and tomorrow cabinet ministers will get the opportunity themselves to view firsthand the destruction caused by Hurricane Beryl in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Having seen it myself, there's really nothing that can prepare you to see this level of destruction. It is almost Armageddon-like, almost total damage or destruction of all buildings, whether they be public buildings, homes, or other private facilities. Complete devastation and destruction of agriculture. Complete and total destruction of the natural environment. There is literally no vegetation left anywhere on the island of Carriacou. The mangroves are totally destroyed. The boats and the marinas significantly damaged. There is almost complete destruction of the electrical grid system in Carriacou. the entire communication system is completely destroyed. As of this moment, communication is still a major problem. Although I visited Carriacou and spent about 2.5 hours there, I was not able to meet or even speak with the Honorable Tevin Andrews, MP for Carriacou, because of the challenges faced with communication. That continues to be a major challenge to us, and we are doing everything to try and get communication, at least some form of communication, back up as soon as possible. Notwithstanding this very dire picture, things have begun to move. This morning, a number of volunteers, showing the true Grenadian spirit, volunteered their time and their resources by providing their boats and fishing vessels with the help of volunteers and numerous relief supplies, including water, non-perishable goods, tarpaulins, etc., were loaded on boats and taken to Carriacou and taken to Petite Martinique for the first time to begin the relief effort to our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. I want to thank the many volunteers who volunteered their time, the many persons who dropped off supplies, and the boatmen who took their boats not requesting any payment, who used their own gasoline and diesel and their time to take these boats with the supplies to Carriacou and Petite Martinique in support of our brothers and sisters there. I want to take the opportunity to thank them. I expect many of them are going to continue to do so. And for the many volunteers who continue to show up to assist in this process, again, we say a heartfelt thank you. SVG Air, 2 flights left from Grenada to Carriacou today, and we expect that SVG Air will continue to provide support to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique in the next several coming days. The Osprey and the barge escaped the storm by going to Trinidad for safekeeping. With the kind compliments of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, relief supplies are also going to be placed on the Osprey, and we expect that as of tonight, they will journey from Trinidad up to Grenada and Carriacou to bring more relief to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. There is a CARICOM-wide regional effort to support our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petite Martinique and in the northern parts of Grenada who need relief. I want to take the opportunity to, again, to publicly thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for his tremendous efforts in helping the people of Grenada. Today, a relief plane, military plane from Guyana dropped relief supplies, and there is more to come on the weekend. So again, President Ali, thank you for your leadership, thank you for your empathy, and thank you for your generosity in supporting the people of Grenada. All of our CARICOM members have mobilized and are providing support through CDEMA or on a bilateral basis, including many of the governments within the OECS, Dominica, St. Lucia, I've already mentioned, St. Kitts and Nevis, Antigua. Our other partners, the United States, Venezuela, China, United Kingdom, have all indicated their support and have already begun to mobilize to assist us in this process. I want to take the opportunity again to publicly thank all of them for the tremendous support that they have been providing. It is going to be a mammoth task to rebuild Carriacou and Petite Martinique, but we are committed to doing so, and I want to say to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique that we are with you, we will continue to support you, we will continue to ensure that you can rise again from the ashes. The Ministry of Social and Community Development is standing by to provide psychosocial support to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. Obviously, because of the almost total destruction of housing on the island, we have to make the necessary accommodations to house persons who are going up to provide support, and we will be working on these in the several days ahead. The Cabinet of Grenada held an emergency meeting at 7 p.m. tonight, and we have taken a number of decisions coming out of that emergency meeting. The first is that we will launch a national cleanup campaign on mainland Grenada starting this Saturday. We are asking all citizens to come out, particularly in the northern parishes, and to ensure that we clean up the destruction, the damage, the debris, the fallen trees, the fallen shrubs, and other debris that has arisen as a result of the destruction brought by the hurricane. the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, and the Ministry of Infrastructure, together with volunteer groups, will lead this initiative. And so you should expect to hear more details on this on commencing tomorrow into Thursday and Friday. Grenada belongs to us. It is for us to ensure that we take the lead in beginning to clean up our environment and in beginning to restore normalcy to our various villages and constituencies. We know it is not something that will happen overnight, but we certainly believe that in the next, commencing on the weekend, that in the next week and a half to 2 weeks, we should be able to have a complete cleanup. The situation in Carriacou is significantly more challenging. And so we will have to establish a task force with our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and in Grenada to just address the cleanup situation in Carriacou alone. Enormous debris, enormous garbage, enormous wastage has arisen as a result of the hurricane, and we need to ensure that we have a detailed plan to address this situation. The Cabinet will also establish a task force to do a detailed assessment of the loss and damage that Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique has suffered in the areas of agriculture, fishing, housing, public buildings, private buildings, and public infrastructure, and the environment as a result of Hurricane Beryl. I want to stress that the environment has taken a severe battering as a result of this hurricane, not just the built infrastructure. We need to make sure that we record accurately the loss, the damage, and that we are able to quantify this because it has significant implications for the economy of Grenada, for the government's fiscal situation, and for some of our contractual obligations, liabilities, as well as benefits. As you are aware, Grenada does have a catastrophic risk insurance policy, so we need to be able to determine whether we have reached the threshold to claim under this policy. It has implications for our fiscal obligations as well as our debt liabilities. In fact, the Minister of Finance has already written to some of our multilateral partners to indicate that this catastrophic event has happened and to trigger our debt suspension clause in some of these agreements, given the fact that we will need significant resources just to clean up Grenada. The cleanup alone will run into the tens of millions of dollars. So we are also going to create a task force to treat with the impact of this significant catastrophic event on the current 2024 budget, the economy, and the government's fiscal situation. And we are going to create a task force to treat with coordinating relief efforts in conjunction with NADMA as it relates to our foreign partners. As you are aware, we have already begun to receive significant expressions of interest and support, and we want to make sure that we have a coordinated and centralized system for treating with this situation. The ministry which I chair, together with NADMA, will take the lead on this specific issue, and more details will be provided on this. As part of this, the Accountant General's Office will create a separate bank account, the details of which will be provided tomorrow, so that anyone wishing to donate towards the cleanup and rebuilding as well as relief efforts which have arisen as a result of this terrible hurricane will be able to do so. We want to be able to create a separate account for this so that we can, first of all, accurately record the contributions and donations that have been made, and so that we can account to it specifically in relation to the relief and rebuilding efforts. So more details on the account will be provided tomorrow. We also want to address the fact that this storm, this hurricane, is a direct result of the climate crisis that Grenada, the Caribbean, and other small island developing states are on the front line of. And so the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in conjunction with the Ministry of Environment, Climate Resilience, and Renewable Energy, will form a task force to address this issue and to bring it to the international community's attention to recognize that we demand and deserve climate justice. We are no longer prepared to accept that it is okay for us to constantly suffer significant, clearly demonstrated loss and damage arising from climatic events and be expected to rebuild, be expected to borrow, to rebuild year after year, while the countries that are responsible for creating the situation and exacerbating the situation sit idly by with platitudes and tokenism. Grenada's economy, Grenada's environment, both physically built and natural, has taken an enormous hit from this hurricane. It has put the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique light years behind, and they are required to pull themselves up by the bootstrap on their own. This is not right, it is not fair, it is not just, and so we will create a task force to champion this issue, to find the appropriate partners to continue championing this issue with, both within CARICOM, within the small island developing states space, and within the larger international community, including the United Nations. So I want to emphasize that while we are eternally grateful for all of the support that we receive from our partners, that justice must also be done. And Grenada is but one example of several Caribbean countries, year in, year out, which suffers this fate with no significant financial resources being made available to us to rebuild after we continue to suffer this type of enormous loss and damage. So I want to emphasize, we are only heading into day 2 after this terrible event. It will require a lot of work, a lot of commitment, a lot of support, and a lot of unity. And I call upon all of us as Grenadians to unite, to remain focused, to remain empathetic to each other as we climb our way, brick by brick, galvanize by galvanize, window by window, out of this awful ordeal. I express my profound gratitude again for all of the support that we have received and will continue to receive, and I pledge that we will remain united as we take on this task together. So thank you very much again for joining us, notwithstanding the late hour. We've always committed to keep you updated. We will continue to do so as and when the need arises, especially if there's any new information. I want to re-emphasize, this is just the beginning of the Atlantic hurricane season. It is just the beginning. And as you can see, Hurricane Beryl is barreling down on another Caribbean island. And we empathize and we hope that through prayers, the storm does not pass over another Caribbean island. Because we know what we've experienced in Grenada, we know what our brothers and sisters have experienced in Carriacou, and we do not wish it on anyone. So keep our brothers and sisters in our prayers. Let us hope they do not have to experience what we've just experienced. And we will continue to rally around our brothers and sisters in the region on this issue of climate change and climate justice. Thank you very much and have a great night.
Thank you, Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell. I want to say thank you so much for your hard work and your dedication to serving the people of Petit Martinique, Carriacou, and Grenada. Your hard work is truly exemplary, sir, and I thank you for being the humble servant of this tri-island state. I know we have 2 people who have raised their hands online. Mr. Turner, I see your hand, and you may proceed if you have a question or a comment. Who have raised their hands.
Yes, good evening, Prime Minister, and good evening to everyone else. Whitfield Turner from I-95.5 Trinidad and Tobago. I have 3 questions. I don't know if you'd like me to ask all at once or you'll take them one at a time. You can guide me.
You can ask all 3.
Very well. So my first question, as it relates to relief efforts, what's the status of the port at Carriacou? Will relief items be able to be shipped direct to Carriacou, or will they have to go through St. George's first? That's the first question. The second question, in terms of NGOs who might wish to come to Grenada to assist in the relief efforts, would they have to register, and what's the process for that? And my final question, given the issue of funding to fund the relief efforts, do you foresee the need for return to Parliament for a supplemental appropriation for the current fiscal year?
All right, thank you for the questions. I will take the last question first. Yes, we certainly expect that we will have to go back to Parliament for a supplementary budget. In fact, we think this crisis is going to, in a sense, completely upend our budget for 2024. As I said, just the cleanup efforts alone is going to run in the tens of millions of dollars. When I say the destruction in Carriacou is unimaginable, I mean just that. The island has been destroyed. We have to rebuild from the ground up. The airport is destroyed. The runway is there, but the entire building is destroyed. The port at Tyrrell Bay is badly damaged. The traditional port at Hillsborough, that is the port where supplies are coming through. But even prior to that, that port was already earmarked for a complete redoing. So in a sense, Beryl has probably accelerated the fact that we're going to have to build a new port. But it is functional, and it is the port that we are using to receive relief efforts. But I want to point out that if a boat wants to come to do relief effort, it has to check in with our port authorities at the Port of St. George first, and we will make, even if the final destination is Carriacou or Petit Martinique, because obviously we still need to maintain port security, we still need to maintain quarantine and health issues, and we still need to maintain national security. So if a boat is coming for relief efforts, it has to check in at Port St. George first, and then it can proceed to Carriacou or Petit Martinique if that's the final destination. If an NGO wants to do relief work in Grenada, yes, it's welcome. However, it will have to register with NADMA, and it will have to register with the Ministry for National Disaster Coordination, as well as it may be required to register, depending on the nature of the NGO, as a non-profit organization under our Companies Act in Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are at St. George, Grenada, as Hurricane Beryl is responsible for at least 6 deaths. That was last count, what being reported at this hour. On the right side of your screen, a live look at our XRAD system. That top box says Hurricane Beryl targets Jamaica at this hour. Another headline we're following is the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war. That bottom box, a live look there in Coney Island, Gaza, as evacuations are underway amid Israeli Defense Forces announcing another invasion. Now at 8:31 here on the East Coast, we're about to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning to your latest sports headlines, taking a close look at Wimbledon with USA Today columnist Dan Wolken. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Wednesday morning headlines, we turn now to sports headlines as several matchups are expected today at Wimbledon. The most enticing matchup might very well be Sinner against 2021 runner-up Berrettini. It's one of the very best grass court players around these days, and it'll certainly be the match Italians are most interested in. Meanwhile, other players are scheduled for day 3 action. They include Carlos Alcaraz, Daniil Medvedev, Coco Gauff, and Naomi Osaka. Joining us live this morning to further discuss, none other than USA Today columnist Daniel Wolken. Daniel, good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now.
Hey, no problem.
So it's an exciting time in tennis. For those who don't really understand Wimbledon, explain what they can see the importance of these matchups, please.
Well, there's only 4 Grand Slams. Those are the most important tournaments of the year. Everyone in tennis kind of builds their calendar around those 4. And among them, Wimbledon is the one that kind of stands atop the perch because it's got the most tradition. It's got the most history. Interestingly, you know, grass court tennis is not something that's widely played anymore around the world. Back originally, that was how the sport was played when it was invented. In the 1800s was on the grass. Lawn tennis is what it was called. But you know, over time, it's more on hard courts, it's more on clay courts. So Wimbledon is sort of this very small slice of the season where they play on grass. It's a totally different surface. It's a strange kind of game for people to play tennis. The ball doesn't really bounce very high. The movement's different. It's kind of slick and slippery. And it's just unique, but the players all love it. It's just got that unbelievable feel. If you've ever been to Wimbledon, it's just got this sort of very British formality to it, and it's just a standout event on the calendar. So this is the time of year everybody in tennis loves to go over to London, play on the grass courts, and it's just such a prestigious title that everybody wants to win, and you end up getting great tennis for these 2 weeks.
Absolutely. It's so exhilarating to watch the back and forth and the athleticism. I don't even try to imagine that I could do something. I probably trip over my own shoestrings out there. I actually gave some of the names going into this interview, some of the big names that we can expect to see today. I want to ask you, with your expertise, what are some of the matchups you're most excited to see, and what are some where we can truly see athleticism with tennis at its best?
Well, listen, this is early in the tournament. It's only the second round. There's actually still some first round matches that are being played because it's been raining there. So they've had some starts and stops that they haven't been able to get every match in on schedule. But you mentioned Sinner, Berrettini. Jannik Sinner is the #1 player in the world right now in the rankings. He won the Australian Open this year. He's a young 21-year-old guy who's really poised to be among the best players in the sport for the next decade. And yeah, he got a very tough second round matchup today with Matteo Berrettini, another Italian player who has made a Wimbledon final. His record on grass over the course of several years is really excellent. He's not seeded because he's been battling injuries for the last couple years, so his ranking has slipped. He's kind of one of those guys that if you're a seeded player, if you're Sinner, if you're Carlos Alcaraz, if you're Novak Djokovic, you didn't want to see him in your section of the draw, but he ends up playing Sinner. There's going to be some big hitting in this match. I mean, this is 2 guys who can really bomb it with the forehand. Berrettini's got a big serve. That's kind of been his recipe to success at Wimbledon in the past. So yeah, this is going to be about the hardest hitting matchup you're going to find in the entire tournament. Both of those guys they really go after the ball, and it's really fun to watch.
When we look at women who are shining within this sport, obviously the names that come to mind, Coco Gauff, Naomi Osaka, I want to ask you, what do you think about their performances? What are you most excited about with their performances this season?
Well, 2 players in very different circumstances. Coco Gauff has been one of the best players in the world for the past year, but really took it up a notch last summer. It was actually after Wimbledon. She lost in the first round, made some changes to her coaching team, and then came back to the United States and had this unbelievable summer on the hard courts that led to her winning the U.S. Open, her first Grand Slam title. And now she's #2 in the world. She's the #2 seed here. She's got a very good draw, and she's a good player on grass. It maybe isn't her best surface, but she's shown enough competence on grass that she's a very real threat to win the title. Osaka, a different situation. She was off the tour for a year, having a child. Even before that, she was struggling with mental health. She just didn't really, she didn't really know kind of what she wanted out of tennis, out of life. She was just sort of wandering a little bit. But, she's made this comeback. She's very focused, but she's done it in sort of a slow, steady way. She just got back in the top 100 in the rankings. And she talked about how she's even more proud to do it this time than she did it the first time. This is somebody with 4 Grand Slam titles who was #1 in the world, talking about how thrilled she is to just be back in the top 100. She's not really a threat, I don't think, to win this title. Grass has never been her thing. She's just looking for building blocks. Win a match here, win a match there, try to build back some confidence, some ranking points. I think for her, when this thing goes back to the North American hardcourt season and the U.S. Open, she could be a real threat if she's playing well. But for right now, she's just sort of, trying to build some momentum, some confidence, and just get some wins. She won her first round match. She's got a chance to win another match or two. But those are two players in just different situations. Coco, a real threat to win the title. Osaka, just kind of slowly building back to maybe try to get back where she was a few years ago.
USA Today columnist Dan Wolk, and truly a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox. We thoroughly appreciate your candidness, your expertise, and your perspective as many people are looking ahead to the anticipated matches today. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Well, it's just an interesting tournament. Novak Djokovic, obviously the leader all-time in Grand Slam singles titles, just had knee surgery a few weeks ago, rushed to try to come back for Wimbledon. He played his first round match, didn't really seem to have any issues, but the competition for him early in the tournament, not so good. He's probably going to advance to the second week, and then we'll be able to test that knee. But he's trying to look for a 7th Wimbledon title. It'll be interesting to see if he's going to be able to do that.
Dan, thank you so much again for joining us. All things Wimbledon this morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you this Wednesday morning. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with your headlines of the day, we'll be actually heading out to Cape Cod, checking in with one of our Fox News correspondents, learning more about that July 4th holiday travel. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your headlines this Wednesday morning, travel could reach never-before-seen numbers this week. AAA says nearly 71 million people are expected to fly or drive for the 4th of July. Fox's Kaylee Schuyler joining us live from Cape Cod, Massachusetts with the very latest details this morning. Kaylee, good morning to you.
Good morning, Janae. Well, it seems like every holiday we've had so far this year, there has been record-breaking travel, and the 4th is no different. A travel website, The Points Guy, says there's still pent-up demand from COVID and that travel companies are having good summer deals. And you can see this bridge back here behind me. This is really the only way to drive onto Cape Cod. So people are going to be cramming in, and people who are already here and who live here say things are picking up.
Traffic coming in on the way. But on our way we're staying in a hotel in Hyannis, so on our way from Hyannis to Sandwich, there's a little bit of traffic.
We've seen a strong pickup of tourists, although Sandwich is less of a seasonal community than other communities around. The restaurants all seem busy, the weather's getting better, so I have every reason to believe the travel is picking up and there's a lot of people coming to the Cape.
More than 60 million people will drive this week for the holiday, and that's nearly 3 million more drivers compared to last year and more than 5 million from 2019. The number of people flying is also expected to set a new record. AAA says more than 5 million people will fly for the holiday, and that's an increase of nearly 7% compared to last year and a 12% increase over 2019. But the Points Guy says it's not just the 4th of July breaking records, it's a record-breaking summer.
Summer Olympics. You've got the Taylor Swift concert, which is going on in Europe. A lot of Americans are traveling to Europe.
AAA says that the worst times to drive are going to be this afternoon and then next Monday during rush hour traffic. Back to you.
All right, Kaylee Schuyler there. We always appreciate you joining us bright and early here on Live Now from Fox. And I feel like throughout the morning, as we've been reporting on this record-breaking travel, the one tip people are sharing is pack your patience, because as we all know, those lines can get pretty lengthy. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now, Kaylee. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And as we continue with holiday coverage here on Live Now, a quick reminder for you this morning, be sure to join Live Now from Fox this Thursday at 8 p.m. Eastern Time as we continue to bring you coverage. That live coverage is presented by Gunner Roofing. If you're one of those people like myself who enjoys those spectacular fireworks shows, you can get them from all across America right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:47 here on the East Coast, going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We continue with breaking news headlines and top stories this Wednesday morning, giving you a live look at our XRAD system here at 8:50 on the East Coast as all eyes are on Hurricane Beryl as the powerful storm sets its sights on Jamaica. Fox News correspondent Chanley Painter giving us a closer look at the direct and indirect damage, plus the safety tips forecasters say those in any hurricane-prone region should know.
Hurricane Beryl continues barreling onward, but while forecasters predict it will keep weakening over time, they warn the system is still expected to trigger life-threatening storm surge and winds across Jamaica on Wednesday. On Monday, Beryl was the earliest storm to turn into a Category 5 hurricane in the Atlantic. It clocked in with peak wind speeds of 165 miles per hour on Tuesday. Beryl then weakened into a Category 4 storm as it brought death and destruction across several islands in the Caribbean, like in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
It's in a mess. It's in a mess.
Parts of Venezuela, meanwhile, are also reeling from flooding brought on by heavy rainfall from Beryl.
Everyone here lost everything. Many houses have collapsed. Many children were injured. People are without water, and we have no electricity right now.
Forecasters say Beryl could threaten parts of the Gulf Coast from Texas to Mexico next week.
Tropical storms are forming a lot earlier than it usually does. So because of that, emergency management officials are saying to get ready a lot sooner.
And say it's always critical to make safety preparations before storms get too close.
That includes having an emergency kit, so having medical items and medical tools and medicine that you would need ahead of time, along with having non-perishables, having gas, having water, about a gallon per person and per day for about 7 days.
Safety experts also say if you live in an evacuation zone, you should have an escape plan ready in case you're ordered to leave. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
Chanley, thank you so much. And as all eyes are on Hurricane Beryl with the storm setting sights on Jamaica, giving you a live look there, Kingston, Jamaica, now at 8:52 here on the East Coast. And just look at the waterways there, the heavy currents, also the waves crashing at this hour, just kind of putting things into perspective of how severe this storm is. Already reports of at least 6 people dead from Hurricane Beryl. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your breaking news headlines, I want to give you another live look at our XRAD system so you can see the path of Hurricane Beryl as it continues to head towards Jamaica. Right now, I want to play out the latest press briefing out of Miami, Florida from the National Hurricane Center. Also pop up some boxes on your screen, putting all of this into perspective.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's just after 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, July 2nd, coming on with an update on the latest on extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Beryl, continuing to move very quickly west-northwestward across the Caribbean Sea. You can see the eye of Beryl on satellite imagery, currently located to the south of the Dominican Republic, about 420 miles to the east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica, moving to the west-northwest at 22 miles per hour. So very quickly moving towards Jamaica. We're seeing rain bands and tropical storm force winds spreading across southern portions of Hispaniola, expecting flooding rainfall there. Very concerned about the potential for a direct landfall or direct impacts from the core of a major hurricane on Jamaica tomorrow, with bringing multiple life-threatening hazards, devastating winds in the core of a major hurricane, life-threatening storm surge, as well as life-threatening flash flooding from heavy rainfall. Beryl is still a very powerful Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of around 155 miles per hour this afternoon. You can still see the eye evident in satellite imagery. The good news is that Beryl has begun weakening a little bit, but those peak winds are only going to come down very slowly over the next couple of days, and we're still expecting Beryl to be a powerful major hurricane when it reaches Jamaica tomorrow. So we have hurricane warnings in place for Jamaica, now hurricane warnings issued for the Cayman Islands, tropical storm warnings for southern portions of Hispaniola, and a hurricane watch for the south coast of Haiti. Beryl is going to continue moving west-northwestward across the northwestern Caribbean, still remaining a hurricane as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico on Thursday night and Friday, and then moving into the southern Gulf of Mexico. And we'll talk a little bit more about the extended range of the forecast out into the weekend and early next week in just a minute. In terms of the timing of arrival of those tropical storm force winds, when you need to be ready by, in Jamaica, it's going to be in the early morning hours tomorrow morning. So this is your last few hours to complete those preparations. Follow any guidance or evacuation orders you've been given by local officials. We could see the potential, obviously, of the core of a major hurricane, Category 3 potentially, or Category 4, moving across Jamaica with the potential for devastating to catastrophic wind damage, widespread damage to homes, roofs, trees, power lines, infrastructure damage. It could bring widespread power outages. And there's the potential for storm surge of 5 to 8 feet above normal tide levels near and along the coast of Jamaica, near and to the right of where the center passes by. So that means in places like Kingston, elsewhere on the south coast, bays and harbors could see not just a storm surge above normal tide levels, but potentially devastating wave action on top of that storm surge, creating a life-threatening situation as well. On the rainfall front, we are looking at the potential for 4 to 8 inches of widespread rainfall across Jamaica, with isolated locations picking up as much as a foot of rain. We could also see a foot of rainfall in isolated locations in portions of southwestern Haiti, and up to 8 to 10 inches in portions of the southern Dominican Republic. So widespread heavy rainfall, especially in mountainous areas, and rainfall flooding has the potential to kill large numbers of people across the Caribbean, especially in those mountainous areas. So again, multiple life-threatening hazards, especially in Jamaica, where we could see the core of the major hurricane move through tomorrow, the life-threatening storm surge and the life-threatening flooding from heavy rainfall. So let's back out and look at a little more of the longer-term forecast. As we mentioned, we expect Beryl to approach the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico, Belize perhaps late Thursday night and Friday, and then move across the Yucatan and into the western Gulf of Mexico over the weekend. With a slowing of the forward speed as the steering currents weaken a little bit, there's more uncertainty in the track forecast of Beryl out at this portion of the time period. We could see a more westward motion into northeastern Mexico, more of a northward turn up towards the Texas coast. So everybody in these areas is going to want to watch and see how the forecast evolves over the next few days. We'll also have a better handle on the intensity forecast once we get Beryl past Jamaica, see how much it interacts with the landmass there, see how it interacts with the increasing vertical wind shear and a less favorable atmospheric environment over the northwestern portion of the Caribbean Sea. But we could still be looking at least a strong tropical storm moving into the Gulf of Mexico. If the center moves a little farther north, spends a little less time over the Yucatan, could see a stronger system. So a lot of uncertainty in play here, and a lot of different factors we're going to watch evolve over the next several days. But for looking at the timing of the arrival of those tropical storm force winds farther west in the Cayman Islands, we would be looking at Wednesday night, and then in the Yucatan Peninsula Thursday evening, and then along the western Gulf of Mexico coastline would be Saturday into Saturday evening. So again, the potential for widespread impacts with Beryl, dangerous major hurricane moving across the Caribbean Sea. And again, a reminder, just looking back at the key messages, we're expecting devastating hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge.
Okay, so thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. This is raw. This is unedited. As you can see, a couple of shots have now disappeared from our live feed. However, the UN Humanitarian Affairs is meeting right now to discuss delivery of aid in Gaza, and we do want to head there live right now. So let's listen in.
Buenos días. Morning, morning. All right. This requires me getting up. What? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not.
So this is the very start of the UN Humanitarian Affairs talking about the Gaza aid delivery. And you can see that this is just getting underway. We did want to bring you the very latest out of the Middle East. This is a live look at Khan Yunis as evacuations continue there. We are also getting the very latest as the deputy leader of the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah says it will stop its attacks on Israel. The only sure path to a ceasefire on the Lebanon-Israel border, that is a ceasefire, they said, in Gaza. Hezbollah's participation in the Israel-Hamas war has been as a, quote, support front for its ally, Hamas. That is according to the deputy leader. And, quote, if the war stops, this military support will no longer exist. But he said if Israel scales back its military operations without a former ceasefire agreement and full withdrawal from Gaza, the implications for the Lebanon-Israel border conflict are less clear. Meanwhile, an Israeli airstrike killed a prominent Palestinian doctor and 8 members of his extended family on Tuesday after they complied with military orders to evacuate their home and moved to an Israeli designated safe zone. This comes following the Israeli army ordering a mass evacuation of Palestinians from much of Khan Yunis on Monday. And you are taking a live look at Khan Yunis right there on your screen. The order suggests that Khan Yunis will be the latest target of Israel's raids into parts of Gaza it had previously invaded in the war as it pursues regrouping Hamas militants. I do want to bring in Heather Johnston, who is the CEO of U.S.-Israel Education Association, to talk more on this. And Heather, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Great to be with you, Stephanie.
So I did want to start with the very latest with Hezbollah saying that it will stop its attacks on Israel if Israel agrees to a full ceasefire with Hamas. What do you make of this statement?
Well, I think it's been that way from the beginning. The whole idea of Hezbollah raining rockets down on Israel was to provide sort of that support on the northern border, causing Israel to have to deal with 2 fronts. For sure. And I think that was the aim from the beginning, and it's the aim to the end.
So let's talk about the ceasefire itself. It seems further and further likely that it will happen. What can you share with us on that?
Well, I think it's yet to be seen because you've got Hamas, who really is unwilling to give up the hostages. That's part of their strategy, is holding those hostages and being able to emerge as an organization intact. So I think that's yet to be seen, Stephanie. But I also think that with the military pressure on Hamas, and now things are really getting more and more difficult, and they're being forced into sort of becoming a guerrilla force. Things are really.
Israel has also ordered the evacuation of much of Khan Yunis as it prepares for a likely ground offensive. I'm curious, again, we don't know exactly when this ground offensive will happen, but how might this potential offensive differ than the previous one?
Well, you've got a lot of infrastructure, both in Rafah City, where they've been really trying to deal not just with, killing 900, leaders of Hamas, but also they're dealing with the infrastructure. Rafah not being, Israel being very unwilling to leave infrastructure. That is tunnels in Rafah as it borders the Philadelphia corridor. I think Khan Yunis they're reoccupying. In other words, there's been resistance pockets there. They've already been into Khan Yunis, and so they're going back in to deal with resistance pockets based on intelligence.
We have seen Israel now really on several fronts with Hamas, with Hezbollah. As we look down the line, what do you anticipate happening? What are you particularly focused on as we take a look ahead?
Well, I think that we need to really understand that the IDF has had great success so far. If you can imagine, since October 7th, they've been able to take down approximately 16,000 Hamas terrorist operatives, leaders of Hamas and their brigades. They have critically wounded Hamas already. And so that has been an aim of the war, to remove Hamas from their military governance over the occupation of Gaza, over the Palestinian people, and they're not going to stop short of that war aim. And so I think that's what we're going to see in the weeks ahead. As it gets a little bit more and more dull to watch war, Israel has to complete this war. And so I believe that's what we're going to see. They're going to move back. They're trying to create an east to west corridor where they split Gaza into 2. They are going to succeed at that in the next couple of weeks as they look to wind down the major military operations and move more toward intelligence raids. And I think that's what we're going to be seeing in the next few weeks, Stephanie.
There had been previous discussions as to what post-war Gaza will look like, who is to govern this region. We haven't heard of any new discussions in the recent weeks. What is the very latest on that?
Well, I think that there's a reason they're kind of holding that rather secretively, but it has been said in the past by Prime Minister Netanyahu and his IDF leadership that they will likely use Palestinian clan leaders to take on different areas of Gaza because they all live in certain corridors of Gaza. They're separated by clans and families. And so I think they're looking for those that have not been involved in the Hamas, terrorist organization, they would look to cooperate with those clans. And then I think they haven't been able to unveil yet if they're going to bring in the Palestinian Authority on any of that.
Heather, before we let you go, is there anything else in particular that you are keeping a very close eye on?
Well, yes, Stephanie, I think we have to keep our eyes on the north, that Lebanon border, that incredible rain of fire coming in on Israel. It's yet to be determined whether as Israel lowers their major operations, if Hezbollah also will lower their operations. In other words, tit for tat. And I think that's the danger right now. It's a bit of a tinderbox and could explode into a regional Middle Eastern war if things continue to heat up there. And that's where we need to focus at this point as well.
And before I let you go, it's interesting because there is a lot of concern as to whether a larger conflict, a larger war will actually occur, especially with these increased number of attacks between Israel and Hezbollah. From your perspective as the CEO of U.S. Israel Education Association, where do you feel the United States fits in? What role should the U.S. play on this worldwide stage as this conflict continues?
We need to back the Israeli government, and we need to back the Israeli Defense Forces, and we need to be providing them everything they need for best conditions on the ground. That is the munitions, everything they need should they go to war with Hezbollah. And I think that's what's being negotiated between our two governments, is getting more munitions and everything that Israel needs for best conditions on the ground. They have the manpower. They have what it takes to go do these two wars and to successfully defeat Hezbollah and successfully defeat Hamas. But best conditions are ideal. So they need the replacement of munitions in order to do that.
All right, Heather, thank you so much for taking the time to join us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie.
And you are watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 9:12 Eastern, 6:12 Pacific. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. On the other end, we are going to continue to listen in live as the UN Humanitarian Affairs is discussing the ongoing crisis in Gaza as it relates to aid delivery. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. We will be heading back to the UN Humanitarian Affairs as they are discussing aid delivery in Gaza as the war rages on. But first, I did want to give you an update on Hurricane Beryl. This is a live look at our X-RAD radar. As you can see, the track of the storm, and it is expected to impact perhaps parts of Texas in a number of days. But right now, Beryl has weakened to a Category 4 hurricane as the storm continues to spin across the Caribbean Sea with Jamaica and the Cayman Islands in its path. That is expected to happen today. This is a live look at Jamaica right now, and you can see that the skies and the seas are relatively calm. But as they say, this is the calm before the storm, and we have been hearing from the Prime Minister of Jamaica urging residents to prepare ahead of this still very powerful Category 4 storm. It's the next move for Hurricane Beryl after the storm made landfall Monday in Grenada as a powerful high-end Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles an hour. At least 6 people were killed across the region, and government officials on several islands are worried that number could rise as surveys are conducted. Now, Hurricane Beryl continues to make its way closer to Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. Residents, they are really working to complete last-minute preps while truly praying that the hurricane actually passes farther south and spares the region. The storm just hours away, and you are taking a live look at Jamaica right there. It does appear that the island will feel truly the full impacts of the storm as the eye could scrape or pass just south of the island. Whether Jamaica takes a direct hit or not, government officials say that they are ready to respond to potential disaster. And coming up in just about 25 minutes, we are going to be speaking live with Michael Brennan, who is the director with the National Hurricane Center, on the very latest with Beryl, as we have been checking in with him here on Live Now from Fox on a daily basis to give us the very latest. That is going to be at 9:45 a.m. Eastern time, so in less than 30 minutes. Meantime, as we did say, we are going to continue to listen in as the UN Humanitarian Affairs talks about aid delivery in Gaza. Let's once again listen in.
Something is happening. What we've seen is the Rafah operation progressively move toward the sea and progressively approach the safe zone, again, the unilaterally declared safe zone, and fighting has been happening there. And of course, this is carrying people out, and many have packed the little belongings that they had to move. Others look at us and see if we're still there. It means that they maybe are safe staying there. We calculate that around our area there were probably 80,000 people, and colleagues were telling me that they were estimating that 20%, 25% of the people around our offices have been moving, while others are still hanging in there because they know that there is not much space to move to. This war has also been and continues to be characterized by several obstructions. Of course, it continued generating more pain and suffering and more humanitarian needs. You know, people need water, food, shelter, healthcare, hygiene, protection, and we struggle to deliver this. There has been in the recent days, our USG, as Mr. Griffith has repeated again, we are there to stay and deliver and to help people. But delivering for us is a daily struggle. Literally, we have to, make gigantic efforts to sustain some lifelining of our services. The delivery of fuel. One thing, fuel is why would that be so important? But fuel allows hospitals to continue providing services, life-saving, life-sustaining services in hospitals. Fuel allows water to be, desalinized and provide basically drinking water to people. Fuel allows us to move food around and bring to the multiple number of NGOs that are, cooking in tequillas and offering food and meals to people that is desperate in need. Just like the displaced people, our monitoring operation are subject to continuously reset. Before the war, our humanitarian hub was in Gaza City in the north. Then you might remember the night between the 11th and 12th of October, in the middle of the night, the Israeli Authority ordered us to abandon those facilities and move south. We had to comply to protect the lives of our staff, leaving behind warehouse supplies, vehicles, equipment, and bring with us whatever we could, grabbing those things, in between bombardment that was unfolding all around. We left with a feeling of guilt because we knew that we were leaving behind civilians. And since then, we have been quite determined to, not being pushed every time by the conditions to move, unless really the safety comes into line. And in that case, of course, we have to make sure that our colleagues stay safe. But we really need to draw a line of, enough for the people, enough for this war that keeps on tearing apart the life of people. We were forced to reestablish our entire humanitarian mechanism from scratch in the south, identify new facilities, finding new staff, or helping our colleagues to come back to work because they were all traumatized, all had lost, their homes, many had lost their family members, and it was a difficult journey. And we did it. But then again, was the part of the operation at some point were based on Khan Yunis and then Rafah, and then Khan Yunis operation came in. And again, we had to reinvent our footprint and our operations. And today, our hub was in Rafah. Again, is gone. And they're, the military operation are pushing again and flipping again completely the table. In the last weeks, we have been discussing a lot with the Israeli and the humanitarian community how to resume our ability to bring assistance in from Khan Abu Salem, so inside Gaza, and distribute throughout the Strip. And we have been engineering a lot of solutions and trying and testing, improving and failing at times. And now with this evacuation order, all this has been again wiped out. By the way, as of yesterday, with the Monday evacuation order, the Gaza European hospital has been impacted. Yesterday, we were busy in evacuating the patients remaining in the Gaza hospitals. But in the meantime, many, including patients, doctors, nurses, staff, have left already on Monday. And then late in the evening, the Israelis said, but we did not intend to evacuate the hospital or ask the evacuation of the hospitals. But first of all, they didn't tell us, they didn't communicate this to people. But then when they told us, people have the memories of what has happened in Shifa, in Nasser, in other hospitals, where, doctors and patients and nurses were, once the hospital was invaded by the IDF, they were arrested, interrogated. Some of them then were found days after into mass graves. So people is fear. The fear is dominant, and so people have left. And with the loss of the European Gaza Hospital, we lost one of the last hospitals that has some fundamental services. It had the last CT scan available, fully functioning, was in that hospital. This is gone. Will we be able to reestablish somewhere something similar? I hope so. But again, we have to restart, and we have to, in a very challenging environment. Some of the concrete other obstructions that I think is important to mention. Electricity and fuel. Israeli authority, if you remember, they cut off electricity in October. And since then, of course, there has not been electricity. So electricity is fundamentally provided and solely provided by either solar panels, but that works only during the day because there are not many batteries left, or fuel through generators. But fuel import, as you remember, also has been initially banned and now heavily controlled. But even to import that, we need a functioning Kerem Shalom, Kerem Abu Salem, and an ability to bring then the fuel where it is needed. It's just not to let him in. It's also allowing this fuel to be distributed where it is needed. Without power, water becomes scarce, bakeries cannot operate, baby incubators are turned off in hospitals, and ambulances remain grounded. Not to mention the fact that many ambulances, unfortunately, have been hit during this 9 months of war. Safety and access has been always a concern for us, for our staff, for our personnel, and for the civilians that are caught in the fighting. Nowhere and no one is safe in Gaza. We keep on saying this. We have seen over and over, military operation and bombardment happening also in the heart of the humanitarian safe zone unilaterally declared by Israel. 274 workers and volunteers, our colleagues, my colleagues, have been killed so far. And many of them were killed on duty. Others were killed at home with their families and their family members. They risk their life every day. And there is no humanitarian installation that has been, or very rare humanitarian installation that have been spared when the front line moves. So despite our effort of notifying those locations, the reality of the battle on the ground it is frequently those places are hit. You have seen the incidents affecting WFP, UNRWA many times, and other NGO colleagues and other NGO entities. The insecurity of humanitarian workers is closely related to and unfortunately accompanied by those campaigns that call aid organization to question for inability to deliver. We have a dialogue with Israeli daily, literally multiple times actually, and we explain our challenges. We try to find solutions. We work out, understanding that, of course, war is war, and it might have its logic and its objectives. But humanitarian assistance is an obligation that all the parties have to respect, Israeli and other armed groups, and we keep on calling them all to help us to deliver the assistance that is so dearly needed desperately needed to Palestinians. Humanitarian locations and movement are of course an effort. We do a lot of effort to notify to the fighting parties in order to protect them, but also protect our colleagues, but also because it's a way for the parties to fulfill their obligations. Our role is helping the parties to fulfill their obligations. And so I really hope that we can, continue this dialogue, building more trust among the parties in order to be able to serve people, because the condition of people are degrading day by day. You have seen the recent integrated phase classification that is, fundamentally telling us that 96% of the population in Gaza, 96%, is from emergency food insecurity or catastrophic food insecurity status. This is simply unacceptable. We need to move the dial on this. And this is not only about bringing food. It is about health. It is about water. It is about sanitation. We have a growing problem of sanitation. We cannot pick up garbage and bring it to the landfill because the landfill are not accessible. And we keep on insisting day in, day out. Finally, the last point, and I wrap up. We have made an appeal for 3.4 billion for the response in Gaza. As of now, we have only 35% covered. And you might tell me, but you're describing so many challenges to deliver, so why would you appeal for more money? The reality is that if we will be able to reach the situation where a ceasefire will be called or even opposed, we will not be able to scale up our operation to the level necessary unless those resources are mobilized. So it is absolutely important to invest and mobilize those resources now to make sure that when this will happen, we'll be able to scale up. And in the meantime, we'll spare no effort day in, day out to increase our ability to deliver, stay and remain and protect the civilians. Thank you for the time you have given.
Thank you very much, Edie.
We are continuing to listen in to the UN Humanitarian Affairs as they are discussing Gaza aid delivery. You are watching Live Now from Fox, and I do have a programming note that I want to let you to know about. This is, of course, going to be the day before July 4th. Tomorrow, I am so excited to share with you that we have live coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Fireworks across America, sponsored by Gunner Roofing. We are going to have cameras all across the United States. We are going to be showcasing festivals, parades, fireworks, celebrations from all over our nation as we celebrate America's birth. And this is truly a wonderful celebration that we invite you to join us celebrating right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back with more on the UN as they discuss humanitarian aid deliveries in Gaza. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And before we head back to the UN Human Affairs talking about aid delivery in Gaza, I wanted to share this with you. Take a look. These are different cameras that are rotating with live looks from around Jamaica as it is preparing for Hurricane Beryl. And you can see already there is a lot of water right there. This camera right there, of course, is panning to different resorts. But I wanted to share this with you because it truly is interesting. These are live looks at various locations in Jamaica, of course, as Hurricane Beryl approaches. It is on track to really start impacting the island nation today. People on the island, they are really scrambling to make preparations after this powerful storm killed at least 6 people. And caused significant damage in the southeast Caribbean. So this is what they are preparing for. You can see some stormy skies right there, at least from this vantage point in this live look of Jamaica. We are going to be speaking with the director of the National Hurricane Center in just about 10 minutes, Michael Brennan, to share more as not only Jamaica prepares, but the Cayman Islands also preparing for the impact later on today. Beryl now downgraded to a Category 4 storm, still incredibly powerful, but the winds have lessened since yesterday, as it was a Category 5 storm at that point. All right, we are going to head back to the UN as they continue to discuss aid delivery in Gaza. We're once again listen in to that discussion.
But you understand that the real problem is a political problem. There is no logistical solution to a political problem, which resonates with the lack of law and order. And that's something that the parties have to be engaged further. Thank you.
Thank you. Maggie, then Mike, then Michelle. Then we'll...
Andrea, it's Margaret Bashir with VOA. Thank you so much for sharing your precious time with us today. Just some more follow-ups, please. Al-Mawasi, how many people can it feasibly accommodate in that area, and how many do you estimate are there? You gave a figure of 80,000, but I'm not quite sure if that's Al-Mawasi or not. And then the people who are moving from the new evacuation zones towards the coast, are the IDF on those roads? Are we seeing people being detained or arrested, men being pulled out of those groups of families that are moving? Because we've seen that in previous evacuations, so I just wanted to find out what's going on with this one. And are the humanitarians present on the road to hand out water, to give out high-energy biscuits, to assist people that are on the move? Thank you.
So, the Mawasi area that I was referring to is the Mawasi area in Rafah. So it's really the southern, north-southern part, and that's where we were estimating that we had, 80,000 remaining people. The Mawasi area expand into Khan Yunis and Derbala, and that's the area where, as I said earlier, the original intentions declared by the government of Israel was to concentrate all the civilian population and consider that a safe area. Now, 2 elements. I think that in the south now we estimate roughly, given the numbers that I gave you before, that around 1.8 million people are in the southern part. And the majority of those today are concentrated in Derbala city and the Mawasi area. Now, it's very difficult for me to tell you how many are exactly in the Mawasi area as per the definition of the Israeli. What I can tell you is that it's by far overcrowded. There is no moment in the day where you can drive through that area or move in that area without finding thousands and thousands of people that are on the streets, and there are a lot of small activities going on. There is markets mushrooming, trying to sell the little things that enter into the street, but is by far overwhelmed and most importantly lack the basic services. We did not see yet ground troops on the ground. We had the likes that you were referring at it before, because the episode you had in mind where when the troops were already on the ground, at least in the area that has been object of the evacuation order issue on Monday afternoon. Where we saw troops on the ground was in the southern part of Mawasi, in Rafah Mawasi, and is part of the Rafah operations. We have not been witnessing any kind of checkpoint because, or situations where men have been separated from women and screened and like that. That has not, to my knowledge, been reported, because it was more an engagement with the militants on the ground in the same area, and was tit for tat and battle fought between those groups.
Thank you. Mike, and then Michelle.
Thanks, Steph. Thank you, sir, for doing this briefing. It's appreciated. I wanted to clarify, you said toward the top that approximately 110,000 Gazans have exited the enclave. Can you give a little bit more detail as to by what method they've done so, where they've gone, for what specific reasons they were able to get out? And on a broader note, forgive me if I'm wrong, I hadn't heard Hamas mentioned as of yet. There's obviously this huge argument going on as to whose responsibility falls under, whose purview. Where does Israel's responsibility in terms of the deliverance of humanitarian aid end, and where does Hamas's begin? Can you kind of clarify where that line is? Thank you.
You're muted.
Sorry. The 110,000 are Gazawi that have left the Strip basically since end of October, beginning of November, until the Rafah operation has started in early May, in the 7th of. Some, if you remember at the beginning, the exit was there were still authorities at the crossing, and so there was not clarity about the methods to cross, if they were paying or not, basically. And then the more and more there has been a movement of people that has been basically paying out their way. There was a facilitated, there wasn't a company that was facilitating these exits. And this number, as I said, have been reported by the crossing authorities, combining the information with the Egyptian side. So where their whereabouts, some have remained in Egypt and some have left Egypt. It's not my office responsibility and prerogative to follow that flows, and so I cannot tell you exactly how they've been moving and how many are remaining in Egypt. If you have listened to me with the Hamas question, if you have listened to me carefully, I am always saying the parties, because I think that all the parties have a responsibility to meet the fundamental responsibility of protecting civilians. Of course, the parties have not the same. That you cannot equate them. The strength and the means of the forces on the ground are very different. But of course, both contributed to the suffering and the pain we have seen on the ground. And we constantly call them all.
We are continuing to listen in as the UN Humanitarian Affairs is discussing a delivery of aid in Gaza. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break. After that, we continue to follow the trek of Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. We're going to be speaking with the director of the National Hurricane Center, Michael Brennan, on the very latest of that. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we are sharing with you live looks from different areas of Jamaica as the island nation is preparing ahead of a Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. For more on that, we want to head to Michael Brennan, who is the director of the National Hurricane Center, for more on the very latest. Michael, what's the latest in the path of Beryl?
Yeah, well, Beryl right now is centered just about 100 miles to the southeast of Kingston now, moving quickly to the west-northwest. But that's the center of the storm, and you can already see showers and thunderstorms, rain moving on to the coast of Jamaica. Data from the aircraft suggests we've got tropical storm conditions now nearing the southeastern tip of Jamaica. So conditions are going to deteriorate very rapidly over the next few hours, and we're in particular very concerned about not just the winds of a Category 4 hurricane moving across the island. Could even see higher winds and some of the higher elevation, very heavy rainfall, but we're very concerned about the potential for 6 to 9 feet of storm surge above ground level in some of these bays and harbors on the south side of the island, places near Kingston and just to the west, where we could see a life-threatening storm surge with very dangerous breaking waves on top of that.
As we really get into the specifics of the timeline, when do you expect Jamaica to really feel the brunt of this storm today?
Well, it's going to be in the next few hours. The center is going to pass near or over the southern portion of the island, maybe late this morning, early this afternoon. And that's going to bring the core of that hurricane over the island today. So it's going to be in the next, 6 to 12 hours that they're going to see the worst conditions there.
And of course, as hurricanes continue to develop and continue to move, the forecasts may change slightly. When you're taking a look at the very latest models, has there been any changes to the path of the storm?
Not really for the first couple of days. We expect the center to move near or over Jamaica today and near or just south of the Cayman Islands tonight and early Thursday, and then move over the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico Thursday night and Friday, and then emerge into the southern Gulf of Mexico over the weekend, and then perhaps a northward turn that could threaten northeastern Mexico and Texas as we get from Sunday into Monday. Still a lot of uncertainty that far out in the forecast, 4 or 5 days from now. But folks along the Gulf Coast, especially in Texas, you think we're going into a holiday weekend, people may unplug and sort of disconnect. You want to make sure you're checking in, at least a couple times a day for updates to the forecast. Be on the lookout for any watches or warnings that might be issued as we go through the next couple of days.
I want to go back in time now, Michael, because Eastern Caribbean islands are now cleaning up from the devastation left behind by Beryl. We know that there have been at least 6 reported deaths because of the storm. As the National Hurricane Center takes a look at the data, takes a look at the damage and the devastation left behind, what can you glean from that?
Well, we're still dealing with the storm now. So we go back and we do a pretty thorough post-analysis of every storm, but that's going to have to wait until after we get through the threat that Beryl still poses to Jamaica downstream into the Gulf of Mexico over the next several days. And it can take weeks and even months to gather all the data in terms of the impacts, the meteorological data, and do that post-analysis. But we will get that done as we get through the rest of this season and into the off-season next year.
I also want to talk about the different categories of storms. We hear Cat 5, we hear Cat 4. Cat 5, obviously incredibly powerful. Beryl now downgraded to a Cat 4. For folks perhaps unfamiliar with these terms, when we hear Cat 5, Cat 4, Cat 3, can you break down the impact and just the significance, the power of these storms, so people hearing these phrases can really hone in on the potential impact?
Yeah, the category in the Saffir-Simpson hurricane wind scale gets to the potential for wind damage. It's really a wind damage scale associated with the peak winds of the hurricane. So Category 4 and 5, you're up into sort of catastrophic damage. If you've seen some of the damage on Carriacou, Petite Martinique that Beryl brought as a powerful Category 4 hurricane, roofs ripped off of homes, significant structural damage, trees knocked completely down. That's the kind of damage you get on the Category 4 or 5 storms. Category 3, still devastating impacts, from the wind, but that's just the wind. It doesn't get into things like storm surge, the potential for rainfall, flooding, and it's the water hazards that tend to kill the most people in tropical storms and hurricanes. So we try to keep the focus on those in addition to the dangerous impacts from the winds when you get up into those major hurricane categories.
Michael, you bring up a very important point because flooding is absolutely devastating. One of the worst scenarios, and even as Beryl makes its way perhaps into the Gulf, being downgraded, folks still really need to pay attention, really need to take this seriously. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention. Anything else that you really are focusing on right now as you continue to track the storm?
Yeah, we just want people to focus on the impacts. We don't really want people to focus on the category or just how strong the winds are. You know, Beryl is a powerful hurricane. It's been a powerful hurricane for days. So even as those peak winds might start to come down, this storm is not going anywhere. It's going to continue to bring multiple life-threatening hazards to Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Yucatan, potentially downstream into Mexico, parts of Texas as we go through the weekend and into early next week. So just keep checking back on the forecast. Be on the lookout for watches and warnings issued for your area, and make sure you find your trusted sources of information as we go through the week and into the weekend so that you can keep up with the latest. And always come to the Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov. We've got the latest information for you here.
All right, Michael, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thanks.
And I did want to share this live look once again of our X-RAD radar. You can see a Hurricane Beryl right there on almost the center of your screen. You can also see that cone of uncertainty. That is the path that forecasters are anticipating Beryl to make. And you just heard from Michael Brennan, who is the director of the National Hurricane Society, saying that this track really hasn't changed much over the past few days, really on track to continue on this route right there. We also just heard Michael say that really in the next number of hours, Jamaica will feel the impacts of Beryl as a Category 4 storm. He also mentioned that while we say Category 5, Category 4, he's really urging folks to pay attention to the potential damage, not necessarily to the category, because, as he mentioned, even tropical storms will bring incredible amounts of rain, leading to devastating flooding. And we continue to follow this as Beryl makes its way closer to Jamaica and the Cayman Islands. A lot of preparations are underway in this area. We were hearing a little bit earlier from the Prime Minister of Jamaica, who held a news conference really urging residents to be in a high state of readiness and preparedness, saying, quote, "We have an impending disaster and we have to treat it with the seriousness that it requires." And we will be playing out some of his remarks a little bit later on right here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break. We will be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And tomorrow is July 4th, if you weren't aware. Yes, our nation's birth as we celebrate. And we do have special live coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Fireworks across America, sponsored by Gunner Roofing. And truly, that's what it is. We are going to be sharing with you live fireworks displays as they happen right here on Live Now from Fox all across the nation. So East Coast, West Coast, everywhere in between, no matter the time zone, we are able to access hundreds of cameras. And that is what we are going to be doing. We are so excited that you will be joining us for this celebration. It's going to be so incredible, so inspiring, and we do invite you to join us for that. There is a lot of holiday travel going on right now, and we continue to follow all of that as well. We're going to be checking in with a number of airports around the nation as we do understand that weather might be impacting. There could be delays. There's also a very heavy traffic, not just on the roads and in the skies, and that could lead to some congestion. Meantime, we are going to be headed back to the UN as the Humanitarian Affairs is continuing to talk about the issue in Gaza as it relates to the delivery of humanitarian aid. That conversation continuing right now. Let's listen in.
But the long-term damages on the social fabric of that situation of the children that cannot or do not have access to activities every day, or ideally, some resemblance of school, is gigantic, is enormous, and we cannot, just content ourselves to, counting the percentage of the truck, because otherwise it will really skew the analysis. The other element that we're moving forward progressively is the opening up to material that in the past was not allowed in. I know that the Israelis have been, doing some efforts to expand the list of material, and there's been a lot of diplomatic and political capital spent to advocate for bringing in pipes, bringing in some wash material that is essential to resume some essential services. And this is something that we need to keep on advocating. But the scale of the current level of entry assistance is, a drop in the ocean of what is required.
Thank you. And other questions about the big picture and your experience in other war zones compared to Gaza?
Gaza starts with a unique situation. It's the only place in the world where people cannot find a safe refuge and can leave the front line. So we were talking the other day with some colleagues on security, and they say normally, the procedures we have are conceived to take the mitigation measure that allow us to go toward the front line. In Gaza, everywhere is a front line. There is no safe space. Everything is front line. And the fact that civilian population cannot go anywhere to find safety, because even within the safe area there are bombardments. It's the major characteristic and unicity of this situation, and this is why the Secretary General keep on saying we will stay and deliver, because there is no other place in the planet where, if we pull out, what happened to the rest of the population? The population cannot pull out. So the humanitarian community cannot pull out.
Thank you. Gabriel?
Hi, thank you for the briefing. Gabriel Elizondo from Al Jazeera English. You've answered most of my questions. Thank you for all your time. I just have two. I just want to clarify, when Israel orders these quote-unquote evacuations in the last few days, are they at all giving you a heads up and or coordinating in any way, shape, or form? And if they are not, why not? What is the reason that they're giving you for not? And then the second question is, I'll just ask you to step back a second. I know that Secretary General has said the UN is not leaving Gaza, but my question to you, sir, is how much longer can this go on, and how much longer at the current rate of this conflict can the humanitarian community in your role continue given the situation?
Thank you, Gabriel. It's as I said, we don't have options. We can't. There is the humanitarian imperatives for the way we have operated in many other contexts will never allow us to say we have to give up. What we have to do is to continue advocating and finding the political support and the diplomatic support to reach the place where, by doing this, we're not exposing our colleagues to the risk of their life. I was involved in the recovery of the colleagues that have been victim of the incidents on the 13th of April. And honestly, we shouldn't have any of that, as it is for the other 270 colleagues that have an aid worker that we've lost. So that's where there is a difficult red line to walk through. On the heads up from IDF, in this specific case, we did not receive. And actually, as I said earlier, when we were told later on the day that the evacuation order was not involved in the hospital, we told them, yeah, thank you, but it's a bit too late, because you should have told us earlier. I think that I'm not a military expert. I guess that there are military reasons why they cannot necessarily share information ahead of time. And basically, we saw it in social media. And so this is something that, again, particularly when it is impacting civilian critical services and civilian infrastructure, I think is very important that we maintain and entertain a dialogue. But this is an ongoing conversation with the Israeli that we will continue to have.
Thank you. We're just going to go to the screen, Abdelhamid, and then Bessan, and then Dawn, and we have to close it.
Thank you, Domenico, for the briefing. My name is Abdelhamid Sayam from Al-Quds Al-Arabi. I have a few also questions regarding the situation, and I want to ask you first about UNRWA. If it's still functioning, do you deal with it? Do they have people on the ground? Are they functioning in different parts of Gaza? And another question about the situation in the refugee camps in the West Bank. I mean, the situation, as far as I know, and first-hand knowledge, there are some now difficulties, some maybe hunger in some of the refugee camps in the West Bank, if you can give us some information about it. And last time I asked you about child number 30 who died out of famine. Now I heard that child number 40 died of famine. So if you can also share some information about it. And I'm not sure if you can tell us more about the Guantanamo of Israel, which is the detention camp of Sdi Taiman between Gaza and Beersheba, and the situation of the detainees there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdelhamid, for the question. So UNRWA is present. The sheer number of people that they have, the 13,000 employees that they had before the war, part of them, not all of them, but part of them are really, they reinvented themselves, because most of them were teachers, actually. They reinvented themselves, and they are part and parcel of the humanitarian operations. Also, importantly, UNRWA has a presence, throughout the Gaza Strip, as you maybe know. That is very important, because this allows us to, piggyback on their infrastructure when we needed to operate. Give you an example. The other day, my team went to Gaza City, and they were looking at the number of people that came out from Sujahia. And of course, the humanitarian mechanism normally goes through an assessment and then start delivering assistance, but we have to mobilize the cluster, the partners, and so on and so forth. And so we discussed with my team, and we decided, okay, the first thing we do is to go through the UNRWA infrastructure to distribute, emergency aid. the initial things, some items, non-food items, blankets and whatever was necessary, and some initial food, because these people have left with nothing. They need a minimum to be accommodated in a destroyed schools, because that's where they have gone.
We are continuing to listen in to the UN Humanitarian Affairs as they are discussing aid delivery into Gaza. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to be having a live conversation with Jordan Clark, who is living in Jamaica right now. Of course, Jamaica preparing for Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. We're going to be having a conversation with her in 2 minutes after this quick commercial break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at different cameras from all across Jamaica as Jamaica prepares for Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. The storm right now continuing to spin across the Caribbean Sea. Jamaica and the Cayman Islands will be feeling the storm's impacts in really just a matter of hours. You can see a live look right there at different areas of Jamaica. It is calm, but you can actually see some blue tarps over areas as folks do prepare. I do want to bring in Jordan Clark, who is living in Jamaica right now. Jordan, I'm sure you're busy in this very hectic time, so thank you for taking the time to chat with us.
Thank you for having me.
So I did want to ask you, it seems relatively calm. I can see the trees right there in the background. What is it like right now?
Right now, we're really just having a little bit of rain and wind on and off. Nothing too serious yet. I think we're just getting those outer bands and waiting for that later impact.
So you and I were chatting during the commercial break, and you were saying that you have gone through a number of storms before, nothing to this magnitude. What have your preparations been like this time?
So we've been through a few tropical storms. We have hurricane season every year here in the summer. And so some of the things we've done is everything's covered in tarpaulin. We have hurricane shutters up. We went to the grocery and filled in with food.
Yes, and no, and thank you for doing that, because I saw that you were panning. If you wanted to share with our viewers, because we are raw and unfiltered, we really like to give folks almost like a behind the scenes look. So don't, feel free to actually walk around if you wanted to. And unfortunately, maybe that might not work with your service. But it was really interesting. So you were showing different things being covered with blue tarp. So you're basically trying to, I would say, protect everything from potential rain, from potential flooding.
Definitely. So we brought in everything that is outside, any outside furniture, anything that might fly away, small objects, because when those winds come through, they definitely don't have any mercy.
So what have officials been sharing with you? What is the message that they are communicating with residents in Jamaica?
They definitely want everybody to know that this is a dangerous storm. They've put in a island-wide curfew. Nobody can leave their homes between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. tonight. Airports have been closed, and they're really just encouraging everybody to seek shelter and be safe.
So where are you specifically located? The storm is going to hit, of course, kind of the eastern portions of the island first. When we're talking about where you are you on the west, the east coast, central?
So I'm on the East Coast, so I'm definitely going to be one of those that receive some of the earlier weather. I'm in Kingston, so East, South Coast, definitely going to get a hit.
Are you nervous at all? I mean, what are you feeling right now?
I feel nervous, but I feel more nervous for the rest of the country. I feel we've done a lot of preparations where I feel safe in my home. Once the storm actually starts, I'll be definitely inside. But I'm more nervous for the rest of the country because we do have a lot of impoverished areas that are not prepared for the situation, and there are some unsafe living situations. The government has opened over 800 shelters, so that's good prep, and I feel good about that, but there's definitely going to be some devastation. So nervous about that for sure.
Absolutely. And you mentioned that you have gone through a number of storms prior to that. When it comes to the response following the storm, after it has moved away, is it typically relatively quick for those in need, or what is that process like, or has been in the past?
There are numerous organizations that collect donations as well as do immediate relief efforts around the island that will probably start tomorrow morning. So we have pretty good things in place, but it's really just about people coming together and donating and really just trying to help each other out.
Is this the earliest that you've ever had to deal with a storm in Jamaica like this?
Definitely. We've never seen anything of this magnitude this early in the year.
And, we've been hearing about the forecast for the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season, saying it's going to be a very active year. Obviously, this is the earliest a Category 4-5 storm has ever formed in that portion of the Atlantic. When you're hearing something like that, what goes through your mind?
It's honestly terrifying to see that this is the first hurricane of the season, and it's become of such great magnitude because the rest of the season is long, and it's a little scary. And yesterday there was some talk about how the Caribbean has some of the least impact to global emissions, yet we receive some of the worst impact of global warming because of where we are situated.
Well, Jordan, any last thoughts before we let you go as you continue to prepare for the next few hours?
Just have us in your minds and your hearts. If you can donate, and just stay alert, stay safe.
Well, Jordan, you and everyone in Jamaica, and really everyone in the path of the storm, are in our thoughts and prayers. I hope that everything and everyone stays safe, and we would love to check in with you tomorrow. Hopefully you have electricity. Hopefully you're able to do so, but we're definitely thinking of you and everyone there. So we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us as you are preparing for Beryl to hit in a matter of hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And that was Jordan Clark. She lives in Jamaica. She's on the eastern part of the island, the part of the island that is expected to feel the brunt of Beryl first. We're going to continue to, of course, follow this breaking weather story as Beryl develops, as it continues on its trek. What we're going to do right now is we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. Much more. We have a number of live events that we do want to get to on this busy day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:16 Eastern, 7:16 Pacific on this Wednesday, July 3rd. We're just one day away, of course, from the 4th of July. We have another live event that we do want to get to. The UN Security Council is meeting right now to talk about the ongoing unrest in Haiti. And I do want to head over there right now so we can listen in.
Peace and a brighter future for the Haitian men, women, youth, and children. Thank you very much.
Yeah, look. I thank Ms. Salvador for her briefing. I would like to inform the members of the council that during the meeting, once it had already commenced, we received under Provisional Rules of Procedure Rule 37, we received a request from Kenya. I will be frank, this runs counter to the rules and customs of conducting Security Council meetings, but given the role that Kenya plays in the situation in Haiti, the presidency intends to grant Kenya the opportunity to speak at today's meeting. The decision is adopted. I now give the floor to council members who wish to make statements, and I give the floor to the United States.
Thank you. SRSG Salvador, thank you for your briefing and for the work you and the entire BNU team are doing in Haiti during these challenging times. These efforts are critical to supporting Haiti's path to a democratic transition. I would also like to welcome Prime Minister Coney and Foreign Minister Dupuy of Haiti. It is also important to note the strong regional representation today. So I welcome the Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic and the representatives of Canada and St. Kitts and Nevis who are here to share the perspectives of the ad hoc advisory group on Haiti and of CARICOM. I also appreciate the participation of the Kenyans, given their role, as the President noted. The Transitional Presidential Council and Prime Minister Coney's selection of a cabinet of ministers are important steps toward accountable, responsive, and inclusive governance that can promote security in future elections. Colleagues, Haiti is in crisis. It has been for some time, and the situation remains dire. Nearly 5 million people are grappling with severe food insecurity. Food, water, medicine, and other essentials are often in short supply. We must surge humanitarian assistance to those in dire need. To the family that barely has enough food to get by, to the elderly person who has run out of their essential medicine, to the young child who's been forced from their home and forced from their classroom. Across Haiti, gangs have carried out unthinkable atrocities, killings, mass rapes, kidnappings, forced recruitment, exploitation, and trafficking of children. You heard the report of the SRSG. Coordinated attacks by gangs have pushed tens of thousands of residents from their homes. Haitians need our help. They need peace and security. That is why the United States welcomes the deployment of the Multinational Security Support Mission authorized by Security Council Resolution 2699, which will work alongside the Haitian National Police to improve security conditions. And we commend Kenya for its leadership, without which the MSS mission would not be a reality. As the largest donor to the MSS mission, the United States intends to provide more than $309 million to support the mission's success, with investments in logistics, equipment, and training. Our support for the people of Haiti is unwavering. And we call on all international partners to do more and give more, including by providing the MSS mission with funding and in-kind contributions. The Haitian people deserve, at long last, to live in peace, to go to work, school, or a house of worship without the threat of violence. Colleagues, the MSS mission must be different, and it has to succeed. This mission must center accountability and human rights compliance in its conduct and its operations to give the Haitian people confidence in what they are doing. Robust oversight remains essential to preventing and mitigating human rights concerns. We also know that the efforts of the MSS mission and BNU are inextricably linked. If the MSS mission can succeed in supporting the Haitian National Police and improving Haiti's security environment, BNU's efforts will have greater success in implementing its mandate in key areas like good governance, police training, corrections, community violence reduction, justice, and human rights reporting. We echo the SRSG's call for close coordination between BNU and the MSS mission, and we look forward to working with our co-pen holder, Ecuador, and with all council members to fully back the renewal of the BNU mandate. This would send a sign of unified support and solidarity for the Haitian people. As we work to ensure a better, more secure future in Haiti, we must also promote accountability for past atrocities. This council must consider sanctions on individuals and entities responsible for or complicit in actions that threaten the peace and security in Haiti. The 2653 Haiti Sanctions Committee and panel of experts have a critical role to play in this effort. Like many of you, we are also concerned about the illicit flow of arms into Haiti, which fuels the capacity for increased violence, civilian casualties, and human rights abuses. The U.S. is actively working to enforce the arms embargo. Most recently, on June 24th, the head of the 400 Mawazo gang, Jolie Jermaine, was sentenced to 35 years in a U.S. federal prison for his role in gun-running conspiracy. In November 2023, the Biden administration signed a memorandum of understanding with the Haitian National Police for the use of the electronic ATF e-trace system, which can help identify potential gun traffickers. And this past February, we signed a memorandum of cooperation with Haiti to formally establish a Haiti Transnational Criminal Investigative Unit, which will enhance cross-border investigative capabilities. Finally, the Biden administration announced a new rule to reduce the number of firearms sold without background checks in the United States. We urge fellow member states to join us and take steps to strengthen enforcement mechanisms. Colleagues, addressing threats to peace and security in Haiti requires durable political solutions, ones that encourage wider participation and engagement, including from women and young people. It requires development as well, developing institutions for a Haiti that can deliver to the people of Haiti. For our part, the United States is committed to working with CARICOM and other international partners to support the government's work to improve the lives of all Haitians and prepare the country for elections. That is the future the Haitian people demand. It is the future that the Haitian people deserve. One of democracy, one of security, one of hope, prosperity, and freedom. Let us all do our part to make this a reality. Thank you.
Я благодарю Соединенные Штаты за их заявление и сейчас предоставляю слово представителю Эквадора.
Gracias, presidente. La presencia del primer ministro Gary Conille en esta sala, a quien doy la bienvenida y felicito por su designación, me permite renovar el mensaje de reconocimiento a la contribución histórica de Haití para la libertad de América Latina y el Caribe, y en ese contexto, recordar a la comunidad internacional que este es el momento que de corresponder a ese legado de lucha del pueblo haitiano para la libertad, justicia y dignidad humana. Quiero agradecer a la representante especial del secretario general para Haití y jefa de la BNU María Isabel Salvador, por su exposición informativa.
So you can see that the ambassador to Ecuador is now speaking. There does not appear to be a translation for this ambassador, but we wanted to share the very latest as the UN Security Council is talking about the ongoing unrest in Haiti. This is a country that really has been devastated by gang violence, political unrest, and starvation. And we just heard from the United States talking about the issue of gun running and having guns being imported into Haiti, being used for political unrest and, of course, ongoing gangs right there. But this has really been a crisis that the United Nations has been working to address for a number of years, ever since the assassination of the prime minister right there. And this is continuing to be an issue as we do see a number of ambassadors talking about the issue. The ambassador to Ecuador is speaking right now. It's not being translated at the moment. Typically, ambassadors have a translator who then share what they are saying in English. That does not appear to be the case right there. But we did want to share this with you as this truly is a global concern as a number of countries, including the United States, are now working to address this situation. In fact, the Biden administration involved about 300,000 Haitians already in the United States. They will now be allowed for temporary legal status, allowing them to remain in the United States and work because of the dangerous conditions in Haiti. That is considered unsafe, and that is what the Homeland Security Department has now decided. The decision marking a major expansion of the temporary protected status for Haitians, winning the praise for many in the Haitian and immigration advocacy community. Ambassadors do have a number of minutes to share their thoughts and views. I'm going to pot up the sound again to see if they are providing a translation right now, but the Ecuador ambassador speaking in his native tongue. We're going to pot up the sound and once again, listen in.
A la crisis multifacética y multidimensional en Haití, que ha paralizado las instituciones nacionales, deteriorando la seguridad alimentaria a sus peores niveles desde el 2010 y exacerbado la violación de derechos humanos. Los abusos contra los derechos humanos deben detenerse.
There is no translation for the ambassador to Ecuador as he is sharing his thoughts as it relates to the ongoing unrest in Haiti, a country really just devastated by gang violence and political unrest. What we're going to do is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue on with this UN Security Council as most ambassadors either speak in English or there is an English translator provided for them. It does not appear that the Ecuadorian ambassador has such a translation. We'll be back in 2 minutes with much more coverage. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinn. Time right now is 10:32 Eastern, 7:32 Pacific. We do want to head back to the UN Security Council as they are discussing the ongoing crisis and unrest in Haiti. We do see that the ambassador to France is actually now speaking. So we're going to transition and once again, listen in.
Linguistique à l'intention des contingents qui seront déployés. Nous travaillons également à un plus grand engagement européen. Cette mission est indispensable pour prêter assistance à la police nationale haïtienne qui a été mise à rude épreuve au cours des derniers mois. Elle est indispensable pour rétablir la sécurité en Haïti et créer les conditions sécuritaires propices à la tenue des élections. Pour faire face à la crise multidimensionnelle qui touche Haïti, il faut s'attaquer aux causes.
So it appears as though perhaps the English translation is out for all of these ambassadors, as we see that the ambassador to France right there is speaking. And unfortunately, there is no English translation to this ambassador as well. The UN Security Council discussing the ongoing rest in Haiti. What we're going to do is we're going to monitor this live event as it continues. Once the UN Security Council starts talking in English or they provide an English translation again, we are going to pivot to that. But I did, again, want to share the very latest in a major story that we are continuing to follow. That, of course, is Hurricane Beryl, as it is set to head to Jamaica in really just a number of hours as a Category 4 storm. Earlier, we were speaking with Jordan Clark, who lives on the eastern side of the island, and she said that while she has gone through a number of storms before, she has never actually had to go through a Category 4 hurricane. She was actually sharing with us live video of her preparations, and we saw a lot of her items and belongings now really wrapped up in that plastic blue tarp that we tend to see during such natural disasters. And she says that she is just worried, as you can imagine, as this is a massive storm. It's already swept through the eastern Caribbean, and already there are 4 or 6, I should say, reported deaths connected with this massive storm. I also wanted to let you know that coming up in just about 25 minutes, we are expecting an update from the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency as they're talking about Beryl's impact on a number of states in the Caribbean. Once we do get that live feed, we are going to bring it to you. But I also wanted to share some eyewitness really descriptions of this devastating storm. One eyewitness, Marlon Gibson, he lives in the Grenadines. He says that he has never experienced anything like this before. The hurricane, of course, the earliest storm of that strength to form. And I do want to play out some of his remarks for you right now.
I'm not used to this kind of weather. This is actually the strongest storm that we've had come through St. Vincent in my lifetime. And I hope that I don't have another one. And to be fair, this wasn't even a direct hit. The eye of the storm was closer down to Carriacou and Grenada. We basically got the northeastern quadrant where we got loads of wind and rain and stuff. So I shudder to think what it would be like if we actually had a direct hit.
So we do thank Marlon Gibson for that very brief but very powerful eyewitness account as he is now cleaning up from Hurricane Beryl. And again, this is another live look at our X-RAD radar. We are following all developments from this Category 4 storm. We are expecting the Caribbean Emergency Management to be providing an update in just about 20 minutes or so, which we will bring you live as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. And we're also monitoring another major situation. You are taking a live look at Khan Yunis, and this really is where Israeli military are focusing. They have now ordered Palestinians living in this region of Gaza to evacuate. And you're taking a look at some of these temporary tent cities as displaced Palestinians have sheltered in Khan Yunis as they have continued to move to avoid the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas. And in fact, you can see the photographer panning right there. The very latest is this. Also, as it relates to Hezbollah, as we have seen attacks between Israel and Hezbollah ramp up, the deputy leader now of Hezbollah says that will stop its attacks on Israel, the only sure path to a ceasefire on the Lebanon-Israel border, saying that the only way that they're going to stop those attacks is if Israel agrees to a full ceasefire in Gaza. He's saying, the deputy leader saying that if Israel scales back its military operations without a formal ceasefire agreement and full withdrawal from Gaza, the implications for the Lebanon-Israel border conflict are less clear. Again, all of this coming after the Israeli army has ordered the mass evacuation of Palestinians from much of Khan Yunis. And just a short time ago, we were hearing the very latest from the Israeli government as they were providing an update on this ongoing war. I do want to play those remarks out for you right now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. It's Wednesday, the 3rd of July, day 271 of the October 7th war. A short update from me and then over to your questions. First, on our hostages, 120 of them, among them children, women and the elderly, almost 9 months now. Yesterday, I reminded you about Yarden Bibas, age 34, who together with his wife Shiri and their children Ariel and Kfir are a family being held hostage. Today, I want to remind you that Hirsch Goldberg Polin, aged only 23, is also a hostage. You can see a picture behind me of before and being held hostage inside Gaza. His arm was blown off by Hamas on October 7th. As they threw grenades into a rocket shelter he was taking cover from after being forced to flee the Nova Music Festival. Look at him, please. Say his name. Hirsch Goldberg Polin, 271 days. Israel will not rest until all 120 are brought home. Hamas are eliminated together with their terrorist threat to Israel, and we will return our residents securely to their homes in the south and the north. Yesterday, the Chief of General Staff, Lieutenant General Herzi Halevi, briefed on the situation in Rafah. Look, slowly, deliberately, methodically, and with precise intelligence, we are taking apart the Jew-hating jihadis of Hamas inside Rafah. Over 900 terrorists eliminated, commanders, at least one battalion commander, many company commanders, many operatives, terrorist infrastructure destroyed, underground infrastructure destroyed. It takes time, but we will not leave Rafah's terrorist infrastructure intact. With determination, perseverance, and patience, we are wearing down the murderers and accomplishing our mission. The Hamas and Islamic Jihad terrorists are exhausted. We, on the other hand, the IDF, are energized and determined to defeat this terrorist menace. Now an update from COGAT in their work coordinating aid into Gaza over the last 24 hours. 269 trucks with humanitarian goods went into Gaza, 219 via Kerem Shalom, 50 via the Erez West crossing, and 15 coordinations for humanitarian missions were requested and 15 were granted. One was cancelled by the organizer. 6 tankers of cooking gas went in, 1,000 blood units, medical supplies went in, transferred to Gaza from Jordan. You know, we've suggested many solutions to make it easier for UN aid agencies to collect the aid. What are they? I'll tell you. Alternative routes, relocating aid warehouses inside Gaza, collecting aid at different hours with private security, and many, many more. But for 3 weeks now, all we've heard is the hopeless UN telling us they're still assessing. So, as aid piles up in the sun, and those that really need it don't get it, and you can be sure that UN officials line up behind the microphones of willing media and pronounce that it's Israel's fault, of course. Look, none of this is new. In many conflicts around the world, UN food convoys are attacked by criminals. Gaza is no different. Yet only in Gaza, the UN stops collecting and distributing aid from the Kerem Shalom crossing. So we say once again, no more excuses. The UN needs to do its job. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat with your news outlet. Thank you very much. Okay, the first question we have here is from Jodie Cohen at WION in India. Please, can you comment on reports that Israel will soon test a pilot for humanitarian enclaves or bubbles of Hamas-free zones in Gaza to be run by Palestinian unaffiliated with terror? And how are these going to be managed? When are they expected to be launched? And what guarantee will there be that Palestinians who run the enclaves will be protected from Hamas, who have vowed that no other entity would run Gaza? Thank you for that question, Jodie. I've got nothing more to add beyond what the Prime Minister has laid out in a fair amount of detail previously on the day after Hamas, as it's called here. Of course, first things first, Hamas needs to be defeated for there to be a day after. But I would refer you to the Prime Minister's comments, which he made on the 23rd of June during the Channel 14 interview. Next question is from David Clement from the News Forum. The deputy of Hezbollah says a full ceasefire is the only sure path to a ceasefire on the Lebanon-Israel border. Does that change the calculation at all for the war in Gaza? Thank you very much for that question. Look, the Prime Minister has made clear, as he mentioned yesterday, that there are many people around the world making all sorts of comments like these, that Israel will be prepared to end this war before all of our objectives are achieved. Look, no matter where these points come from, I would like to make clear on behalf of the government here, unequivocally, that this will not happen. The war will end once Israel achieves all of its objectives, including the destruction of Hamas and the release of all of our hostages. The government has directed the IDF to achieve these war aims, and the IDF has all the means to achieve them. We will not capitulate to the winds of defeatism, neither wherever they come from Lebanon, from Hezbollah, or from wherever they emanate. We are inspired by the spirit of victory, said the Prime Minister. And when it comes to Hezbollah, you know, we're going to continue to act against Hezbollah aggression. We're going to use all means necessary to restore security on our northern border and to safely return our citizens to their homes. It is Lebanon and, of course, Hezbollah, the terrorist organization, which is operating under the guidance of Iran, which bears full responsibility for the deterioration of the security situation in our north, in violation of UN Security Council resolutions 1559 and 1701. Hezbollah are a terrorist organization. They're in no position whatsoever to dictate any sort of terms. These UN resolutions are crystal clear, and Hezbollah needs to be behind the Litani River. One way or another, through diplomacy or through other means, Israel will secure its northern border. The IDF is ready. The people are united behind this objective, and we will be successful. This country's sovereign territory will be defended. In the same way that any other country, any other decent country in the world would defend its own territory. Thank you. Next question from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Can you kindly respond to a Jerusalem Post article that alleges the Prime Minister was offered $50 million by Qatar? Thank you for that question, Joel. That's the first I've seen of that piece, and I really have nothing more to add. It doesn't seem to hold much water to me whatsoever, so I've got nothing more to add to that whatsoever. Next question is from, if we could keep scrolling down, and keep going. Question from Naomi Ball at the BBC. You mentioned the Chief of Staff talking about Hamas losses in Rafah. Can you give us a sense of how much control and how much of a presence you believe Hamas still has across Gaza as a whole? And that's from Naomi Sherbel Ball at the BBC. Thank you for that question, Naomi. The Prime Minister has made clear over the last couple of days that the time of Hamas being able to run Gaza or to having a control of Gaza, remember it was our aim to destroy Hamas militarily and their governmental capabilities as well. That time is coming to an end. We have made very successful efforts to destroy this terrorist army. Most of its battalions now are smashed. The stragglers which are left behind are regrouping, but they are not organized in a way which they were before. We've had tremendous success in Rafah. We're going through those tunnels. Yesterday I released details, the IDF released details of rocket-making facilities which were uncovered in a tunnel. Again, in the Philadelphia crossing, this crossing is absolutely key because it's the lifeline for Hamas, and that's why it's so important that Israel retains control over the Philadelphia crossing, the border area between Gaza and Egypt. We know we're taking Hamas apart slowly, deliberately. We are, with intelligence, we are doing it day by day. We are smashing them, smashing their battalions, and we are taking them apart. Look, I would just remind you that in the Second World War, not every single Nazi was eliminated. And in the same way, we think of our situation in the similar vein. But we know that Hamas's military and governing capabilities are being taken apart. We are coming close to this phase of the conflict, this intensive military phase of the conflict. I think overall the Prime Minister has made clear, and the government and the people support this wholeheartedly, that the overall control of Gaza will still remain in the IDF's hands, because the IDF, as things stand right now, are the only organization that can combat the terrorist threat from Hamas and from other terrorist organizations. But we are moving on to the next stage, a less intensive phase of this battle, because of the success which the brave forces of the IDF have had in destroying this terrorist menace. We say this again, that any other country faced with this sort of aggression, this terrorist onslaught, would have acted, we think, in a much more aggressive manner. We've done this carefully, strategically, with the absolute minimum of civilian casualties. We are confident now that the civilian to combatant ratio, the terrorist to civilian ratio, is as low as 1-to-1, which is unheard of in urban conflict, in urban combat. This is a very dangerous, very difficult war scenario, but we are going through Gaza systematically, and we're trying our hardest to keep civilians out of harm's way, to finish the job for a better future, not only for Israelis, but also for Gazans as well. Next question here is from Avi Wolf from JFeed. We're receiving conflicting reports about when Israel shifts to Plan C and less intensive fighting in Rafah. What is the benchmark Israel is using for moving to that phase? Thank you very much for that, Avi. The Prime Minister made these comments, I think, a couple of days ago now about coming close to the end of this intensive phase. This war is not over. There is more work to be done. Our Chief of Staff of the Army, Halevi, made clear in his comments last night, which I shared with you just now, and I would point you to those comments. There is more work to be done, and we will, of course, the IDF and the government will, of course, keep you updated as the situation changes. Thank you for that. Now, we've got, I think, 3 questions here from Fred Ager, and Yahya Sinwar's whereabouts are known only to 2 or 3 people, according to reports that Sinwar will not consider exile and is considering 2 options: stopping the war and withdrawing occupational forces, or obtaining martyrdom. Is Israel still open to a deal with Sinwar exiled from Gaza? Thank you very much for that question, Fred. The Prime Minister did speak on this point in that 23rd of June Channel 14 interview, which he made, a fairly wide-ranging interview where he dealt with this point. And I would point you to the comments he made there precisely about Sinwar. Sinwar, needless to say, is a bloodthirsty terrorist, and I think, well, I'll leave it to the comments which the Prime Minister made. I think he very eloquently laid out the position of the government. Secondly, Axios report that Israel and the UN are in talks with Elon Musk's Starlink over the possibility to deploy satellite communication system in the Gaza Strip to increase protection for humanitarian workers. Do you confirm that Israel is concerned with that the system could fail in the hands of Hamas and make the monitoring of Hamas's communications more difficult? Thank you for that question, Fred. I've seen those reports about Starlink. We haven't got anything more to add, except to say that Hamas are, of course, a genocidal, murderous organization. There is no trust whatsoever for anything, any belief which anything which comes out of Hamas's mouths. They are baby killers, beheaders of women and children, merciless, bloodthirsty murderers, a rapist regime. So you'll forgive me for not wanting to comment on anything which they have said or haven't said.
That is David Mencer as he is wrapping up the very latest Israeli briefing amid the ongoing war between Israel and Hamas, and after Israel has ordered a mass evacuation for Khan Yunis, the 2nd largest city in Gaza. We are going to take our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. You're watching Live Now from Vox. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow the very latest developments as Hurricane Beryl is continuing to track, making its way to Jamaica, and we are anticipating that to happen really in a number of hours. But you're seeing a Beryl right there on your screen. This is now a Category 4 storm as it's making a way to Jamaica, and you can see the track right there. Eventually, in a number of days, the areas of Mexico as well as parts of southern Texas will be feeling the impacts of this storm, although it is anticipated that it will quite quickly be downgraded at that point as it continues to churn across the Atlantic. Beryl now weakening to a Category 4 hurricane as the storm continues to spin across the Caribbean Sea. Jamaica and the Cayman Islands both in its path, feeling the effects in really just a matter of hours, as we were having a conversation earlier here on Live Now from Fox with Michael Brennan, who is the director of the National Hurricane Center. That is really the next location for Beryl after the storm made landfall Monday in Grenada as a powerful Category 4 hurricane with winds of 150 miles an hour. We were sharing with you the very latest from the prime minister there. At least 6 people reportedly killed across the region. Government officials, though, fearing that number could rise as surveys are conducted. There was extensive damage, and really that's what emergency responders are doing right now, as they are going through those severely damaged areas. And that is why there is concern that death toll could rise. As Beryl continues to make its way closer to Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, residents are really working quickly to make those last-minute preparations while hoping that this hurricane tracks farther south to spare the region. It does not look like that is going to happen at this point in time. And we were speaking with Jordan Clark, who lives in Jamaica. She has been through a number of tropical storms, but she says nothing like this, never of this magnitude. And she is, as you can imagine, very concerned about it as they are just a few hours away as they start to feel those impacts. It does appear likely that the island could feel the full impact of the storm, as the eye could scrape or really just pass south of the island. Whether Jamaica takes a direct hit or not, government officials say that they are ready to respond to the potential disaster. And with the very latest on this, we have a report filed by Fox News correspondent Chanley Painter, who takes a closer look at the direct and indirect damage, as well as safety tips that forecasters say those in any hurricane-prone region should know. And she filed that latest report that we do want to play for you right now.
Hurricane Beryl continues barreling onward, but while forecasters predict it will keep weakening over time, they warn the system is still expected to trigger life-threatening storm surge and winds across Jamaica on Wednesday. On Monday, Beryl was the earliest storm to turn into a Category 5 hurricane in the Atlantic. It clocked in with peak wind speeds of 165 miles per hour on Tuesday. Beryl then weakened into a Category 4 storm as it brought death and destruction across several islands in the Caribbean, like in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
It's in a mess. It's in a mess.
Parts of Venezuela, meanwhile, are also reeling from flooding brought on by heavy rainfall from Beryl.
Everyone here lost everything. Many houses have collapsed. Many children were injured. People are without water, and we have no electricity right now.
Forecasters say Beryl could threaten parts of the Gulf Coast from Texas to Mexico next week.
Tropical storms are forming a lot earlier than it usually does. So because of that, emergency management officials are saying to get ready a lot sooner.
And say it's always critical to make safety preparations before storms get too close.
That includes having an emergency kit, so having medical items and medical tools and medicine that you would need ahead of time, along with having non-perishables, having gas, having water, about a gallon per person and per day for about 7 days.
Safety experts also say if you live in an evacuation zone, you should have an escape plan ready in case you're ordered to leave. I'm Chanley Painter, Fox News.
And we thank Chanley for that report. I wanted to share this with you. This is a live look at Jamaica. These are various camera angles, and you're going to see it change from time to time. You can actually see a van right there driving along this very small bridge. We are expecting that the Caribbean Emergency Management Disaster Association will be holding a press conference about Beryl, about the impacts, about the emergency preparedness and response. That is set to happen at any moment. And this is the calm before the storm. Truly, really don't see much in these camera shots as they are set to feel the impacts in just a number of hours. And we were hearing in Chanley's latest report talks about the importance of preparation, really fueled by record warm waters. Hurricane Beryl is the earliest Category 5 storm ever to form in the Atlantic, and truly that could be just the beginning. This is the latest from Fox's Max Gordon.
Hurricane Beryl traveling through the open waters of the Caribbean Sea. Take a look at images of it from the International Space Station. It looks menacing, but forecasters at the National Hurricane Center predict Beryl will start losing some intensity. Regardless, the storm is expected to remain a powerful hurricane through the week, and it's on a path towards Jamaica. Fishermen there are busy pulling their boats offshore. Residents say they are used to preparing for hurricanes.
I've done preparation before. There's effort that is being made for persons to, leave early and do any last-minute preparation that needs to be done.
In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, residents are dealing with damage in Beryl's wake.
And all around me, there were houses in the village. Their roofs were flying past. You could see it passing. It was just a terrifying experience.
There, Beryl knocked down power lines and destroyed banana plantations. Residents say they're not used to this big of a hurricane.
I don't think there's anybody on the island, or even in the Grenadines, who can say that they haven't been affected in one way or the other by this storm.
People from the nearby island of Grenada doing what they can, loading essential supplies into a boat headed for the island of Carriacou, which was hit hard by Beryl. Officials with the World Meteorological Organization worry about the cleanup and recovery efforts.
It only takes one landfalling hurricane to set back, decades of development. We fear that, this is going to have a major knock on socioeconomic development.
Beryl is expected to pass near Jamaica Wednesday, the Cayman Islands Thursday, and Mexico on Friday. In Los Angeles, Max Gordon, Fox Weather.
And we thank Max Gordon for that report. Another live look at our XRAD radar. Again, we are anticipating that the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency is going to be holding a news conference to talk about the very latest on Hurricane Beryl's impacts, and we will bring that to you live. However, just a short time ago, we did hear from the Prime Minister of Jamaica as the island nation is set to start feeling the impact of Beryl in just a number of hours. We do want to play out his very latest remarks for you right now.
My fellow Jamaicans, here and overseas, Hurricane Beryl maintains its path to impact Jamaica early tomorrow morning. In an emergency meeting of CARICOM heads this morning, we were briefed on the destructive impact of the hurricane on our Eastern Caribbean sister islands. We expressed our solidarity and willingness to support, even as we make our own preparations. Jamaica must take this hurricane seriously. Early this morning, the Cabinet reviewed our plans to manage the threat of the hurricane, and a caucus of Parliament was also briefed on our state of readiness and the provisions for emergency response. In this special allocation of $5 million per constituency to assist with emergency cases for food and bill CDF. After careful review of the trajectory of the storm, the likely strength and impact, the potential threats emanating, and having been notified in writing by the Minister
Unfortunately, it does appear that this live stream feed that we had recorded on is glitching and freezing. Again, this is coming out of Jamaica, the very latest from the Prime Minister. You see it's restarting again. But as you can imagine, cell phone service on this island as it's getting ready for a Category 4 storm may not be the best. And so it's glitching from time to time. We're going to kind of comb through that. But I did want to share again this latest look at the XRAD radar. We also, Justin, have a live stream of the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management that appears to have gotten underway just momentarily. We're going to pivot to that so we can listen in. Unfortunately, as soon as we went to it, it does appear that that live feed has gone down. What we're going to do is we're going to regroup. We're going to work to get that live feed back. As you can imagine, sometimes these live streams go in and out. That's just the nature of the business. This is raw. This is unfiltered. We are bringing you these events as they happen. It's completely unedited. And so that is sometimes the nature of the business. Meantime, we have another live event that we want to get to. This is closer to home. This actually has to do with July 4th that we're going to take you out to. This is the Nathan's hot dog contest. This is actually not the contest itself, but this is when top-ranked competitive eaters are going to be weighed in. And so we're going to pot up the sound and listen in to this July 4th holiday tradition.
I'm going to introduce you, Badlands. Badlands is a rapper and an eater and a chugger. A lot of you didn't know this. I'm a rapper and a sort of a gangster rapper. I'm from Brooklyn. And Badlands and I will be having a rap battle to the death tomorrow. But I want to introduce him like I introduced him when he was eating. He's now chugging. Badlands Chugs on YouTube. 3-4 million followers. He's the undisputed chugging eating champion of the world. And this is the introduction for Badlands. He was found as an orphan on a doorstep by a short order cook and a barback. And they took him in and they filled him with love and they filled him with food, and the tiny acorn has grown into the mighty oak. He is the big man, the bad man, Eric Badlands Booker! Now Badlands tomorrow, look what Badlands is holding there. That's the official chug belt that Badlands won last year. 23 seconds and what? 23 what?
Yeah, 23.08 seconds.
23.08 seconds to drink a gallon of Nathan's famous lemonade, which is just good common sense because it opens up all kinds of time in the rest of the day to clean the garage or do stuff around the house. 23 seconds cannot be beaten this year. Badlands will be competing against 8 chuggers from around the nation tomorrow. Can it be beaten?
Last time I practiced, I got 20 seconds, so we'll see what happens. If I feel good tomorrow, yeah, definitely.
Are there any competitors coming who can test you? Because last year you won by, I don't know, a liter or 2 over everybody. What are we looking at with the competitors?
Well, this year is going to be a great field, okay? We got Airsoft Fatty coming from Maine, YouTube legend, and we got the #1 chugger on TikTok, Aiden Parker. I mean, it's going to be a battle, but, you know, may the best chugger prevail tomorrow.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, he is an amazing American figure, the best guy in the world. You'll see him chug tomorrow live on ESPN. A round of applause for the big man, Eric Badlands Booker. And follow him on Badlands Chugs. It's not even about the chugging, because one day it's blue drink, and the next day it's red drink, but it's chugging. It's Badlands. He's just so watchable, it makes you enjoy your day that much more. Now, this is what we're going to do. I'm going to introduce the eaters individually, so you get a sense. We have about almost half of the eaters who will be competing tomorrow here. Some of them are still coming in internationally, etc., and arriving today. But I'll bring them out, then I'll bring out the top 4. We will weigh them, and then we will do a stare down, and that's obviously a very intense affair where they have the hot dog and a lot of emotion there. So that's right now. I'm just going to bring out some of the eaters. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elizabeth Salgado. Vallejo, California, the original home of Joey Chestnut. How many are you going to eat?
As many as I can, just to beat my sister.
She's here to beat her sister. That's all it's about. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Cherish Brown. From Eden, Ohio. Cherish, what's your personal best?
14 in training, but 10 at the contest.
Well, the pressure gets you. Ladies and gentlemen, Cherish Brown. Now, I have from Ostrava in the Czech Republic with a personal best of 21 1/2 hot dogs and buns, Radim Dvoracek. Radim. What kind of things do you eat in the Czech Republic? Are you a competitive eater there?
Oh yeah, I eat dumplings mostly. So I have record in plum dumpling contest, 205 in 1 hour. So I have no speed, so hot dogs are difficult for me. So.
This is the problem that you get. A lot of the folks who are YouTubers and mukbangers can eat 20, 25 pounds of food, but they can't compete in 10 minutes. So we'll see how you do tomorrow at 10 minutes. Thank you. From Japan, the top-ranked eater in Japan, standing on the shoulders of great former champions Hirofumi Nakajima, Kazutoyo Arai, and the great Takeru Kobayashi of Japan. He's here, ideally, to reestablish his nation's dominance in the sport, King Yamamoto. Thank you very much. Now, he has eaten 17 pounds of ramen, 15 pounds of steak. So we will see what he does tomorrow with hot dogs. Thank you very much. Right back there. Representing South Korea, a veteran, a long-term circuit veteran, ladies and gentlemen, the lovely Mary Bowers. Mary, what's your personal best?
12.5 hot dogs and buns in a 10-minute time.
And how many tomorrow?
Definitely going for the 15, 16 spot.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mary Bowers. And Mary always comes with a beautiful, fashionable ensemble, usually hot dog themed. And that's always a high point of the weekend.
And we do see that hot dog purse right there, as well as the barrette in her hair. It's definitely a fun time as we are live in New York City as the weigh-in continues for the traditional Nathan's hot dog eating contest. We were hearing how many hot dogs can you eat in 10 minutes, and we were hearing 9, maybe 10. Well, according to their official website, the reigning champion, Joey Chestnut, 62 hot dogs. The female reigning champion, 39.5 hot dogs. It's really incredible and gives me a stomachache just thinking about it. What we're going to do, though, is we're going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, continuing live coverage from New York City as we continue our July 4th preview. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have a special programming note to let you know about. Tomorrow, of course, is July 4th, the nation's birth date, and we have special live coverage starting at 8 p.m. Eastern. Fireworks across America, sponsored by Gunner Roofing, and we say it like it is. We're raw, we're unfiltered. It is fireworks across America, but what's so special about our live coverage is we are not just going to be in one location. We have cameras all around the United States. We are going to be dipping in and out and sharing with you in their entirety as well these incredible fireworks displays as we go from city to city, from town to town, from East Coast to West Coast, celebrating this American holiday. Truly a special time, and we invite you to join us here on Live Now from Fox for that special coverage. In the meantime, talking about July 4th traditions, the Nathan's Hot Dog Eating Contest. You either love it or perhaps you don't love it, but you still got to watch. This is going to be, and we're going to dip into it live, the weigh-in ceremony as we meet the contestants, the hopeful winners of this event. Let's continue with that right now.
Ensemble, usually hot dog themed, and that's always a high point of the weekend. From Brasilia in Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ricardo Corbucci. Oh, is this the Brazilian cheering squad?
Brazilians everywhere.
All right. How many tomorrow? There's been talk that you might be able to push up to that 50 range. What are you targeting?
Yeah, 50 plus, maybe 52, 53.
If that happens, he'll be right in. This is what I'm talking about. Everyone's right in that range. Thank you very much. Look out for Ricardo tomorrow and the fans. Ladies and gentlemen, Tandra Childress. Tandra, where are you from? I should remember.
San Francisco.
San Francisco, California. A personal best of?
12.
12 hot dogs and buns. What are you going to eat tomorrow?
More than 12.
More than 12. Ladies and gentlemen, Tandra Childress. We will introduce her with great fanfare tomorrow. From Brixton in England, with a UK record of 34 hot dogs and buns, the #1 ranked eater in Great Britain, ladies and gentlemen, Max Stanford. Max, your personal best, 30, 34?
34, yeah. So hoping to beat that tomorrow. We'll see. It's totally new to me. I'm a rookie, so I'm just going to enjoy it.
No previous history in YouTubing and the big eating?
Yeah, a little bit. Well, in the UK, I do quite a lot of comparative eating, so yeah, it's going to be good. And yeah, YouTube as well. It's good.
Okay. Good luck. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. She's the pepperoni roll eating champion of Long Pond, PA, and if that is not enough, she wants to win the championship belt tomorrow. She has been on the circuit for 14 years, ranked number 22 in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, Laurel Marie Mellet. Laurel, your personal best, 16.
21 and a quarter.
21 and a quarter, but I said it with such confidence. Your personal best, 21 and a quarter.
Yep, 21 and a quarter.
How many tomorrow?
18.
What about the weather? Supposed to be cloudy, hot, humid. Is that going to slow people down, or is that the normal?
The humidity may, but I think the cloudiness is such a godsend.
And no rain. Laurel Marie Melly, ladies and gentlemen, Long Pond, PA. George Chigger has been called the Red Horse of Death. It has been said that he is a man so evil they put him in prison in hell. Hell prison. Ladies and gentlemen, the big man, George Chigger. Now, ranked number 8 in the world. No? Ranked number 21 in the world. What's your personal best?
32 and a half and 10.
32 and a half and 10. Now, you're a big guy. The heat is difficult for everybody. Do you ever feel the weight of that heat? Sometimes when I see you, I see the back of your neck is getting red, that your head gets all red. Is that a stressor for you?
Definitely a stressor. When we were DC, it was 105 on stage the other day, and it showed.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. George Chigger. DC, we did a qualifier. It was very, very hot. Ranked number 10 in the world. Please don't correct me if I'm wrong. Ranked number 10 in the world with 10 pounds of boysenberry pie, 158 chicken wings, 39 hot dogs and buns. The 2021 champion of the world from Tucson, Arizona, Michelle Lesko. Only 5'3", 110 pounds, but 39 hot dogs and buns. Obviously, your rival and you two, there's no love lost between you, you and Mickey. What's happening tomorrow? Do you think you can take her down?
Well, she's got me this year. I'm halfway through a bunch of dental work, but next year, because I've been training a bunch of techniques, so I'm going for speed of what I can do with this situation, and next year I'm coming for her.
How do you even eat competitively with dental work?
Very carefully. It's don't die is number one, and put up a good number is number two.
All right, congratulations. Welcome to be here. Michelle Lesko, former champion of the world. Once Takeru Kobayashi had a molar removed only 2 weeks before the contest, and then he got what we call jawthritis. He was day to day, but he did end up making it. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from Tokyo, Japan, 20 pounds of ramen, I give you the great Mayoi Ebihara. Welcome, 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 welcome. Come on up. So we have a translator. How many hot dogs is Mayoi seeking to eat tomorrow? She's a volume eater, but not a speed eater. What is she trying to, how many is she seeking?
Okay, so she wants to beat the women's record, which is 48. In practice, she ate 50. So she just wants to eat as much as she can, and she says that she wants to eat until she passes out. She's been eating 1 meal a day, so she just wants to do her best, yeah.
Wow. First of all, that is news. We're breaking news here today. Okay, I'm breaking news. 50 hot dogs and buns. Don't pass out. Stop before passing out. That's me. I'm a father. Okay. But she is 5'1", and I'm guessing 98 pounds. How does she do it all? Has she always been a big eater?
Yeah, she just continuously just wants to eat. She's more of a volume eater on the daily basis, but she just wants to do her best, beat the women's record, and she's here to give it her all, yeah.
Okay, rock on. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayoi Ebihara. That is really great. That is going to be something to see. So I did not expect that. There were a lot of rumors that last year she ate 33 1/2. A lot of rumors that she was up at 39, 40 plus. Now I hear it's 50, and the other sound you heard was Mickey going, oh no. So Mickey is really going to have to be pushed here to tomorrow, so that is going to be very interesting to see. And with that said, in her, nature has fashioned a warrior red in tooth and claw, and her soul shines like magnesium set afire against the dark mountain of night. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 1 ranked female in the world, the number 3 ranked eater overall, with 9 wins in Coney Island, the great Mickey Sudo. Look how lovely she is. Always so elegant. And the thing, you will know when she's really in the zone at the contest. She puts her hair in a ponytail, and I call it the angry pony. She just starts whipping her head around. That's when you know she's in her zone. Last year, very difficult because the weather was so hot. A little bit of news just coming out of the interview there. Supposedly 50 hot dogs. Maybe this is gaslighting. Does that put pressure on you?
Well, I guess the women's record's going down then. It's going to be a great event.
If the women's record goes down, that essentially could be right next to the men. You've been prepping. You're ready. 9 belts. You want the 10th belt. Are you ready for tomorrow?
Absolutely. The audience is in for a treat. I'm going to be pushing myself. I'll have some awesome competition on that stage. We're going to see high numbers. The weather's going to comply, and I can't wait.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the world, the lovely Mickey Sudo. Step back. He is the #1 ranked eater in the Southern Hemisphere, the #1 ranked eater in Australia. I'm going to get this wrong. The #5 ranked eater in the world. Is that right? #5? Okay, I got that. I have a little memorization to do before tomorrow. He has eaten 70 donuts, 36 hot dogs, and buns. And he has won 6 Major League Eating events in the last 6 months, a total of 6 world records. He is on a tear. A lot of people are putting him out there as the favorite to take home the mustard belt tomorrow. My friends, James Webb. James, 6'1", 6'2", 200. Is that about right?
6'1.5", 208 pounds.
All right, very good. Big frame, very good at this. Beating everybody. You beat Joey Chestnut, you beat everybody, but not in hot dogs. What's happening tomorrow?
Tomorrow, there's going to be a new champion, and it's going to be a great experience, and I'm just happy to be here.
What a gracious guy. What I thought he was going to say is, and that champion's going to be me. We will see what happens. Ladies and gentlemen, watch out for him tomorrow. A lot of people think that he is going to be the winner, but there are 4 other people seeking to stop that. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there are 10 commandments, 9 lives, 8 ways to Sunday, 7 seas, 6 senses, 5 fingers, 4 corners, 3 musketeers, and 2 sides to every story. But there is only one Nick Werry. 50 hard-boiled eggs in 3 minutes and 4 seconds, 2 gallons of baby food, 48 Nathan's Famous hot dogs and buns. Look at the guns. He and I work out together. He's wearing a short sleeve shirt, so you can tell. If I were, you'd see the same thing basically in the abs. But ladies and gentlemen, he is a bodybuilder. He is the husband of Mickey Sudo. They're called the Hungry Couple. Both currently eating 48 hot dogs and buns as their personal best. It's a very expensive lunchtime. It's a very expensive way to live. Nick, I'm going to do a stare down, the first ever husband and wife stare down a little later. But Nick, a lot of competition here. You're at 48. How many can you eat tomorrow? Can you win this? Is that possible?
100%. I think there's realistically 5 or 6 of us. It's going to be a dogfight to the last few minutes. I think that winning number is going to take 55 to 60. And if my practices at home, speak to tomorrow, then that's definitely possible for me to win, whoever body cooperates. But my goal for tomorrow will probably be somewhere between that 55 to low 60s range.
Okay, this is what I'd like to do. Can we bring the scale over? And we're just going to weigh in Mickey and Nick and certify them for competition. Mike Sullivan, MLE host, is going to weigh. I'll hold the belt.
So we are continuing to follow this Nathan's hot dog eating contest weigh-in ceremony happening live in New York City. We were hearing some of these statistics. They were mind-boggling, stomach aching. I mean, 50 hot dogs in 10 minutes. That is the reality for some of these contestants. It is impressive and it is wild. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. So we have an established feed from Barbados as we are anticipating the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency to talk about Hurricane Beryl and the preparedness. We are going to head there live in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our X-RAD radar as you are watching Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4 storm, making its way to Jamaica. In fact, just hours away from residents there, where they will be feeling the impacts, as well as the Cayman Islands. And all of these island nations are on high alert as they are expecting devastating flooding, rain, and winds. Happening right now, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency is holding a conference with updates on Beryl's impact with a number of nations in the Caribbean. We're going to head there right now so we can listen in.
Which were extensively damaged or destroyed. So, colleagues, the overall picture with respect to the Grenadine Islands is quite significant, severe, and of course the focus at this time is on the population, which has been significantly impacted. They're also exposed, so there are considerations related to urgent shelter for those persons. With respect to Grenada, there have been reports of damage in the north of Grenada that is being assessed. Carriacou, one of the Grenadine Islands, with a population of approximately 6,081. The total population has also been affected, so shelter is a significant consideration here as well. Initial reports are that the majority of the homes and buildings on that island have been extensively damaged. The majority of the persons who have been affected are currently sheltering in place with temporary arrangements. The Emergency Operations Center on that island was activated yesterday with some additional reinforcement from mainland Grenada, and the coordination operations have commenced. The government of Grenada is also mobilizing food for distribution, and initial damage assessment has been initiated on that island. Communication also significantly compromised. With respect to Petite Martinique, with a population of estimated 900 persons, the full population has also been affected. The majority of the homes and buildings on that island were also extensively damaged or destroyed. The majority of the population on island is also sheltering in place with temporary arrangements. The government is mobilizing food for distribution, and we do have reports of persons in shelter in Petite Martinique, but those numbers are being confirmed. So we have an initial picture, but it is certainly sufficient to allow us to focus the response efforts, even as we await the final damage assessment indications. So what has been the response through the regional response mechanism, which is coordinated by SEDEMA? The SEDEMA coordinating unit activated the regional coordination plan at 5 a.m. on the 29th of June. Our regional coordination center was activated on the 30th of June to address the response. There was an emergency meeting of the heads of government of CARICOM yesterday on the 2nd of July to discuss and make provision for how the community will be supporting its neighbors who have been impacted, and I want to express my thanks to the heads of government of the community for their support. With respect to regional coordination, SEDEMA has convened to date 4 meetings of the Caribbean Development Partner Group, which pulls together our participating states, CARICOM regional institutions, as well as UN organizations and other private sector, non-governmental, as well as civil society organizations to support a coordinated response. I accompanied Ms. Michelle Forbes, the Director of the National Emergency Management Organization of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, NEMO, on an aerial reconnaissance of St. Vincent and its Grenadines, as well as the Grenadines of Grenada yesterday. This mission was facilitated by the Regional Security System, and we want to thank the RSS for its continued support. The mission did provide a comprehensive view of the status with respect to the housing as well as buildings on islands and critical facilities, and allowing us to really prioritize how we would task the regional response teams which would be supporting, and I'll say a little bit more about that shortly. We have activated within the Regional Coordination Center a number of thematic groups, including the Relief and Logistics thematic group, and this group, co-chaired by SEDIMA and the World Food Programme, are in the process of establishing a relief transshipment hub at Shed 1 of the Barbados port. A site visit was conducted, and we expect to commence those operations later today. We want to thank the World Food Programme for activating their arrangements with Massey Distribution, and we will be undertaking the packaging of food items to be distributed to families containing ready-to-eat foods given the situation on the ground, and both St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada will benefit from this. We also want to thank the operators who have indicated a pledge of support to the hub, which include the Barbados Red Cross, the Rotary International, as well as the Duke of Edinburgh Award Scheme. We want to thank them for their support. With respect to emergency telecommunications, we have deployed a CARICOM emergency telecommunications team to St. Vincent and the Grenadines with telecommunications supplies, which include mobile communication systems comprising laptops, power supplies, Starlink satellite internet service, as well as solar power generators so that these can function independently. And a similar deployment will be made to Grenada to support its Grenadines. A rapid needs assessment team was deployed to St. Vincent and the Grenadines yesterday, and this was facilitated via the Guyana Defense Force Air Wing, and we want to express thanks to them and also to the regional security system for facilitation of that movement. The members of that rapid needs assessment team are very diverse, and I will try to highlight as I go through the various entities providing support in just a short while. We have also had significant support by the participating states of the SEDIMA system, and we want to thank the national disaster coordinators of all of our participating states for rallying around their colleagues at this time. Antigua and Barbuda, in particular, has provided coordination of support out of Antigua. They have also provided a suite of relief items, ice, water, human resources in the form of search and rescue and security contingents, supporting the RSS efforts in that regard. They've supported the CARICOM disaster relief unit team, as well as other response personnel. The government of Barbados has facilitated through the access to the Bridgetown port for the purposes of the transshipment hub, and also provided human resources to the Rapid Needs Assessment Team. We want to thank the Coastal Zone Management Unit in that regard.
We are continuing to listen in as the Caribbean Emergency Agency is talking about how they are preparing for the Category 4 Hurricane Beryl. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break. We are going to continue with this live press conference after that. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:43 Eastern, 8:44 Pacific. We are going to head back to the live press conference out of Barbados as a number of Caribbean officials are talking about Hurricane Beryl and the emergency response that they have in place. Let's once again listen in.
Also provided relief items, supported the security contingent, the CARICOM Disaster Relief Unit membership, and have also offered additional technical support personnel. Trinidad and Tobago, the sub-regional focal point for the southern region of SEDEMA, has dispatched relief items to the impacted states yesterday. We also have members from Trinidad and Tobago being deployed to support the Emergency Operations Center efforts in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and they're scheduled to arrive in those islands today. And we also have had the support of the Air Guard of the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force undertaking a number of actions, including supporting aerial reconnaissance and the movement of personnel, and we want to thank them in that regard. 2 fast ferries have also been made available by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to support the transport of personnel and relief items. So as you can see, colleagues, the region has really been rallying, and we want to thank them. We also know that other SEDEMA participating states are undertaking actions at this time to support our neighbors, and as that information comes to hand, we will ensure that it's also shared with the public. We do have a number of regional institutions as well supporting the efforts. The Caribbean Broadcasting Union supporting our rapid needs assessment team to ensure that we can get the story of what is happening with the persons in those territories available to you. The Caribbean Development Bank, which is providing personnel to support the rapid needs assessment team, as well as financial support to the regional response mechanism deployments. The Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology has kept us fully abreast with respect to the scientific analysis as the tropical cyclone has evolved, and supported impact-based forecasting, informing the readiness actions in our states. CARICOM Impacts has been supporting on the security front. The CARICOM Private Sector Organization, CPSO, has been mobilizing efforts, particularly relief supplies out of Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean Public Health Agency, which has provided support to the Rapid Needs Assessment Team, as well as CAWASA, which is the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Organization. We also have a number of United Nations organizations supporting our efforts, and there are many of these. The Food and Agriculture Organization is supporting. The International Organization for Migration has been supporting us here and leading the thematic group looking at shelter solutions for those persons who have been displaced. We have the Pan American Health Organization supporting us with respect to health efforts. The World Food Program has also been actively engaged as co-chairs of the Emergency Logistics and Relief Management Group. And the World Food Program is also supporting the consolidation of demands and available supplies through the use of the CARICOM logistics system in collaboration with the SEDEMA team, and have also established a control tower for upstream and downstream logistics. I had mentioned previously the activation of their arrangement for the provision of food supplies, and we really want to thank the World Food Program with respect to those efforts. Other UN organizations have pledged their support, and I want to express my thanks to the UN Resident Coordinator based here in Barbados, who has provided very sterling support with the co-chairing of the Caribbean Development Partner Group, Mr. Simon Springett, as well as the full UN family, who have pledged a number of items, and we anticipate activating those in days to come. Global Support and Development, an international NGO. You would recall that we signed an MOU last year, which allows us to work collaboratively with the MV Dawn, which is a humanitarian vessel. That vessel has been activated, providing logistic support and the movement of relief supplies as well. World Central Kitchen has also reached out and responded to our call for assistance, and they're currently on the ground in St. Vincent and the Grenadines providing feeding services. The regional security system I'd mentioned previously, but I wanted to emphasize here that they also coordinate the CARICOM Disaster Relief Unit and have coordinated the security search support to our states. I want to acknowledge, of course, the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, who are providing financial support to the mobilization of the regional response mechanism, and they have done so for the past several years, and we continue to be appreciative of those efforts. And of course, UWI Television, we have a strong partnership with UWI, and they're here facilitating our broadcast today. So I wish to turn now to modalities for providing assistance to the impacted states. I know that as Caribbean people, we are close to our Caribbean brothers and sisters, and we want to assist. It is important that we do so in a highly coordinated way so that we are as efficient as possible and bring in really the best of the region to support our neighbors at a very difficult time. So with respect to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have received guidance from the government for an express preference for cash donations. Cash donations, I want to emphasize this. The account details are available to you, and I believe we will be showing those on screen sometime during the press conference, but we will also make these available via the SEDIMA social media sites as well as our website, and distribute through the islands, through the channels of our National Emergency Management Coordinators. So just repeating, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the government has expressed a preference for cash donations. They are mindful that there are items that are currently on the way, and of course these will be accepted, and we understand that any of those donations that are on the way would have been in alignment with any needs lists that had been previously prepared and circulated, and also would have been notified to the National Emergency Operations Center so that we can ensure coordination. But remember, preferred cash donations for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. With respect to the government of Grenada, they have advised that they will accept cash contributions, and they will be publishing the bank account information where these cash donations can be placed as soon as we have that information available at the coordinating unit. Similarly, we will be publishing it on our social media sites and also on our websites, and distributing through our participating states via our National Emergency Management Coordinators as well.
We are continuing to listen in as the Caribbean Emergency Disaster Agency discusses their very extensive preparations ahead of Hurricane Beryl, as it is expected to impact Jamaica and the Cayman Islands today, really in just a matter of hours. We are going to take our final 2-minute break of the hour. I'm Stephanie Quinu on the other end of that break. Mike Pace is going to be in your hot seat to guide you through a number of hours of live events, top stories, and headlines. Stay with us.
And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time right here. And we are taking a look here at the White House as we will have an in-demand briefing from the White House. We showed you yesterday. It was a lot of media grilling the White House on Biden's performance at the debate, as well as if he will drop out. Rumors continue to swirl even at this hour. So we are keeping an eye on it for you. Coming up in about 90 minutes, we will be featuring that full White House briefing, so you won't miss anything when it comes to that. And there's a big New York Times article right now saying that Biden told an ally that he is debating whether to drop out or stay in the race. The White House quickly pushing back on that this morning, saying that claim is absolutely false. If the New York Times had provided us with more than 7 minutes to comment, we would have told them so. Here is what the story is showing this morning. Breaking news from the New York Times. President Biden told a key ally his campaign may be unsalvageable if he can't convince the public he's up for the job. It's the first public indication that Biden is seriously considering whether he can recover after the debate. And remember, that debate not even a week ago, just 6 days away. And you're really feeling the pressure, not from the media, but from his own party, the Democratic Party, putting the pressure on Joe Biden now. And we are seeing it really play out on all media landscapes. And we will continue to follow it for you right here every step of the way on Live Now from Fox. This also comes as President Biden will meet with many Democratic governors from across the country, like J.B. Pritzker out of Illinois, like Gavin Newsom out of California. They're coming for this private meeting at the White House later today. That is going to be after the briefing, so we won't get any intel on that. But we'll see what the days ahead are for President Joe Biden, and if this could be the final days here as that pressure continues to be mounting there. We told you of the New York Times article. You know, a lot of the White House briefing will be centered around that article and the aide and the ally to Biden. We want to know who that was and who is speaking that the end may be near politically for Joe Biden here. So we'll be keeping an eye on all of that for you, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Coming up again in 90 minutes, we will have it for you, White House briefing in full. We're also keeping an eye on the weather, everyone, as we are continuing to showcase Hurricane Beryl right now in the Caribbean. Do want to show you the latest updates that we are getting from officials in Barbados as they continue to track this massive hurricane. Let's go out live.
Support the transport of personnel and relief items. So as you can see, colleagues, the region has really been rallying, and we want to thank them. We also know that other SEDEMA participating states are undertaking actions at this time to support our neighbors, and as that information comes to hand, we will ensure that it's also shared with the public. We do have a number of regional institutions as well supporting the efforts. The Caribbean Broadcasting Union supporting our rapid needs assessment team to ensure that we can get the story of what is happening with the persons in those territories available to you. The Caribbean Development Bank, which is providing personnel to support the rapid needs assessment team, as well as financial support to the regional response mechanism deployments. The Caribbean Institute for Meteorology and Hydrology has kept us fully abreast with respect to the scientific analysis as the tropical cyclone has evolved, and supported impact-based forecasting, informing the readiness actions in our states. CARICOM Impacts has been supporting on the security front. The CARICOM Private Sector Organization, CPSO, has been mobilizing efforts, particularly relief supplies out of Trinidad and Tobago. The Caribbean Public Health Agency, which has provided support to the Rapid Needs Assessment Team, as well as CAWASA, which is the Caribbean Water and Wastewater Organization. We also have a number of United Nations organizations supporting our efforts, and there are many of these. The Food and Agriculture Organization is supporting. The International Organization for Migration has been supporting us here and leading the thematic group looking at shelter solutions for those persons who have been displaced. We have the Pan American Health Organization supporting us with respect to health efforts. The World Food Program has also been actively engaged as co-chairs of the Emergency Logistics and Relief Management Group. And the World Food Program is also supporting the consolidation of demands and available supplies through the use of the CARICOM logistics system in collaboration with the SEDEMA team, and have also established a control tower for upstream and downstream logistics. I'd mentioned previously the activation of their arrangement for the provision of food supplies, and we really want to thank the World Food Program with respect to those efforts. Other UN organizations have pledged their support, and I want to express my thanks to the UN Resident Coordinator based here in Barbados, who has provided very sterling support with the co-chairing of the Caribbean Development Partner Group, Mr. Simon Springett, as well as the full UN family, who have pledged a number of items, and we anticipate activating those in days to come. Global Support and Development, an international NGO, you would recall that we signed an MOU last year, which allows us to work collaboratively with the MV Dawn, which is a humanitarian vessel. That vessel has been activated, providing logistics support and the movement of relief supplies as well. World Central Kitchen has also reached out and responded to our call for assistance, and they're currently on the ground in St. Vincent and the Grenadines providing feeding services. The regional security system I'd mentioned previously, but I wanted to emphasize here that they also coordinate the CARICOM Disaster Relief Unit and have coordinated the security surge support to our states. I want to acknowledge, of course, the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, who are providing financial support to the mobilization of the regional response mechanism, and they have done so for the past several years, and we continue to be appreciative of those efforts. And of course, UWI Television, we have a strong partnership with UWI, and they're here facilitating our broadcast today. So I wish to turn now to modalities for providing assistance to the impacted states. I know that as Caribbean people, we are close to our Caribbean brothers and sisters, and we want to assist. It is important that we do so in a highly coordinated way so that we are as efficient as possible and bring in really the best of the region to support our neighbors at a very difficult time. So with respect to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have received guidance from the government for an express preference for cash donations. Cash donations, I want to emphasize this. The account details are available to you, and I believe we will be showing those on screen sometime during the press conference, but we will also make these available via the SEDEMA social media sites as well as our website, and distribute through the islands, through the channels of our National Emergency Management Coordinators. So just repeating, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the government has expressed a preference for cash donations. They are mindful that there are items that are currently on the way, and of course these will be accepted, and we understand that any of those donations that are on the way would have been in alignment with any needs list that had been previously prepared and circulated, and also would have been notified to the National Emergency Operations Center so that we can ensure coordination. But remember, preferred cash donations for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. With respect to the government of Grenada, They have advised that they will accept cash contributions, and they will be publishing the bank account information where these cash donations can be placed as soon as we have that information available at the coordinating unit. Similarly, we will be publishing it on our social media sites and also on our websites, and distributing through our participating states via our national emergency management coordinators as well. In addition, the government of Grenada has advised that a needs list has been published. We understand it was published this morning, and that the government will be accepting contributions based on items in the needs list only. And I wish to emphasize this. It is very important that if you are providing support to the government of Grenada, it must be with respect to items that appear on the needs list. Now, across the SEDEMA participating states, as you know, we work as a system. So our national emergency management coordinators in each of the SEDEMA participating states will be the focal points for facilitation and coordination of any relief items which are to be sent for the government of Grenada. So you must liaise with them. Remember that we have logistical arrangements in place to support, which include our private sector partners of Tropical Shipping and King Ocean, which is another shipping facilitation within the region. But to access these arrangements, you must coordinate with the National Emergency Management Offices, and this allows us to keep a very clear perspective on what relief items will be coming from any of the SEDEMA participating states, and also the facilitation of the logistics. And I want to repeat again, only items on the needs list will be accepted, and only items on the needs list will be shipped. So please bear this in mind. Thank you for your attention. This brings me to the end of the briefing. I am available to take your questions. And so back over to you, Keith.
Thank you very much, Edie, for that comprehensive update as it relates to the islands of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada and the other islands who've been impacted by Hurricane Beryl. At this time, we are going to open the floor to the media across the region. All we ask is that you state your name and agency before you ask your question so that we can directly speak to you. I do see a Ryan Davis. Ryan, you can start with your question.
Hi, good day, Ryan Hamilton Davis, Trinidad Newsday. Can you hear me?
You're a little muffled, but we can hear you. We're hearing you. Go ahead with the question, and we'll see if we can make out what you're saying.
First question is, is SEDEMA able to confirm the death toll? So far, we've been hearing different reports concerning deaths between 6 and 8. So I want to get a confirmed number for that. And secondly, as far as disaster preparedness is concerned, especially in areas like Haiti, which already has significant social problems and so on, how are the preparedness efforts being conducted there?
I didn't understand the second part of the question on preparedness efforts.
Yes.
Yeah. So thanks very much, Ryan. So I understood the first question as being one as to whether we can give a confirmation with respect to fatalities. The answer is no. We have not received an official report from any of the states with respect to this item. And of course, once this is available, we would make this available to the press as well. Now, your second question was a bit muffled. I understood you were asking about preparedness actions, but could you repeat for me?
Sorry about that. Preparedness actions.
Or if you can't repeat, Ryan, can you just place it? If you may, you can place it. You can place a text in the Zoom, and we'll try to get the question answered for you.
I will send it via text.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I see Jay. You can go ahead with your question. Just indicate your Name and agency. Jay.
Hi, good morning. Keith, good morning. Miss Riley.
Good morning.
I have one question. Speaking specifically...
Which agency are you with?
Sorry, Jermaine Abel here, SKN Vibes, WinFM. Quick question though. In terms of medical facilities and so forth, where are we with that in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines? Because from my recollection, they were stating that the hospital or so forth was actually damaged. Can you address that specifically? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. At this time, we have not had any requests from either of the states for surge support on the medical side. Please bear in mind that even though there were impacts to Grenada as well as to St. Vincent, that both of these islands are still operational. The capitals are very much operational, so the hospitals, medical arrangements on the main islands are still intact. We do know that there were medical personnel deployed from Grenada into the impact zone of Carriacou and Petit Martinique yesterday morning. But at this time, we have no specific requests for augmentation of the national level medical capabilities.
Thank you, Jay, for your question. Dennis Chabral from Guyana. Please go ahead with your question.
Good day, Dennis Chabral, Caribbean News Desk and Demerara Waves. Can you say what preparations are currently being made at this moment to respond to the situations in Jamaica and the Cayman Islands? And secondly, why after so many decades of preparedness, SEDEMA and its previous organization have not found a way to ensure that there are adequate, secure telecommunications facilities to deal with situations like these? Here it is in 2024, we're seeing islands cut off from the rest of the Caribbean and the world because telecommunication systems have gone down. Why haven't you tried to fix this so immediately after the storm passes, you've got facilities that can be erected and communication started?
Thank you very much, Dennis, for your question. So with respect to the preparedness actions for Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, so we have activated our regional response mechanism and it is on standby to support Jamaica. We were in discussions with Jamaica on the operational scenario that they were anticipating, including looking at matters of potential population to be affected, etc. So the arrangements are on standby, including the CARICOM Disaster Relief Unit that's there. We are also looking at having appropriate surge support available for them as well. One of the things I want to draw the media's attention to is that this is quite a complex operation that is happening in the region. Many of you may be aware that we have 4 geographical subregions within SEDEMA, which allow us to provide more effective response to our states. And you probably will realize that Beryl has in fact threatened 3 of those subregions, the one led by Barbados. In fact, all of the countries within the Barbados subregion were actually under threat at the same time, and those include Dominica, St. Lucia, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And within the southern subregion, which is coordinated by Trinidad and Tobago, the subregional focal point itself was under threat, as well as Grenada. And we knew that Beryl was going to traverse the Caribbean Sea and provide a bit of a concern for Jamaica, which is the sub-regional focal point in the northwest. And of course, Jamaica is very important within our system because of the significant assets that they hold, etc. So I'm raising this point to say that what we have done is try to strategically utilize those states which have not been under threat to provide the horizontal cooperation support. And we've collaborated very closely with our partners. I'd explained a bit earlier how we're working very closely with the UN agencies to support the efforts, as well as some private sector entities and NGOs. Bahamas has also placed teams on standby for support to Jamaica as well, and they are in the northwestern subregion. And we do have an arrangement with the international militaries that support our regional response mechanism through our multinational Caribbean cell, and that includes the militaries of the United States, Canada, France, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and Canada. So they're also very much on standby and prepared to support. With respect to the Cayman Islands is a UK overseas dependent territory, and in that regard, our operational plans call for us to activate our arrangements with the UK for support to the UK overseas territories in events where the regional resources are stretched, and this is certainly one of those scenarios. So we have confirmed with the UK that they're well positioned to activate their arrangements in support of the Cayman Islands should this be required. So you asked a question with respect to the adequacy of communication. So we do have communication surge arrangements in the region. I think it's also important to recognize that in multi-island states, there is a requirement for creation of redundancy around a lot of the facilities across every single island. So, for example, in a mainland, the type of resources that you would have on the mainland compared sometimes to what is held on sister islands or those smaller jurisdictions, I think it would be appreciated that that is not always equated. So we do have satellite phones that are located on Carriacou as well as Petit Martinique. So once the system had cleared, they were able to make contact. It is not unusual, and particularly during the impact of a major hurricane. And remember that when Beryl passed through, it was a major Category 4 system when it passed through the Grenadine Islands. So catastrophic destruction is associated with hurricanes of that particular strength. And so it's not unusual to see the normal communications going down, and usually we're able to use the satellite phones afterwards once we have some clearance with respect to the cloud cover, and that did take place. So the CARICOM Emergency Telecommunications Support Team, as I mentioned, was also deployed to both of the territories, and we are setting up the emergency communications on those islands. So we are able to get telephone contact with those islands through the satellite phones which were already there, but what we are now putting in place, because the usual communication service providers understandably have gone down, and they're of course working to rectify that situation.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, so we appreciate you continuing to join us as always. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to track Hurricane Beryl in the Caribbean. Let's continue to listen on Live Now from Fox from Caribbean officials.
Desire to do so. But I think we also recognize that in many instances, there are persons who may not desire to leave the space that they're connected to. So I think these are really difficult questions that the governments are now grappling with. We are having discussions around the provision of temporary shelter, but of course, it is of a major concern that we've had such catastrophic destruction to buildings, housing, and general shelter options in countries in what we know is a very active hurricane season. And I think the fact that we have had Beryl occurring so early in the season and reaching a Category 5 strength. Now, this is not a usual thing that we see with respect to the system. So we are very mindful of this, and we will continue to be in dialogue with the governments of the impacted states to work out the best solutions to ensure that the population is kept safe.
Thank you, Ian. I think we have that information, a graphic of the bank information for St. Vincent and the Grenadines that I believe we can place on the screen at this moment if persons want to. Yes. So we just want that persons who are interested and desiring to make any donations to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines government, you can use that information there to make those donations. I don't see any other members of the press.
Could I ask a question, please?
Hi, good morning, Peter. Please go ahead with your question. You're with CMC.
Peter Richard, CMC. You said earlier on you do not have official figures as it regards to the death toll following the passage of the hurricane. Some international media organizations are reporting as much as 6 people died in Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Grenada, when I say Grenada, I mean Carriacou and its dependencies. How soon do you expect to get some official confirmation as to how many people would have passed as a result? And could you give a figure, or has any figure been given as to the estimate in terms of the devastation?
Okay, so with respect to timing of indication of fatalities, I cannot give an indication. What I can say to you is that we have received, for example, initial situation reports from Grenada. They've submitted information to us. We know that they're in the process of preparing another situation report, but please also be mindful that in many of these islands, access is only by boat, and we would appreciate that the seas have been very rough. So the officials in the islands have had to wait for the seas to calm, and then they're able to go over to see what is happening in those jurisdictions where the access is only by boat. They would have gotten yesterday. They're assessing the information, and they do need to compile it. So we do have to give them an opportunity to do so. I really can't comment on what the international media is reporting, but we take our information from the national authoritative source, which is the Emergency Operations Center. And once that's available, we will make it available to you as well. The second question you asked was related to the estimated figures with respect to damage, and I covered that as comprehensively as I could based on the initial information available from the aerial reconnaissance and the initial assessments by the national officials as they visited on the ground yesterday. So once the damage assessors get out into the field, and remember we are dealing also with quite complex logistics here, so the usual connectivity between these islands. Remember, this has been disrupted. So there would be boats that would have been traditionally plied the routes and connected the islands. They may have been damaged. And whilst we work towards getting a more predictable bridging arrangement in place to connect via sea, and we're also trying to work on a connection via air as well.
We always got you covered on Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We take you out to the UN Security Council meeting out in New York City.
And to create the conditions necessary for lasting change. Prime Minister, you have our support in this vital task. Let me reiterate also, as we consider renewal of BNU's mandate, the UK's full support to the SRSG and the mission. BNU will continue to play an important role in supporting the transitional government. This should be coordinated with the MSS mission. President, these developments have created positive momentum in Haiti. It is vital that the international community now supports Haiti's transitional government to take advantage of this, to bring about the stability and security that the Haitian people so desperately need and that they deserve. I thank you.
Я благодарю Соединенное Королевство за их выступление и сейчас предоставляю слово Республике Корея.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by thanking Special Representative Salvador for her insightful briefing. I also welcome the participation of the Haitian Prime Minister Gary Coney and the Foreign Minister Dominique Dupuy and the Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic and the representatives from Canada, St. Kitts Nevis, and Kenya. Mr. President, Haiti is still suffering from rampant gang violence that prevents its people from having access to essential supplies, including health care, food, and water, amid unprecedented hunger and displacement. With the rising number of homicides and kidnappings perpetrated by armed gangs, the lives of civilians, including women and children, are at substantial risk, not only in the metropolitan area of Port-au-Prince, but beyond. Gender-based violence has become part of a tactic by armed gangs to instill fear in communities. Despite these ongoing security challenges, we have recently seen some visible signs of hope. Most notably, we welcome the arrival of 200 Kenyan police officers in Port-au-Prince. The MSS, as requested by Haiti and authorized by Security Council Resolution 2699, will provide critical support to the Haitian National Police in countering gangs, help enhance security around the critical infrastructure, and ensure delivery of humanitarian assistance. My delegation commends Kenya's leadership in this remarkable first step and the other countries' contribution of personnel and funds. We hope that the first contingent of the MSS will effectively deliver its mandate as outlined in the resolution, and we also look forward to the timely deployment of the remaining contingents as planned. My delegation also commends Haiti's remarkable steps toward a Haitian-led political solution with the critical support of the CARICOM community. As such, we welcome the swearing-in of Prime Minister Gary Coney and the new Haitian government, including 4 female ministers in the cabinet. We urge all Haitian stakeholders to continue making progress towards holding a free and fair presidential election that ensures the full, equal, and meaningful participation of all, including women and the youth. Mr. President, in light of these recent developments, we highlight the crucial role of BINU, led by SRSG Salvador, whose role needs to be strengthened to support the holding of free and fair elections, to protect human rights, and to provide advisory support to the Haitian National Police without duplicating the work of the MSS. In particular, BINU's coordination role between the UN country team, UN funds and programs, and the other agencies should be further strengthened. Lastly, we strongly support the sanctions regime to discourage the criminal gangs and curb the illicit flow of firearms and ammunition. The territorial arms embargo imposed by Resolution 2699 and 2700 must be effectively implemented. In this respect, we commend the technical and investigative work of the UN ODC and the panel of experts of the Security Council Committee established pursuant to Resolution 2653. The Republic of Korea also stands ready to work on updating the targeted sanctions list. I thank you, Mr. President.
Я благодарю Республику Корея за их заявление. Сейчас я сделаю заявление в качестве представителя Российской Федерации. Благодарим спецпредставителя генерального секретаря Марии Сальвадор за доклад о положении дел на Гаити. Приветствуем участие в сегодняшнем заседании премьер-министра Гарри Конея. Его назначение на пост главы правительства стало, безусловно, важным событием в деле укрепления гаитянских институтов власти. И мы выражаем нашу поддержку усилиям недавно сформированного Кабинета министров и Переходного президентского совета по управлению страной в этот критический период, ключевая задача которого – подготовить и провести всенародное голосование. Мы также приветствуем участие в сегодняшнем заседании министра иностранных дел Доминиканской Республики Роберто Альвареса Хиля. Полагаем, что приоритетными задачами переходных органов власти, помимо скорейшего решения вопроса о проведении
In addition to swiftly addressing the issue of holding presidential elections in accordance with the Haitian Constitution, should also include restoring order in the country and establishing interim administrative bodies. We stress that any external interference in these processes is unacceptable. Haitian political forces bear the primary responsibility for overcoming the crisis in their country, and the events of the last 3 months have shown that when the political will is in place, parties are able to overcome their disagreements and work together for the good of the country. Nonetheless, despite progress on the political track, much remains to be done to redress the situation on the ground. Armed groups continue to control 80% of the territory of Port-au-Prince, including most strategically important transportation facilities, as well as key entry and exit points into the capital. Local gangs currently hold at least 500,000 units of firearms, including grenade launchers and sniper rifles. The leaders of these gangs are disseminating videos on social networks showing how they are arming entire private armies to the teeth. According to the UNODC, the main route for the smuggling of weapons runs from Florida using maritime transport and small aircraft. And we do not see the current embargo doing anything to prevent the flow of arms from the U.S. If it wished to do so, Washington could have long tackled this problem. Instead, it seems that our U.S. colleagues prefer to use illegal weapons shipments on which U.S. armed dealers earn significant sums as a lever of influence to affect the situation in the country. The Security Council Sanctions Committee 2653 is, however, backing down from using sanctions tools to address this problem. There are no proposals to list those who are behind this issue. As a result, the committee's sanctions list currently consists of 5 people, namely the leaders of gangs. We have no objections to including representatives of the criminal world on the basis of reliable and verifiable information. However, their activities are just a small fraction of the challenges facing the country. In addition, most often, these gangs do not have property or accounts abroad, and they are not interested in travel around the world, which does not apply to U.S. arms dealers. However, the committee experts are clearly not eager to get into a disagreement with Washington. Perhaps the situation could be changed by the upcoming visit of the group of experts to Haiti this summer. We also expect that a full-fledged visit will be organized to Port-au-Prince for delegations, members of the Security Council 2653 committee when conditions allow. We also support the Special Representative's proposal to organize a mission of Security Council members to that country. There are certain hopes when it comes to improving the situation in Haiti in connection with the multinational security support mission, whose initial contingents have already been deployed on the island. We note the key outlines of the concept of operation provided by Nairobi in June of this month, and we expect further necessary information on the parameters of the use of force by the mission, its exit strategy, and information regarding its financial and staffing aspects. We once again draw attention to the fact that the MSS should act in close coordination with national security forces and in line with their priorities in order to gradually transfer to them the leading role in ensuring security in their country. We have been promised a non-repetition of past mistakes, and we will be closely monitoring how the mission works and how it is perceived by the public in Haiti. We also currently see potential for strengthening the role of BNU in Haiti, whose mandate is due to expire in the middle of this month. The Special Political Mission can and should play a greater role, both in assisting broader political dialogue and preparing for the elections, as well as in providing support to the Haitian police. It is also important that the UN mission fully restore the level of staffing provided for by its mandate in order to implement current priorities as effectively as possible. Russia, as a responsible member of the Security Council, will continue providing assistance to the Haitian settlement process and supporting the international efforts necessary in this regard. I resume my functions as the President of the Council, and I now give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gary Coney, the Prime Minister of Haiti. Mr. President, Madam Special Representative of BNU, distinguished members of the Council, I recognize the presence of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic in this room, as well as the representative of Canada, of St. Kitts and Nevis, and the representative of Kenya. Mr. President, Madam Special Representative, distinguished members of the Council, it is with a deep sense of responsibility and renewed hope in Haiti's commitment to be an actor in its own future that I share with you today the aspirations of millions of Haitians. Indeed, despite years of bitter struggle and unshakable resilience, our people continue to fight for a better future. Haiti, rooted in a history of courage and freedom, is ready to turn a decisive page in its history. At the outset, allow me to express my gratitude to the Ambassador of the Russian Federation, Vasily Nebenzia, for his presidency of the Security Council this month. I wish him every success in discharging his responsibilities. I would also like to thank the previous presidency held by the Republic of Korea for its exceptional commitment and efficient management of the work of the Council, which strengthened our common mission. My special thanks also go to the Secretary General for his unfailing support for Haiti since he took office. His dedication to Haiti's cause and his willingness to work alongside us to overcome our challenges reflect a spirit of solidarity which is necessary for our progress. His continued presence and support are a source of inspiration and confidence for the Haitian people. Mr. President, Madam Special Representative of BNU, members of the Council, I would also like to thank my sincere thanks to Ms. Maria Isabel Salvador, Special Representative for Haiti and head of the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti, for her detailed report and insightful briefing on recent developments in Haiti. Madam Representative, your in-depth analysis and critical observations offer an important contribution to our understanding of current issues. I also thank the members of the Council for their valuable contributions today. Your dedication and commitment to stabilization and progress in Haiti are deeply appreciated. We're aware of the concerns raised by the BNU report and agree on the urgent need to find a lasting solution to the security problems exacerbated by the activities of criminal gangs. These challenges threaten the social and economic fabric of our country and hinder our reconstruction and development efforts. The report also highlights the progress made in setting up transitional governance structures which are vital to Haiti's political and social stability. We therefore encourage BNU's support for the political process during these periods of political turbulence. This role remains important for reducing tensions, preserving and multiplying spaces for discussion, and encouraging inter-Haitian dialogue. The establishment of solid cooperation and effective cooperation between national authorities of the transition, the multinational security support mission, and BNU remains essential and will help us in our mission of reestablishing security and restoring democratic institutions, which are strategic for the transition. Mr. President, Madam Special Representative, distinguished members of the Council, solidarity between peoples is severely tested by local, national, and international conflicts. Nearly 30 major conflicts are currently affecting various populations, leading to serious humanitarian crises and record numbers of displaced persons. Yet, it is in these very, very difficult times that solidarity is quintessential. Throughout its history, Haiti has perfectly demonstrated this act of solidarity between peoples. Both as an initiator and as a beneficiary, the Haitian nation has since the outset always made international solidarity one of the pillars of its worldview and engagement. Today, Haiti continues to call on this solidarity in order to emerge from the crisis that has plagued it for several decades. And to succeed in its transition, the duration and mission of which are very limited. Every day must be used wisely. That is why, since my appointment as head of government, several working sessions have been held with the Transitional Presidential Council, anti-corruption and accountability institutions, law enforcement agencies, the private sector, the Electoral Council, representatives of local authorities, and diaspora associations. In that same vein, several government officials accompanied me on strategic meetings with international donors and operators. In light of the commitments that have been announced, I would like to add my voice to that of the Haitian people to thank these technical and financial partners for their support to date in bringing about a better Haiti. More than ever, Haiti must mobilize all the necessary and available resources to make this transition the last one, a transition that could set it on the path towards peace, security, and sustainable development. It is therefore our duty to build solid and sincere partnerships in order to find appropriate strategies to meet the aspirations of the Haitian people. Haiti is currently at a critical point with 12,000 armed individuals holding a population of 12 million hostage. At this decisive juncture, no project, be it economic or political, can be tackled without addressing the security issue. For that reason, my government welcomes the implementation of commitments made in Resolution 2699 regarding the multinational security support mission. The deployment of the first contingent of police officers alongside Haitian law enforcement agencies should help put a stop to the barbarity of criminal groups. However, Haiti must escape.
We got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, White House briefing on deck. In about 45 minutes, we'll be featuring that for you worldwide right here. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now.
New transitional government appoint a new Director General of the Haitian National Police and welcome the first contingent of the multinational security support mission. This shared governance between political and economic and civil society stakeholders facilitated by partners such as CARICOM, which has spared no efforts through its eminent personalities, shows that the most appropriate choice has been made in this regard in the explosive context of Haiti's politics. However, the distrust, fragility, and tensions that underlie our political dynamics must never be underestimated. We are a young democracy that has been steadily moving away from democratic governance for years. As a result, we need to be constantly alert in order to safeguard the gains we have made. Today, the current transition, while inspired by the roadmap set out in the April 3rd agreement, must be the one that will pave the way for this democratic transitional period to end as it began 3 decades ago. This should be achieved through institutional legal reforms and the creation of atmosphere conducive to economic recovery and organization of elections.
Any support by international partners must take into account the vision of the transition government so that Haiti never reverts to chaos. Mr. President, in our members of the council, there is no Haitian inevitability. The situation prevailing in Haiti is a result of a policy that separated the state from the people, a policy that disregarded the resilience, tenacity, empathy, and generosity of our people who simply aspire to well-being. A local and international synergy is essential. In the course of my career as a United Nations civil servant, I observed many international initiatives aiming to support development and stability in crisis countries. Haiti, in particular, has benefited from various forms of international assistance, each one designed with the intention of remedying the multiple crises that we have confronted, from natural disasters to political and economic crisis. In spite of this substantial aid, the results in several ways remain inadequate. It's time for Haiti and its partners to ask a fundamental question: what are we going to do differently? To this question, I can already say that in Haiti, we've begun to gather men and women who are honest, responsible, courageous, competent, and who inspire trust. This leadership is committed to holding transparent and participatory elections in order to renew the political class and ensure effective follow-up to the policies being implemented. These elections will contribute to political and institutional stability. To do this, they will be preceded by a process of constitutional reform, a revision of the legal framework of the functioning and financing of political structures, support for good governance, strengthening of mechanisms to combat corruption and impunity, and development of a security strategy focused on the interaction of people and the police, modernizing the judiciary, mobilizing the population for a massive participation in the electoral process, especially young people and women. As mentioned earlier, we're going to favor a more integrated and strategic approach involving all actors, governmental, non-governmental, and international, to ensure coherent process of planning and implementation. We're going to also focus on long-term capacities rather than short-term solutions by strengthening local institutions and by supporting the efforts of sustainable development that are aligned on the specific priorities of Haiti. By addressing the complex and often tragic history of Haiti, it's essential to acknowledge that the main responsibility for our challenges falls on us Haitians. We're not going to shirk our responsibility. However, we must also acknowledge that international policies and support have shaped and continue to shape the context in which we are fighting for stability and development. This mutual recognition of shared responsibility is crucial to establish a respectful and effective partnership to support Haiti in building a better future while respecting our sovereignty and our right to self-determination. It's a time of rebirth for Haiti, marked not only by the desire to overcome adversity, but also concrete actions that illustrate our commitment to lasting peace and development. We call the international community to recognize and support this momentum by cooperating in a constructive and respectful way to support Haiti on the path of recovery and renewal. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, in these critical time as we welcome new international security forces in Haiti, it's important to recall that our history with foreign interventions has been a mixed bag. While some interventions have provided support and stability, others have unfortunately left painful memories due to violations of human rights and a lack of respect for sovereignty and local culture. These past events have often exacerbated challenges rather than resolved them, leaving an indelible mark on the collective memory of our people. Today, we are at a crossroads between the past and the future, where each decision must be guided by lessons learned. We have a unique opportunity to redefine our cooperation by making sure that all foreign intervention is conducted with the greatest respect for the principles of transparency and responsibility, and especially in harmony with the aspirations and needs of Haitians. By moving forward, we must establish mechanisms that ensure not only the security, but the dignity and respect for our people. This requires close coordination and constant communication between all the parties involved to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not repeated. Our country is at a crucial turning point in our history. We find ourselves facing a huge challenge, but also an excellent opportunity to restore peace and security in our nation. The recent arrival of the first contingent of the multinational security support mission kicks off a new era in Haiti. This mission, conducted with the support of our brothers and sisters from Kenya, that I thank from the bottom of my heart, is testimony of the international support and the right step in stabilizing our country. We will restore our territory house by house, neighborhood by neighborhood. This isn't just a security operation, it's a renaissance of the national spirit, a renewal of our engagement, our commitment to law and order, justice and peace. We will strengthen our capacities, not only in terms of equipment, but also in terms of training and capacity building of our security forces. In this endeavor, we're guided by a clearly defined strategy, steadfast determination to coordinate efforts with all stakeholders, both national and international. Our approach is a strategic one and measures each step towards the liberation of our territory that is in the grips of rampant crime. This approach is based on the principle of rigor and effectiveness to ensure the security of our people. Haiti proudly carries the torch of freedom that has illuminated the path to emancipation far beyond our borders. Our heroic fight for independence not only broke the chains of slavery, but also inspired countless peoples to rise up and fight for their inalienable right to self-determination. Today, in spite of the huge challenges that we confront, the indomitable spirit of our ancestors continues to fuel our resolve. Your continued support, your faith in our people, and your recognition of our sovereignty are not only appreciated, they're essential. Together with courage and integrity, we can transform Haiti in an example of resilience and renaissance. To conclude, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, allow me to tell you that Haiti is at the dawn of a new era. Our resolve is unwavering and our hope unshakable. In this spirit, we appeal for global solidarity, not only in recognition of our common fight for human dignity, but also because it is the moral duty of the international community to support those who aspire to a better future. Together, with the continued and reinforced support of our international partners, Haiti will make progress towards sustainable peace, stability, and prosperity. It is through our cooperation and our mutual commitment that we can transform the challenges of today into tomorrow's victories. Thank you for believing in Haiti and believing in our capacity to overcome, to rebuild, to prosper. Together we can write the next chapter, a chapter where each Haitian will have the possibility to live in security, prosperity, and dignity, a chapter where each Haitian can once again become the master of his or her destiny. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank you, His Excellency, Prime Minister, for a statement, and I give the floor to His Excellency, Mr. Robert Alvarez Hill, Foreign Minister of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished members of the Council, Mr. Gary Coney, First Prime Minister of Haiti. We're grateful for the clear vision for your country that you have just set out, and the Dominican Republic will provide every possible support to you within our possibilities. You can count on that. Mr. Prime Minister, Foreign Minister of Haiti, Special Representative of the Secretary General for Haiti, whose tireless efforts we'd like to acknowledge, representatives of Canada, St. Kitts and Nevis, and of Kenya. Following my last appearance in this honorable body, the Transitional Presidential Council of Haiti appointed a prime minister and a prime ministerial cabinet. In addition to that, the first contingent of the multinational security support mission have arrived in Port-au-Prince. The Prime Minister Coney and his cabinet have the huge task of setting the country on the path of peace and security. The invitation that from his initial words he has extended to the Haitian political class is very commendable, although it requires huge efforts. But it is the only way to restore institutionality and peace in Haiti. Mr. President, the merit and the main responsibility fall on the Haitian people and its leaders. However, the support of the international community has been essential. Both leadership of the Secretary General Antonio Guterres, as well as the work of this council, have been essential. We must highlight the support of the United States, which has assumed a major part of funding. And of course, we shouldn't forget the courage of the government of Kenya that has taken on the leadership of the mission. Therefore, it is essential to highlight the tireless mediation work conducted by CARICOM. Its political and diplomatic efforts have been essential in promoting dialogue and reconciliation in Haiti. in addition to coordinating international assistance and contributing to personnel for the MSS mission. The commitment of Canada with regard to training and equipping the mission, as well as the decisive support of various countries with troops, equipment and financing are remarkable demonstrations of determination and solidarity of the international community to help Haiti overcome its challenges and build a more stable and prosperous future. The initial progress that today we're seeing is the fruit of multilateral cooperation. It's a proof that this is the right path. The Dominican Republic, as I've said, will support the mission by providing medical assistance to the MSS personnel on Dominican territory. This is a key aspect to contribute to the success of the mission. Another specific support that is important and that must be increased is financing, as mentioned by the Secretary General. Therefore, we would make an urgent appeal to all countries that have committed funding for the MSS to fulfill their pledges and to deposit those funds as soon as possible, to step up their contributions and maintain the support in a sustained way. To countries that have not yet considered making a contribution, we would make a strong appeal to consider this with the urgency that the current situation in Haiti demands. Each minute that passes could put at risk the future of yet another life. With regard to the Security Council, we must step up the implementation of resolutions 2653 and 2699 regarding the arms embargo and sanctions for those who fund or support criminal organizations in all their forms, as several speakers have underscored this morning. Now, the police component will enhance its effectiveness in Haiti, and these resolutions should really be felt in all their vigor. Mr. President, BNU has achieved significant advances in Haiti through judicial reforms, training of civil servants, and cooperation with the national police to reduce crime. BNU has promoted human rights, supported community projects that have generated jobs and educational programs for young people. Its coordination in response to disasters, natural disasters, and partnerships with NGOs have been vital to assist the vulnerable populations by reaffirming its crucial role in the progress and stability of the country. In the context of a multidimensional crisis, BNU has been truly a source of hope for the Haitian people, and in this new chapter, it should maintain its role as an essential pillar in providing support to the new government and to the security support mission for Haiti. BNU must also play a vital role in coordinating the electoral process, which will grant legitimacy to the new Haitian government. Its sound preparation and recognized credibility position it ideally to lead this extremely important efforts by ensuring the holding of transparent, fair, and representative elections. There are very many reasons to believe in this, including the legacy of decades of dignified international servants of this venerable organization that have shed their blood in order to assist the Haitian people. And we therefore would urge the Council to acknowledge the importance of BNU and to renovate its mandate in order to ensure the peace, stability, and development of Haiti. Mr. President, at this critical moment, solidarity and the unwavering commitment to Haiti are more vital than ever. During the the past 3 years, almost the past 3 years, we have witnessed the efforts made in this council demonstrating our faith in the United Nations system and in our policy of good neighborly relations with Haiti. However, we cannot be satisfied with the achievements attained so far. The path of towards peace and development in Haiti is challenging, but together we can make a difference and support the leaders and people of Haiti. Each contribution is a step further towards a better future for the Haitian people. We would encourage everyone to maintain this unshakable commitment and to work tirelessly to alleviate the suffering of the Haitian people by providing them an opportunity to forge a prosperous and peaceful future. It is our duty as members of the international community to be up to this great challenge and to demonstrate that solidarity and compassion transcend borders. Thank you very much. I thank His Excellency Mr. Alvarez Robles Gil for his statement, and I now give the floor to Canada.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Je suis honoré.
It is an honor to participate in this meeting together with the Prime Minister Coney and Minister Dupuy, Minister Alvarez, Madam Salvador, and my colleagues from St. Kitts and Nevis in Kenya.
And I'm very pleased to be able to speak on behalf of the Ad Hoc Advisory Group on Haiti of the Economic and Social Council. The advisory group, which Canada chairs, comprises 24 member states that are committed to accompanying Haiti's long-term socio-economic development. We are friends, we are neighbors, and we are partners with Haiti.
I had the great honor of meeting with Mr. Coney 2 years ago when he was working with UNICEF. And I must say, and I say this now in his presence, I was very impressed by the meeting that we had back then. And I am truly encouraged by the vision that you have shared today, Mr. Prime Minister.
On behalf of the committee, I want to underscore 5 key points. The first is that we welcome the positive steps that have been taken by Haitian actors to establish an inclusive government of transition. It's been a long road to do that, but we have been able to do it. We are committed to accompanying the Haitian government as it addresses the needs of the Haitian population, reestablishes democracy and stronger institutions, and accelerates the country's sustainable development.
So shouldn't Israel reclaim
Second,
Gaza and reclaim Judea?
Others have spoken of this, but let me just emphasize it. We must support Haiti to urgently address the immediate humanitarian needs of the Haitian population, has been set out in the 2024 Humanitarian Needs and Response Plan. Now, the number is 24.3%, which has been funded, as Madame Salvador has said. But let's put that in another way. It was $674 million as what's required. So if you do the math, it means that we're still over $500 million short on the humanitarian fund. That is a real challenge. And as has already been described, the number's getting more serious because the number of displaced people is growing. Third, we welcome the arrival of the multinational security support mission. And we thank Kenya for having taken on the task of leading it. And we encourage member states to contribute to making the mission a success. Again, member states have to walk the talk when it comes to supporting the mission. We're hopeful that the deployment of the mission will bolster the capacity of the Haitian National Police to restore security. Let us all come to terms with one thing. Haitians, like all of us, every single one of us, require security to be able to safely leave our homes without fear of being killed, kidnapped, or raped. To ensure that the most vulnerable can access essential services, to allow businesses to resume commerce, to safeguard schools and academic institutions for children and for youth. And yes, create the space for free and fair elections and to continue the work of building stronger institutions. Fourth, we encourage Haitian institutions to continue the work of addressing the root causes of the country's vulnerability and instability, including extreme poverty, corruption, impunity, and a collusion between the political and economic spheres, which lies, we believe, at the root of the problem. And yes, we all need to be prepared to accompany these efforts, not just in a day, but over time. Our consultations with stakeholders have identified a host of areas on which we believe that Haitian capacities still require strengthening. Providing security and human rights protection for the population, delivering essential services, particularly education and health, building resilient food systems, curbing the flow of arms and ammunitions to the gangs, which was referred to in several statements. And in particular, I want to thank the United States for some important announcements that they've made over the last several months to make a difference to this critical question. To dismantling the gangs and reducing violence at the community level, to empowering women and girls and addressing sexual and gender-based violence, to investing in education and vocational opportunities for young people, to promoting inclusive economic growth and job creation, to strengthening the rule of law, and building the country's resilience to the disruptive impacts of disasters and climate change, which, by the way, the region is experiencing today as we speak. Lastly, considering Haiti's multidimensional crisis, the active support and expertise of the United Nations across all of these areas is essential in advancing Haitian-led solutions and working together in coordination with other partners, including regional organizations and the international financial institutions. Finally, Mr. President, we strongly urge this Council to renew the mandate of the UN Integrated Office in Haiti, which we call BINU, for at least 12 months. Given the gravity of the situation in Haiti, we urge the Security Council to ensure that BINU is adequately equipped in terms of personnel and resources to engage with Haitian stakeholders and to effectively assist Haiti throughout this crisis. Now is the time, Mr. President, for all of us to reaffirm our solidarity with Haitian people and to mobilize our support for Haiti. C'est le moment, Monsieur le Président.
It is time, Mr. President, for us to reaffirm our solidarity with the Haitian population and mobilize our support for Haiti, but to do this not only with words, but through everything that we do in practice in order to ensure peace, security, and justice for the population of Haiti. Thank you.
I thank Canada for your statement, and I give the floor to the representative of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Thank you. Mr. President, let me begin by offering the Caribbean community's CARICOM's congratulations to you on the assumption of the presidency of the Council for July and our best wishes to your delegation. CARICOM also thanks Special Representative of the Secretary General of Haiti, Ms. Salvador, for her briefing on the report of the Secretary General on the United Nations Integrated Office in Haiti, BINU. And I am pleased to share the reflections of the 14 CARICOM member states on the situation in Haiti. Mr. President, we have found the report to not only be comprehensive, but instructive, and we continue to extend our gratitude to the team of BNU for their unwavering efforts to assist our sister nation with the restoration of democracy, peace, and security. CARICOM welcomes the progress that has been made in strengthening good governance in Haiti and took note of the official appointment of the Transitional Presidential Council and the appointment of the Transitional Prime Minister, the Honorable Gary Coney, and his cabinet. We emphasize the importance of continued collaboration among the members of the Council and with other stakeholders to foster the enabling environment for increased political stability in Haiti. These developments are critical steps towards the holding of free and fair elections in Haiti, and we extend best wishes for success to Prime Minister Coney as he leads this important juncture. We also express the region's steadfast support to the people of Haiti and our deep commitment to prosperity, progress, and peace in the country. Mr. President, the state of heightened insecurity in Haiti, perpetuated by ongoing violent gang activity, remains a serious concern to the region. As observed in the report, gang violence hampers the functioning of vital sectors. Tackling gang violence, therefore, remains one of the most pressing priorities to achieve stability in Haiti. Without this stability, it will be virtually impossible to make progress on other key fronts. Gang violence has manifested in myriad ways, and CARICOM is deeply concerned that the number of intentional homicides has significantly risen over the reporting period. We are also alarmed by the incidence of sexual violence against women and girls and by the recruitment of children. The demolition of 3 police stations and 3 prisons by gangs further exacerbates the operational limitations of those charged with preserving the rule of law in Haiti. These deliberate attacks on institutions that form part of the criminal justice system must be seen as strategic actions aimed at keeping the country in a state of lawlessness. CARICOM condemns these actions and demands accountability for these crimes. In this context, Mr. President, CARICOM applauds the government of Kenya for deploying the first contingent of police officers to Haiti on June 25, 2024, in accordance with UN Security Council Resolution 2699.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. UN Security Council meeting there in New York City. We are keeping an eye on the White House briefing. Obviously, it'll be heavily in demand today, just given everything that we saw yesterday from the media really grilling the White House on Biden's performance for the debate and if he is thinking about dropping out. The New York Times says they have a source that says he is considering it. White House quickly pushed back today, but we will see what they have to say here in this briefing. Obviously, a lot of talk as the campaign 2024 continues. We will wait and see what President Joe Biden decides ultimately in the next couple of days or so. We are going to take a 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we are just a day away from July 4th, and millions of Americans are hitting the roads or taking that flight to get where they need to go. We'll have the breakdown coming back in just 2 on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We are just a day away from July 4th, and the demand to travel, of course, is high. We are going to be seeing millions of Americans, if they have not already, starting to travel either by car or air. Get this, AAA is saying more than 70 million Americans will be traveling this week and weekend here for the big 4th of July spectaculars from big towns to small towns as well. Let's go out right now to a great American town here, Cape Cod. That is where we find Fox's Kaylee Schuyler joining us here with the latest on all of the travelers getting ready on the eve of this big July 4th.
Hey, Mike. Well, I really hate to brag, but it truly is a gorgeous day here on the Cape. But it seems like so far this year, every holiday we've had, we've seen record-breaking travel. And this 4th of July, as you mentioned, is no different. A travel website, The Points Guy, says there is still pent-up demand from COVID, surprisingly, and that many travel agencies are having some good summer deals. So I talked to some people here on the Cape and some people who actually live here, and they say things are definitely starting to heat up.
We don't really have too much traffic coming in on the way, but on our way we're staying in a hotel in Hyannis, so on our way from Hyannis to Sandwich, there's a little bit of traffic.
We've seen a strong pickup of tourists, although Sandwich is less of a seasonal community than other communities around. The restaurants all seem busy, the weather's getting better, so I have every reason to believe the travel is picking up and there's a lot of people coming to the Cape.
More than 60 million people will drive this week for the holiday, and that's nearly 3 million more drivers compared to last year and more than 5 million from 2019. Now, the number of people flying is also expected to set a new record. AAA says more than 5 million people will fly this week, and that's an increase of nearly 7% compared to last year and a 12% increase over 2019. But the Points Guy says it's not just the 4th of July breaking records, it's a record-breaking summer.
You have the return of business travelers to the air, and you've got a lot of big events happening in places like Europe with the Summer Olympics. You've got the Taylor Swift concert, which is going on in Europe. A lot of Americans are traveling to Europe.
AAA says the worst times to hit the road are really right now and through this evening, and then next Monday during rush hour traffic. Mike?
Yeah, we're wondering, Kaylee, not too many people behind you. We're wondering if they're going to get there. They need to start going now because tomorrow's the big day.
I know it has been pretty quiet out here, and this is one of the most popular beaches here in Sandwich, Massachusetts, on Cape Cod. So I don't know where everyone's at. It is getting a little toasty outside, so maybe they're staying inside. Maybe they're getting prepped for the 4th of July. I'm really not too sure, but it is a gorgeous day. So people need to get on out here, like you said.
Yeah, they will. They will, and when they come, they'll be in droves there. Kaylee, thanks so much for talking with us. We really appreciate it here on Live Now from Fox. You take care and have a happy 4th as well. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come. We will get you ready when we come back for the White House briefing. Heavily in demand, of course, with all of the latest rumors surrounding President Biden. That is coming next on Live Now from Fox.